How are you doing, folks? Good morning. Welcome to the Go Live Notification Early Crew. We're going to be on the Twitch front page starting at the top of the hour, so... Or open some Dialga packs, looking for the namesake. Morning, Mirrock. Let's crack some friends. Mammo swine time. Yeah, here's hoping. Ooh, we get to play a shiny Lucario. Need a Riolu. We don't need that one, but we take the two. We take the 2 stars. Yeah, we're gonna play Garchomp in the tournament today, so I wore my Garchomp shirt. All right. Well, we have plenty of Dark Rays. Dark Rays like our guy. We opened 2 of him in our first 20 pulls of this set yesterday, so after 4 of them. Make that 5. YouTube stream is live. There are people chatting over there. Can I ask why you don't enjoy playing or streaming Snap anymore? A man can only be Shang-Chi'd Cosmo in an Alliance so many times before he is driven to insanity. Past Marvel Snap's metagame not meaningfully changing. Past Marvel Snap's metagame not meaningfully changing. Their economy's also a disaster, meaning anytime you make content for the game, your videos are just like constantly people complaining about the economy, which is very grating. But anytime I think like maybe I'll poke back into Snap, they like post an OTA update and they're like, by the way, we buffed Sandman and Leader, and I'm just like, no, yeah, I'm just gonna keep playing Pokemon. Vicar, thank you for the 17 months, appreciate it. All right, we're at 6 Dark Ray at this point. How about we get a couple of Dialgas now, yeah? 7 Dark Rays. How about we get a couple of Dialgas at this point? We hit the Riolus for Magnezo is another one I wanted, so that's good. Got a few. We're at like 30 packs today. We've got a few new decks I can play today already, so. Best I can do is 7 Dark Rays. Oof. We did get the baby Lucario, so that's nice. Yeah, we're definitely gonna play Pachirisu today. I got 2 of those. Looking for a second Bastion too, as far as 3 stars go. There's our first dragon. You can't trade new set cards, and please don't spam trade requests in my chat. Whoo! All right, we're good to go. All right, there's our boy to start the stream. our 2-star, 3-star variants being much better so far this morning. Seeing lots of YouTube clickbait that the new Dark deck is broken. To set a low bar, the Dark decks are performing better than Celebi did in early tournaments. But like, yes, the only 2 types of decks in a card game, unplayable and broken. Ooh, that was our first Luxray. Lovely. Morning spin. How do you open 10 packs at once? You press the open 10 packs button. Alright, 2 Dialga at the same 10 pull is a good beat. I think we're actually still looking for a Pillow Swine. I think we're still in on the Dialga packs. I need a second Yanmega too. I would like to play Yanmega with Dialga and eggs at some point today. I think with the 2 Dialgas down, second Yanmega is the EX I'm looking for the most. Alright, we have to Gallade if we feel a desire to play with that. I don't know that I'll feel a desire to play with that, but we'll see. 10th Darkrai. Excellent. Alright, after this pack, I'm going to hit a Twitch ad really quick as our first one of the day, so that way we get that out of the way before we're on the front page. Appreciate everybody hanging out. I'm going to check my Wonder Picks real quick, and then we'll continue opening packs when the ad roll is done. If you're watching on the YouTube side and you're here early, consider tapping the like button. We have 200 viewers over there already and only 18 like button pressers. Get that poll in to remind people. We're gonna cook today. Lots of Dialga, some Lucario. Hopefully we're gonna get a Pillow Swine, and then we'll be able to play some Mamoswine. I'd like to play some Bastion. Morning, Crumelcade. Honey Pokegold. You need 60 Pokegold to rip 10 packs. There's six gold a pop. Yeah, I think Mammo's potentially good in a shell like the Blastoise mode we were playing last night. Ooh, we might try some Glaceon at some point too. It seems pretty reasonable. Any useful Wonder Picks in here? Nope. Nope. Mamoswine is just bad Blastoise. I mean, that's not true. The difference between Mamoswine and Blastoise is that they're 1 knockout point. Which is a big delta. Do we hit the full Rampardos line yet? I think we have 2 of the stage 2. I don't know if we have 2 of the stage 1 yet. We did. Okay, cool. Yeah, I definitely want to work on him today too. It's gonna be actually endless of these, right? I might just ignore those and do them later off stream. Sounds like the plan. Let's continue cracking packs. See if we can get that Pillow Swine. Open till we hit the limit today is my plan. No big stars said. Ooh. It's a new shiny one. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the tournament tomorrow. Should be a good time. Alright, Yan Mega's the other bigger hit that we're looking for in terms of mechanically unique cards in this pack. If one, I would like a second. And then obviously we'll take any 2-star goodies we can get. Tournament starts at 10 a.m. Central tomorrow, which is 28 hours from now. Those who are bad with time zones. If you check out the link where the Open has signups at, it'll translate it to your local time zone for you cleanly. We've hit at least one Luxray. If we get a second, we'll do some Luxray today for sure. Another reason to be pulling in here. That and Volkner are on the list. We have enough Pokemon communication to flare those today too, which will be nice. We play a lot of that card. Shaman would see him play inside some of the Executor decks that people were playing in tournaments. Any full art traders yet? No, I haven't hit any full art traders yet. I think Pokemon communication is going to be pretty important inside of decks I want to play stage 2s. There's a lot of the things we brew with a lot of the time. Yeah, full art Dawn and full art Cynthia are both cards I would enjoy cracking. I think there's, I think I saw, ooh, second full art Mammo. I'm glad we have 2 of those before we play that. It's one of my favorite pieces of art in this set. I thought you were joking about second dinner buffing Sandman. No, we don't joke about that. You should prioritize opening Dialga packs. It has the best supporting cards in it. Pokemon Communication and Cape are both in Dialga packs, which are really solid. Second Yan Mega. That is exactly what we wanted. I'm gonna double check and make sure. Oh, and there's the pillow spine. Okay, I think I might open Palkia packs for our last couple of pulls today, because I would kind of like a second full art Garchomp before our tournament. And I'm pretty sure Chomp is in. Wow, that's such a good one. I love the artwork on most of these basics. They're so good. We're gonna play Garchomp in a tournament this afternoon. Dawn felt like she could be a staple in most decks. I think Dawn has potential to be really good in decks that play X speed with 1 retreat costs. Yes, we got Riolu, so we'll play Lucario at some point today. I don't know what exact order we're gonna be playing things in. This is the full art. Let's double check. I'm pretty sure this is the full art, yeah, full art jump at one of those. I would like a second. Wise Ravager, thank you for the entire year. Appreciate the 12 months. That's a new one. These packs also have, these packs had Bastion in it. I needed a second Bastion too, that's great. I think this is our second Bismagius as well. Take stock of what all we have, but I would wager after 2 days of ripping 100 packs, we're probably pretty well set. What supporters would you use for an Executor Magnezone deck? I'd be skeptical that Magnezone's better than just playing Yanmega behind Executor, because Yanmega gets to use your copies of Erica on double duty. Rhyperior's being slept on. I don't know about that one. I think Rhyperior's probably our second right on that's not so hot. Ooh, second Cressula. That card's very playable. I'll take a second full art on that. Can we just spike the second? Can we spike the second full art Garchomp before we're done with packs today? That's my. We've hit all of our mechanical cards, I'm chasing. Lake Trio looks sweet. I think the bench attacking Azelf is probably pretty solid. I'm skeptical that the other bits of those ones are good. Assembling 3 cards to deal 160 is like a lot of moving pieces. They didn't guarantee a journey by not making EX. I mean, I assume we'll get a guaranteed EX as one of our first Dragon EXs in a set before too long. Our Palkia packs do not like giving up 2 stars. See, chat? You just have to complain a little bit, and then you get exactly what you're looking for. Oh, baby. Okay, now I just need one more 1-star Garchomp. Come on. It's only a 1-star. Give it up, game. How did you build decks in Magic the Gathering? Was it also opening packs? In Magic the Gathering's digital client, you had to open packs, yeah. In paper, it works like paper Pokemon, you buy singles. Full art traders are so good. The chase begins. Yeah, we're still chasing 1-stars though, so those are more like a little bit more likely to be given up. In like a second Manaphy, I need a second Garchomp. And then my pack points are definitely being devoted to full art traders. I think full art Dawn's gonna be my first 1250 pack points. We're gonna play plenty of her in plenty of places. Yeah, we hit on Dialga packs. We got our 2 Dialgas and a Yanmega. They're cutting us off. All right, hold on. I can open some singles. You should have a gold for that today, right? No, because I had to buy a copy of Dawn with pack points yesterday, so I don't think I'll hit pack points for. Return to Monkey. Return to Monkey. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. All right, now we're fully tapped. I think we missed on shop, but we hit Cynthia. I wasn't gonna claim all this stuff in here, but I think the Cynthia gets us the guard shop emblem. Where is it? Where is it at? These. Oh, do we not have it yet? I thought there was a hidden collection around. I thought there was a hidden collection when you get the full art Cynthia and some other stuff. Maybe I'm missing some of the other things in it. Yeah, I might be missing something extra. That's one of the hidden ones. I don't think you could look at it. Let's clear all these pitfalls real quick just in case. You full art Gastrodon. Is that a 1-star? All right, let's take stock of where we're at from new expansion stuff real quick. Booster pack, Space Time Smackdown. So we've got Lucarios, we got our Magnazones. Oh, I think I missed on second Luxray. And Spiritomb, Garchomp, Gastrodon. We got the Yanmegas. We got 2 Bisbagius, 2 Gallade. We have the 2 Bastion. I think we're only on 1 Luxray still. Okay, so we're gonna keep an eye on Wonder Picks for Luxrays. Is the plan. Luxrays, and I wouldn't mind a second full art Garchomp's the other one I'm looking for. Swap. We're not going to start with Garchomp this morning because I plan to play in the tournament this afternoon. We're going to try other things today, but I'm going to put my full art Cynthia into here for now. Maybe we'll flare our Pokemon communications as well. Or I wonder if we open enough Gibble and Gabites to flare those. I'll take a look at that also. Yeah, the Togekiss deck is sweet. Like that one a lot. I gotta clear the other ones, right? I forgot how long it takes to get enough to flare copies at the start here. You can take a look at what the flare options are, but we can't only get the bottom. Oh, this is actually one of my favorite flares, the circles. So we need what? 6. We need 4 more copies of Gibble to double flare those. I'm pretty sure we opened more than enough Pokemon communication. Only 6 of these too. I keep getting Licky and they're all cursed. Yep. The blue flares. Probably circles or triangles we'll push up to once we get some more copies. Manaphy Palkia feels really clean. I like the Blastoise deck a lot. We top 16 the tournament we played with Blastoise yesterday. We have not played Yanmega yet. We just got our extra copies of that this morning. Let's double check the Wonder Picks. Someone said this was required for my Garchomp emblem that I want. So let's see if we can take a crack at that one. I went 1 in 12 in Wonder Picks yesterday, so we're due, yeah? 1 in 13, oof. Mercy gotcha, system, mercy. We're due, listen. All the gamblers quit before they hit it big. Am I gonna spend Wonder Pick points chasing flares? There's a Gabite here. Oh, I should look how many Gabites we have, and then once we check Gabite flares, we'll build something in play. Or do some Dialgaing to start. I think these are 2 per. Ooh, I like the big swirls on this one. So we're gonna need some copies. So we'll need 2 to hit the second one, so we need 6 more Gabites long term to hit this. One currency will never run out of his wonder picks. I mean, I've got a lot of them, but they will eventually run out, yeah? What's going on, Stale Man? Yeah, we did a long stream yesterday for the set release. We're another long one today. And then tomorrow we're gonna do long streams 3 days in a row. So we were on all day for the set release yesterday. And then we're gonna be up for the tournament tomorrow too most of the day. Oh goodness, 1 in 14! Oh no. Unlucky. Alright. I think let's put some Dialga packs here. Yeah, something we haven't talked about yet. So new set means there were new data mined information for the game. And it looks like the next set release for Pokemon Pocket is data mined to be a little bit wonky in terms of timing. So the other sets we've had so far have all been 6 weeks apart. But they're gonna move, the data mines imply they're gonna move up the next set release to coincide with Pokemon Day at the end of February. It says four weeks till the next set from here. Yeah, February 28th is what the data mines say. But the asterisk there is they're not going to be releasing more total cards or packs overall. The set after that one is going to be an 8-week lag. So it's still going to be 12 weeks per 2 sets, which is the timing we've been having. It's just not going to be 6 and 6. It's going to be 4 and then 8. So they can release while leading into the organic Pokemon hype around Pokemon Day. We don't know what it is. We don't find out exactly if it's 1 booster or 2. 1 booster or 2 until we get closer and something leaks. So for free players, it puts more pressure on you at launch, but long-term overall, it's going to be the same amount of content. So in terms of like the slower you're getting stuff over time, you're going to get the same density as if it was 6 weeks away instead of 4 weeks. Exit Sad, thank you for the Baker's Dozen. Appreciate the 13 months. Alright, which Dialga deck do we want to do first? Probably just classic. Do we do classic Melmetal? Or do we play, maybe we play the tech cards first. I'll pull up, we got a few deck lists put together. I like the idea of playing, we hit the Yanmegas. Let's start with Yanmega. Because there's, with people playing a lot of like the Darkrai and the Weavile decks, Yanmega seems like it's pretty well positioned. This is type advantaged into Darkrai and Weavile very intentionally. And then I think I want at least a copy of Mew. Then do I want like a Tauros maybe? It's tough. One of the thoughts is, as one of the things you want to think about when you're building is like, usually if you're playing non-EX Pokemon, you want to play a good density of non-EX Pokemon. So let's get the trainers in here that we know we want, and then kind of go from there. So I know I'm on 2 copies of Leaf. I think I want at least 1 copy of Dawn. We definitely want Research and Pokeball, so that gives us like six-ish deck slots to work with here. Yanmega's dealing 120 at its base, so we're at least a 1 Giovanni deck. So you can clear things like Muse and stuff. And then from here, it's like, okay, how do we fill in? How do we want to fill in the rest? It's like, well, people are mentioning Skarmory. It's like, if we want to fit Skarmory in here, it's like a minimum of 5 to 6 slots, right? I probably wouldn't mind like a Cape, a Helmet, like Cape, Helmet, Cyrus as 3 cards here seems fine. Cape, Helmet, Cyrus. Honestly, I don't mind like 1 Pokemon communication in these decks that have stage 1s. And honestly, with the communication, one of the things is a lot of decks that played Mew previously didn't want to play 2 copies of her because she's clunky in some matchups. But with Pokemon communication, 2 Mew could be right more frequently because you could take the second Mew and like toss it into your deck, which I think has a lot of appeal. So I'm gonna start there. Just get a feel for how Mew Yanmega feel with Dialga. And we may or may not swap it out. Okay, like that. And then obviously we won't want to play Psychic Energy. We'll be just Metal. Start from here. Go from there. We're definitely gonna play some Skarmory today. I want to play Skarmory Bastion for sure, and then Dialga Melmetal Skarmory is probably worth exploring too. Gengar and Dusknoir. Gengar's definitely not a good card. Dusknoir's probably also not a good card. I would prefer if we don't do trade requests in chat. I think with the size our stream often gets up to, that just makes things a little cluttered. Opponent is a fighting deck. I think we lead on the Mew here. I think in the games where we don't have a Dialga lead, we're going to want to lead Mew most of the time. Although, into Mewtwo, we're going to want Mew in the back. We have first energy advantage here, which is nice. Oh, wait, they're Mewtwo with fighting energy? Are they playing Gallade Mewtwo? They must be, yeah. Alright, we're looking for Dialga to start here. That's unfortunate, because Pokemon was 66% to be a Dialga. Cyrus and Leaf. I think we build up Mew on the bench here with no Dialga in sight. Mew's genome hacking still very good in this matchup. Lets us copy Mewtwo side drive ability and clear it for 150 and 1. One thing that is noteworthy about Mewtwo into these Mew decks, though, is that Giant Cape is a card they could potentially be playing to make their Mewtwo larger now. We're leaving this last bench slot open. Holding the Yanmega means we can use it with Pokemon communication to swap it out for something else, and this could be a Dialga slot for us. let's see if the opponent plays around our copy of Leaf. So on board, it doesn't look like we can retreat into this, but because we have the Leaf in hand, we can actually clear the Mewtwo next turn if they leave it up. Yeah, this is very heads up from our opponent. So we see the opponent repositioning the Mewtwo because they know Leaf and X Speed are commonly played cards. And there's the Yanmega. So we're just gonna go ahead and evolve this and start working this up. And then the game plan is Yanmega's Air Slash starts cracking for 20 every turn. We'll use this to pressure their leads to force the Mewtwo out into the Mew. It is worth noting that if they're playing the copy of Gallade, they have 2 fighting energy in a row here for this route, and Mew does not line up well into Gallade. Gallade clears it in 1 when it has 3 energy, because it does 130, and it has 170 life. Have you changed your opinions on any of the EX Pokemon since your tier list? I think Infernape is a little bit better than I gave it credit for, because Pokemon communication is really solid for making Stage 2s more consistent. I enjoyed our time playing with Infernape yesterday. Hey, what's going on, dear? Yeah, Pocket really popped off. And some really solid metrics and hype around it. And not only is Pocket like an excellent card collecting game, but man, our opponent had been playing so tight. This pivot into this feels real strange. I guess maybe they saw the Yanmega, they're like, the game is basically over. If they didn't have Gallade, we were going to pressure them out, but them putting this up is kind of a concession. We get to go ahead and crack this for 150, and then we've got this here still chilling, ready to go. I think Poke communication is a must with Stage 1. I don't know the answer to that question. So, here... So, Dialga is actually an ideal draw for us. So, Gallade is a Stage 2 that evolves from Krylia. And its 2 energy attack does 70 plus 20 for each energy on my Pokemon. So Mew here would get cleared by a Gallade. And Dialga will only take 70 because it's got no energy on it. So we're going to pivot to the Dialga here. So that way, if they don't have Gallade next turn, I win with either Yanmega or Mew. And if they do have Gallade, we'll be able to retreat Dialga into the Yanmega, and then Yanmega lives a hit for Gallade after dealing 120, so it'll be able to get the win there. Do I play around a copy of Sabrina? I guess I'm already not dead to Sabrina because of this, yeah? Well, we'll probably be in trouble regardless. But they only have 1 card, right? So, like, they need to have Gallade plus their 1 copy of Sabrina. Which is pretty unlikely. Yeah, so we played around this perfectly with the Dialga draw and switching into it. And now we get to go Energy on Yanmega, Leaf the Dialga out. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. We should put the cape on the Mew because this lets the Mew with 2 energy survive a hit from this. That's a good call out. And those are the types of things you want to be thinking about when you're playing your capes. It's like, okay, what does playing cape on this allow me to maneuver around? And then Yanmega's Air Slash is actually kind of upsided to Gallade because it discards an energy, but that means it takes less damage from this attack now. Yeah, them pivoting their Mewtwo to the active spot was a little bit of a head scratcher, but the way this game has played out, it's actually been real close. Mew lives, right? We counted that. This is only 110. They Sabrina'd. And this is checkmate at this point, because the Mew clears the Mewtwo, and the Yanmega clears either of these. This is kind of exactly what we're looking to do with this deck, and this was even kind of an inoptimal start, right? Like, we didn't have Dialga to, like, get us extra energy at the start of the game, but we were still able to power up both our attackers, which kind of, like, pincer our opponent's options, right? The Mew covers the Mewtwo, and then the Yanmega covers the rest. Very promising first game. If I didn't pull Cape, does Potion work instead? Yeah, for sure. I'm only playing one Cape in here. I think we put one Cape, one Rocky Helmet in. Alright, there's that Dialga lead for us. Anytime we're given the option on this, we want to start on it. Whenever you're going first, you don't want to play out your bench Pokemon to begin with, because one, your opponent could have a Hitmonlee that can stretch kick it, but two, you kind of want to get some more options. We'll go ahead and research, digging up some cards here. And then I'm just going to go ahead and decline playing out my Mew on the bench for this turn, so that way the stretch kick doesn't do anything. We could potentially get punished by a red card, but there's so many new tech options in this set that card's been less and less popular. You think Mewtwo should run both Slab and Communication? I have no idea. I'm not really a best deck grinder. We usually play more off-meta things here, so I would leave figuring out the answer to that question to people who are going to play the best decks. Alright, and they didn't have red card this turn. So I think I decline playing around it again next turn. I'm gonna wait to play this bench out, and I am gonna go ahead and play the research to look for some more options here. If I don't play this, I can't evolve it next turn, but not being able to evolve it next turn doesn't really matter. They're gonna crack us with the Kabuto. They notably don't have any energy in their hand, or don't have any cards in their hand here. So if they find Kabutops, it's gonna come off the top for them. Let's go Mew, Yanma, energy here, and then we just turbo, yeah. I think we're powering up the Yanmega in this matchup. This does 30 damage and puts 2 energy on one of our bench Pokemon here. If they don't find Kabutops here, this Giovanni's gonna be real good. Giovanni means that we clear this with the Rocky Helmet. Which is nice. I'm gonna put. Do I want to evolve you? I feel like evolving this is a liability in a world where they have hit wildly, and we're gonna give up 2 points here. So I think we're supposed to chill on this for now. I think it's just Giovanni for 10 extra points of damage, so we hit this breakpoint. And then we'll go energy here, and then we'll put two on the Mew. So our attackers are ready to go. And that's our first of 3 knockout points towards winning the game. They'll probably put up Marshadow or Lucario, and they'll claim 2 knockout points from knocking out our more powerful EX. And then our Mew will clear them back, and then we'll have Yanmega to finish waiting in the wings. Oh, Mew actually doesn't clear this one, though, yeah? Because this only does 40 base damage, because Mew wouldn't have its Pokemon passive. So we have this. Pokeball. Gets us Dialga. Energy on that one just in case. Yeah, and they're done at this point. We get to take a second knockout point this turn. They can't clear a Yanmega. We'll put a cape on it just to like hedge. Yeah, I'm playing on an Android emulator. Pokemon Pocket is native on Android and iOS, so make it a little bit cleaner on PC. We emulate. Does Lucario ability work with Hitmonlee? It does not. Lucario's ability specifically says that only helps fighting Pokemon deal extra damage to active Pokemon. Leading Dialga here, and we have first energy advantage. So this bodes well for the home team. The person going first in Pokemon Pocket gets the first chance to evolve their Pokemon, and the person going second gets the first chance to place an energy. So a little bit of tension when you're building your deck. Decks like that I'm playing that are largely based around having a powerful basic tend to prefer going second. Whereas the opponent's deck's actually one that doesn't mind going first, because their Primate typically attacks for 1 energy. Do we queue the Rocky Helmet up? I think we queue the Rocky Helmet up. Rocky Helmet says anytime they crack this Pokemon, they take some damage back. It's a Dialga on the bench angle as well here. I don't think there's a huge reason to have another Yanmega. Or another Mew. Functionality-wise, what's the difference between a cape and a potion? You can double potion something to get 40 back, and potion putting something back to full health lets you... Potion putting back to something full health lets you play around Cyrus and spots. So I think generally cape is better, but it's not a strictly better situation. Speaking of Cyrus, I think without Yanmega queued up, I think we actually want to put these energy on the Dialga here. Get that heavy impact. That's one of the reasons why this card's so solid, right? Like, it's self-enabling. Now, something that's noteworthy here, the way the Rocky Helmet breakpoints work out, if they have a Giovanni, they would have cleaned us. But I wonder if they had to clear. I wonder if they had to get rid of the Giovannis for the Rocky Helmets. I think we just start working towards Yanmega at this point. So I'm going to go ahead, and this trade isn't amazing for us because I'm giving up 2 energy and 2 knockout points for 1 energy and 1 knockout point. But once they come in and clear the Dialga with the Mars Shadow, my second Dialga is charged up and ready to go, and we've generated so much extra energy that we should mostly clean them out here, I think. Because they have to put their second energy on Mars Shadow to get this knockout, and then when my Dialga comes up and cleans this, it means that they have no energy left on the board. Yeah, the opponent's just packing it in. Our second Dialga charged up and ready to go to deal 100 at a time is just not something they can push through. I would bet, like, one of the big things I want to emphasize, if you're someone that hasn't experienced like new cards releasing in a card game like this before, I am not very confident on any of the details in a deck like this. So if you're asking me like, Jeff, how many capes do you want to play? Jeff, how many Rocky helmets? Is Cyrus better than Sabrina? How many Giovannis are right? Should we be playing 1 or 2 Pokemon communication? I don't have a strong opinion on that type of thing until we see get more experience and like see some tournament results. But my initial impression here is I'd be kind of surprised if something like Dialga, Yanmega, Mew doesn't end up being a metagame staple. All right, we're going to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We can chat for a minute while we do that, but usually I don't play games while ads happen on Twitch because I think that's rude. I'm going to hop on my bike for the morning here too while the adverts give us a quick break. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere this morning. If you're watching on the YouTube stream, consider tapping the like button while you're chilling. Doesn't cost you anything. Helps the content reach more people. Gonna play some more of this. It's feeling real clean so far. We're gonna play Garchomp in a tournament this afternoon, so I pulled the Garchomp jersey out of the closet. Wonder picked your first shop this morning. Nice. Yeah, we opened packs to start the stream. So we hit, we're mostly mechanically complete now. I think we're at the chasing cosmetics portion of opening booster packs. First impression about Darkrai EX meta placement. I think Darkrai is almost assuredly going to be a new meta staple, and I think its presence in the meta game is going to suppress Mewtwo, which has been popular for the last couple of seasons. This is going to create a kind of organic predator to it. That being said, I don't think I expect the Darkrai Weavile decks to be overbearing, in large part because of this card. So one of the things the Pokemon Pocket designers have done is they very intentionally and explicitly give counterplay to the things that are good in this game. It's why it's been so well designed so far, in my opinion. And both Darkrai and Weavile are weak to grass and have 140 HP. And Yanmega, with an all colorless attack on a grass Pokemon, means you can put this in literally any deck and one-shot Darkrai's and Weaviles. Yeah, they do it. They do the counterplay in the same set too, so you're not just like waiting for them. Yeah, it's not even just new Mew, right? Because like this deck, for example, is playing Yanmega and Mew. It's just another thing to be doing. So Weavile and Darkrai are both weak to grass. So this does 120 generically, but it does 140 to the grass weakness. That's one of the things that Pokemon Pocket has done much better than the paper game, is that weaknesses being plus 20 allow them to print cards that offer counterplay like Yanmega, but don't just like auto win everything, right? Have our Dialga opener here, which is ideal. Have researched, hopefully fish up some friends for it to load up. They are pivoting to Drudagon here. So that's that rough skin ability that lets them deal some damage back every time it gets hit. But we'll happily trade 30 for 20 while charging up the back line. Digging for some friends here. Does Rocky Helmet scale with Rough Skin? It does, yeah. Yeah, you can stack those up. Oh, you know, maybe I wasn't supposed to play this, and I'm supposed to hold it for the communication. I don't know. I feel like that could go either way. I kind of want a Metallic Turbo onto the other Dialga. Alright, well... One of the things about Pokemon communication is that if you're not going to be utilizing the thing you're fetching for right away, there's kind of an incentive to wait. Although, if I communication into a Yanmega, I want a Metallic Turbo onto here next turn. So I think I am actually going to communication this turn. Because if I'm getting Yanmega from this exchanges this for a different Pokemon in my deck, then I'm going to want a Metallic Turbo onto here. Perfect. Okay, so this is, we want a communication in advance, so that way I can know where I'm putting the Metallic Turbo energy. So we'll drop these here, and then next turn, I have Leaf to allow me to retreat this Dialga without losing its energy, and then we get to put Yanmega up, put a third on it, and start crunching through for 100 each, 120 each turn. Fish up a basic. Likely a Mew, could be another Yanma. Is there a reason to put Cape on my Yanmega? I'm gonna go down to 120, and then if they have Greninja's a total of 80, so that will put me to 40. So I don't think there's a reason to show them I have Cape just yet, because there's nothing they can do next year is going to allow them to jump up and hit the 120 point. What is better, Dialga, Yanmega, or Yanmega Executor? Nobody knows the answer to that question. Our cards released barely a day ago. Playing lots of games and figuring out what are ideal combinations takes time. Okay, so here's the Greninja. And now, this turn, does the Giant Cape help me live a breakpoint? It does, yeah? So, I would be air slashing, and then I would take the rough skin down to 80, and then the Water Shuriken plus Mist Slash would finish me. But now Giant Cape jumps my HP up to 120, so now we get to live Rough Skin, Water Shuriken, Mist Slash. I will have more informed and concise thoughts on what's good, bad, or otherwise on Sunday's meta report on the YouTube channel. So there's going to be thousands of people playing in Pokemon Pocket tournaments this weekend, including the one I'm hosting on Saturday. And we'll do a data-driven breakdown of what's performing good, bad, otherwise, and why. Yes, Saturday tomorrow. The meta reports are some of my favorite videos to make, because I want to comb through that data for myself anyways. Can you change your deck once submitted on Limitless? Yeah, on your dashboard, there's an edit deck button. You with Fire Energy. Probably some type of Charizard Moltres variation, which means getting our own Mew charging should be pretty solid. Yeah, we're live a little bit earlier than I usually am today, because we're currently on the Twitch front page, and we're going to be for the next little bit. If anybody's hanging out from the front page, welcome on in. This is Pokemon Pocket. It's a recently released new mobile version of the Pokemon card game. The very modernized rule set. The designers kind of asked themselves, okay, how do we keep the best things from the paper Pokemon card game while also optimizing some of the rules and making it play a little bit faster and more modern for 2024, 2025. And I think they did an excellent job at accomplishing that. I also have a lot of really fantastic pieces of Pokemon art in the game. So many of them. First energy here, nothing else to do. I guess I could put the Rocky helmet on here. It probably doesn't matter though. The extra 20 points isn't going to help me hit any breakpoints, I don't think. I guess if I Rocky helmet and they pivot to the Farfetch'd, that could matter. But if I hit Giovanni, but that's such a narrow sequence. Okay, so we hit the second Dialga, speaking of fantastic Pokemon art. We'll put this on here. And I think we turbo onto the second Dialga from this position. It's close though. The downside to putting the energy on the second Dialga is that if they have Ninetales next turn, they can pivot to the Ninetales and hit me, and then I can't clear it with the Mew. Nuggy, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah, so this is the downside to going in on... This is the downside to going in on this. Someone asked, how much does being on the Twitch front page boost your metrics? So we currently have 2,300 concurrent viewers, and probably about 1,500 of those are folks that are lurking from the front page. It's an interesting one. I think it's just energy here. And then because I didn't get this charged up, this is pretty punchy. It might have been a mistake not to charge this last turn. Now we're committed to this line though. So we'll hit this. We'll put 2 more energies here. They're gonna get 2 knockout points, and then the hope is that our Dialga can run over them. With the Cyrus, we might be fine. Cyrus gets to force up a Pokemon that's damaged from them. And this is at 100 here. Doctors, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that support. Welcome back. So then pivoting to the Farfetch doesn't change any of our plans here. We get to clear the duck for the first point, and then Mew is an EX Pokemon, which means we collect 2 knockout points when we clear it. Beansy, thank you for the 5.5 years of support. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I am Central US. It's almost 7 a.m. here. So a little bit earlier than I'm usually live, but not too much. Usually we start like 8 to 9 a.m. The way Twitch front page slots work, you pick an 8-hour window that are like defined 8-hour windows. So like the 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. Central is like the closest front page slot to like my normal stream time. It overlaps a lot of it. For anybody that might happen to be new, lurking for the front page, you're enjoying the vibes and the Pokemon cards, I stream Monday through Friday, usually about 8 or 9 a.m. Central till about 3 or 4 p.m. Central in the afternoon. And then Cyrus here, winning a game that Sabrina would not have. We get to drag this Mew kicking and screaming to the front, and then have that massively heavy impact. As you might have gotten if you're new here from the 5.5 year resub there from Beansy. I'm something of a relic here on the Twitch platform. I've been streaming for over a decade. Been fortunate enough to call what I do here my full-time job for the last 7 years now. Pokemon Pocket's a recent card game addiction, but I've always focused on card and strategy games. We played a lot of Marvel Snap for the couple of years before Pocket dropped, and then Magic the Gathering before that. I've tried a lot of things over the years. Now, for people asking about win rates, we've won most of the games we've played with this deck today, but I'd also really like to emphasize that just winning games in the random queue early on in a format does not mean that your deck is good. You're going to see a lot of 5x win streak, 10x win streak, 20x win streak type videos with new decks trying to claim that they're strong. But the thing to understand, and this happens in every card game that exists when a new set drops, I'm playing my new deck mostly against other new decks. The way you figure out is a new deck competitive isn't playing your new idea against other new ideas. It's you need to know, can your deck go toe-to-toe, pound for pound with the existing good decks from the previous format? So the question isn't, can I beat someone else brewing with my brew for my deck to be competitive? The question is, can I beat someone else doing something that we know was powerful from last season? So one of the things I try to, in a new card game format like this, is I try and focus on, does my deck feel like it has a cohesive game plan? Am I consistently doing the thing that I want to do? Those are the types of things I try to focus on, as opposed to like, oh, I've won every game while I'm playing this deck, so it might be good. That's not how you evaluate. When you ask someone, is a deck good or bad, and all they can tell you is I won a lot or lost a lot, it means they don't really understand how to evaluate decks. Thinking, a quote that I'm fond of is, being good at card games is the art of extrapolating meaningful conclusions from statistically insignificant sample sizes. Which is a fancy way to say one single player playing a deck, even for 15, 20, or 30 games, is not remotely a reasonable statistical sample size, and you can't draw data-driven conclusions from games that just one person is playing. Which is one of the reasons why when I do those very data-driven roundups weekly as we track the Pokemon Pocket metagame on my YouTube channel, I'm looking at thousands of players playing hundreds of matches inside of tournaments. because those are the types of samples that you need to be like, okay, from a data perspective, these look powerful. All right, we've got our Dialga lead here, but they've got Licky Licky potentially gearing up in the background, which is probably better than Yan Mega in the pseudo mirror match, because Licky Licky does 100 guaranteed, and then it flips a coin until they hit tails, doing 40 more for each head. So it's a coin flip to deal 140, which clears Yan Mega in one go. The immersive Dialga is gorgeous, yes. Yeah, we hit about statistically average on our packs today, meaning we're mostly functionally complete in the 2 packs now, which is nice. Now, one thing we have going for us here, there is the cursed creature that is a Licky Licky, is that a noteworthy break point here, i.e. how much damage do we do over the course of a couple of turns, is favorable for us going second. So unless they have a cape here, this metallic turbo is going to crack this for 30, putting them to 120. And then Yan Mega is queued up here to deal 120 on our bench. So having the first energy advantage was a big deal in this game. Is if they don't have a potion or a cape or a blue, we're going to get to swap up to here and knock this out before they really get to develop their board fully. Okay, and there's the cape. So the cape suddenly makes this logistically more difficult for us. Because I don't know that we're going to be able to power through this. So what's our sequence to win the game from here? We gotta knock out 2 of their things. It's a shame I don't have a cape of my own, because if I had a cape of my own, Yan Mega would only go down to 2 hits from Licky Licky. You can coin flip the Licky Licky back, is true. I think it's energy here, metallic turbocharge this. Do I want to Geo this turn? So an interesting thought here is I could Geo this turn, and then I can Dawn with the heavy impact to clean this next turn is kind of appealing. So let's go ahead and do this. I'm using the Giovanni this turn, so that way next turn I have the option to crack for 100 and finish this, because Dawn is also a supporter. You can only play 1 supporter per turn. So we're playing the Giovanni proactively, so I have the option to go, okay, Dawn, finish this on the following turn. Around the bend, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. Lex says, thanks for the prime. So I don't really want to Mew the Dialga, because whatever I put up here is going to go down to a heads from Licky Licky. That's quite the way to have to phrase that, huh? It's going to go down to a heads from Licky Licky. All right. We hit the cape. The cape is a great draw. So the cape means I could go ahead and put this up to 160. Well, do I think maybe I stay on the Dawn plan, Because if I put this on here, they could put their other Dialga up, which would not be good. I think I do this to force them to put the Licky Licky in, I think is the line. I think we stick to this because them feeling compelled to put this up and clear this means the Yanmega gets to get it on the back crack. Oh, you know, I'm probably supposed to put this other Yanma out too to be able to work to a Yanmega. And then once we tag the Licky Licky for 120, there's only 6 cards in my deck, and one of them is a Cyrus. So once this gets damage marked on it, we're gonna have, you know, 1 in 6 and then 1 in 5 to be able to clean them out. Yes, and they could use the Licking Fury and hit the low probability odds of hitting 2 heads in a row, which would clear the Yanmega. But I think we've positioned ourselves. Oh, yeah. Okay, now they're 50% to get us because they have a Sabrina. Slinth Rabbit, thanks to the rabbit. This is one of those spots, you know, there's been a lot of discussion about Sabrina versus Cyrus, and Cyrus is a similar effect. And this is a spot where my opponent only won this game because they had Sabrina instead of Cyrus. So that was close. We positioned ourselves down to a 50-50. I don't think I had any agency to play around that there, right? Oh, wait. You know what? And this is a thought, and this is, you cannot, if you want to get better at card games, you cannot focus on your opponent winning their coin flips. You have to focus on things you could have done different. You know what I could have done different to play around to Sabrina there? There was a second Dialga in my deck. I could have used Pokemon communication to try and swap the Yanma or the second Mew in my hand for a Dialga. And if I would have pulled the second Dialga out of my deck, I would have had something on my bench I could have Sabrina'd into that would have survived 1 hits from the Licky Licky. So those are one of those spots where, like, it's really easy to hyper focus on the coin that happened that didn't break in our favor, but you're never going to be able to control all the variant stuff in a card game. Or Cape on the Mew. So, Cape on the Mew doesn't change anything because then my active Yanmega dies in 1 hit to the Licky Licky as well. So that doesn't change it. The Cape on my what's it called is correct because it makes them have the Sabrina. But then I could have played around the Sabrina. I could have played around the Sabrina by digging for the Dialga. This was a fun game. Opponent navigated that game well. I made a small mistake at the end. I do not have 2 capes in this deck now. We're playing 1 cape and 1 Rocky Helmet. We're going second here. Notable that we don't have a Dialga yet, but we do have a Professor's Research, so not unreasonable probability to draw into it here. Not only are there 2 copies of Dialga in my deck, but there's also 2 copies of Pokeball, which is 50% to get Dialga, because there's 4 basics total in my deck. Why are we playing 2 copies of Mew? I mean, this game is a great example of why having more copies of Mew is good. Mew is a decent lead Pokemon that you can hide behind to have take damage while you build up a Yanmega in the games where you don't have Dialga. With the addition of Pokemon Communication to Pokemon Pocket as a game now as well, having multiple copies of a card like this is also less punishing because you can swap it into your deck for something else. All right, I would like a Dialga, and with the Yanma draw, the Pokeballs are even more likely to find Dialga. Perfect. We just found it just like that. Attach an energy here, and then next turn we'll be able to leaf this out. Sounds great. I think I'm waiting on this other bench slot for now. I might want it to be a second Dialga, given the option. Come on, Lee. Yeah, they're going after Yanmega here. That's unfortunate. Or Yanma, I should say. So, let's leave. Them getting a knockout on this is actually a pretty big deal because it means that they're only going to need to clear one of my EX Pokemon to win the game from here. Where I want to put the energy there. I wish I had the Yanmega in hand. It would make an easy choice on here, but without it, I don't think we can. We went 5-2 and finished top 16 in the tournament we played yesterday with Blastoise. I think Tauros is worse positioned in the new metagame if Darkrai and Weavile are going to be popular. Because Darkrai and Weavile both don't get knocked out by a Tauros with Geo. Oh, you know what? Did I mess up? I think I messed up. I think I was supposed to Dawn and take this knockout. I think I was supposed to Dawn and take this knockout. Dawn would have let me push this energy from here on up. I think it's probably fine, especially with the Cyrus in hand. I think we Cyrus this back up next turn after they retreat it and take our first knockout point with Metallic Turbo, and then we put 2 energies on here, and then this Dialga cleans up, I think is the game plan. Oh, they have Cape. Yeah, I messed up big. Messed up real big, gamers. Unless they keep kicking. Okay, them choosing to kick again is kind of them messing up back. Dawn is so... I think Dawn's the card I undervalued the most so far in this set. I was expecting her to be playable, but she has felt incredibly, incredibly good. Any consideration for Giovanni Turbo Kill It? Yeah, maybe that was better. Yeah, that was probably better. Yeah, I think we're actually dead to the Marshadow now, right? Because I didn't do that. We could Mew with the Giovanni. Yeah, that's probably the line. Now that I've made a mistake, I definitely should have Geo'd last turn. But yeah, Giovanni adds 10, and then this is weak to Psychic, which adds 20. Is there any reason to Rocky Helmet? I don't think so. I guess Rocky... No, I should Rocky Helmet, because Rocky Helmet will deal 20 back to the Mars Shadow, which means Mew's weakness clears it back. So we are going to lose to a copy of Cyrus, because Cyrus would let them pull up the Dialga. So we're losing that either way. But now if they don't have Cyrus, they can't just put this up unless they have a cape. So we're dead to Shadow plus Cyrus, but other than that, we're in the clear here, I think. Once they research, I think that's... Well, it's not checkmate necessarily, because they can pull the Mars Shadow out, but if they leave the Mars Shadow up, they're dead without a cape. So I think they have to pivot here. Oh, Giovanni would have done it too because of the Lucario. Yeah. I forgot about the Lucario. Okay, so now they lose. I forgot this was dealing 120. And now Genome Hacking clears this because of the Rocky Helmet with the weakness. If they Cyrus, you sack Yanma. No, Cyrus lets you pick which Pokemon you're grabbing. It's not Sabrina. So it's more restrictive. The Pokemon has to have damage on it, but you get to pick. This deck list feels just as clean in practice as the Theory Craft. Dialga ramping up Yanmega and Mew both feels really consistent getting big attackers online, and in the games where Dialga doesn't show up, Mew frontlining to get Yanmega going has been pretty serviceable. We need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We'll hang out and chat, and I'm going to pedal while that happens. We're going to play this deck for one more segment, and then I think we'll move along to the next thing. Appreciate everybody hanging out here for the early morning crew. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube live stream, consider tapping the like button. We've got 800 people over there and only 300 like button pressers so far. I think we can pump that up. Is Melmetal not good enough anymore? Melmetal's a different build, so we'll definitely try a Melmetal build at some point. But Melmetal encouraged you to play more single knockout point Pokemon, whereas this build is all EXs, was the idea behind it. Any thoughts on Budding Expeditioner? I think Budding Expeditioner is generally not a very good card. I also think with the addition of things like Rocky Helmet and Cape and Pokemon Communication, I just don't have room to play something like that. Like I would be shocked if Budding Expeditioner felt better than any of the 6 one-of utility cards I'm already playing. Yeah, I think Dialga Melmetal plays Skarmory, and Skarmory's probably a very good card. Ackberry, thank you for the 11 months. We'll probably try that today at some point as well. If you like the Cape Helmet split, yeah, I mean, they're both powerful cards that win games the other doesn't. I don't know that we're going to get to Gallade today. We'll definitely play Lucario at some point, but I would be shocked if Gallade is good. Or more specifically, if Gallade's better than the other fighting options, so that's not going to be a card I focus on testing early. Unfortunately, I think I missed on Luxray number 2. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I missed on Luxray number 2. So, not going to be able to do. Not going to be able to do Vulcaner stuff today. Let's check our Wonder Picks before we jump on into the next game. If one shows up in there, we'll spew some points trying to grab it. Looking for, like, Full Art, Garchomp. I think the second Luxray is one of the few mechanical cards I'm still missing a second copy of. Yeah, doesn't look like anything I need in here. Tournament we're playing in today starts at noon, so it's about 4.5 hours from now. The Elite Stellar opener. We have First Energy Advantage. We have Dialga. Ooh, is this a Manaphy deck? Palkia, probably Manaphy in there too. Haven't played this matchup yet. Curious to see how it plays. Us having Dialga lead to them not having Manaphy probably favors us. Misty, scary as always. Akbari, thank you for the 11 months. Well, I guess we'll take a mulligan then. We'll remain curious about the matchup. Yep, doesn't tell me anything. Any luck with Wonder Picks? Negative. I have 1 in 13 in Wonder Picks over the last 24 hours. Anecdotally, Lucario's been the most common deck we've played against today. Dialga, 50%? Unlucky. It's definitely just charge the Yanmega Eggle in the absence of Dialga. So they'll go first energy, punch us, we'll go second energy, they'll go second energy, punch us, we'll switch, we'll clear. This kind of back and forth where you hear me talk out how the energies and damage are lining up on both sides. This is the type of forward thinking you want to have in pocket. A lot of the time, you can kind of predict what your opponent's going to be doing in their output range, cards that they could have access to. And I think because I have this Dialga late, we're actually just in on the Yanmega plan. So if they go Lucario, crack for 60, or Lucario, crack for 80, getting to clear the Lucario next turn, it would be a big deal, because then the Mars Shadow doesn't have energy on it yet. And this thing has Revenge, so you want to ideally knock out your things while they don't have energy on it. So them needing to put 2 energy on here puts them behind on this when the Yanmega gets to jump up front here. So this is that timing that I counted back and forth on the first turn to decide what we were doing lines up exactly how we want here because we have this copy of Leaf that lets us retreat Mew for free. It's one of the reasons why effects like Leaf and X-Speed are so powerful in this game. Being able to just be like, oh, by the way, this is kind of an extra free energy is quite strong. And now we just get Air Slashing, and probably nothing in their deck, unless they're on Aerodactyl EX, survives an Air Slash. So it's just like 1, 2, 3, we're going to cut them down. There's a good chance this is a checkmate situation. Let's see Sabrina. That's true. I don't have another Leaf, so if they have a Sabrina or a Cyrus, they could tempo us a little bit. Is a possibility. Them pulling this CD to discarded energy means we can't spend that energy to retreat. Okay, this is a potential out for them. Oh, I guess Cape means it's not though. So their line here is find another Mankey and hit me for 70 again, but the Cape pushes me up to 90, so that should just be the recheck bait. The opponent was in a tough spot, and they found the sequence that could maybe give them the out. If they would have had another Mankey plus an X speed, they could have cleared the Yan Mega, but we have Cape to lock them. Without any energy on board, this is the 0%er for them at this point. I would be absolutely floored if they have any basic Pokemon that survive a 120 or a 130 with the Geo. How would you improve the Gyarados matchup with a deck like this? You don't. You just accept that you're going to die to Gyarados. The thing that will remain true from last season is that if you can't attack things on the bench, your Gyarados Druddigon matchup is probably pretty scuffed. The things you have to accept in card games is you can't have a good or even serviceable matchup anywhere. You know, there's like a dozen plus decks people play in Pokemon Pocket on the regular. You're not going to be good into all of them. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Gyarados is a bit worse in the metagame overall. So, hopefully it's just a little bit less popular than it was last season. We'll see how the tournament metas shake out here. Second, and we have Dialga to start. Lovely. I'm gonna wait on playing a bench Pokemon out because they're a fighting deck, which means they could have Kickmonlee. Gibble Gaming. Is the Mewtwo deck completely over? What are the top decks now? Absolutely anyone who's going to try and tell you what the top decks are barely a day after the game released either doesn't know what they don't know or they're trying to sell you something. In either case, you should be skeptical of the information they're giving you. I know it's not exciting to be told we need to wait and see, but that's the answer. We'll have our first small, somewhat idea of like what's potentially good once we have, you know, thousands of players duke it out in tournaments this weekend. But like even given that, it's gonna take a couple of weeks for things to settle down. Jeff, you're disappearing. Have you lost more weight? No, I've been pretty solid at about 170 for the last couple of months now. I just cut the hair and trimmed the beard so the weight loss becomes a little more noticeable when I do that. Although I guess it depends on how long it's been. Last year I lost 50 pounds. I was 225 at the start of 2024, and I was 170 by the end of it. So if it's been a minute, yes, there is significantly less of me than at the start of last year. I also started regularly doing some gym exercises about midway through last year, so there's slightly more muscular mass in that weight. It's like slightly, a little bit. What's my height? I'm a little over 6 foot. So Garchomp notably has 140 HP. So Yanmega doesn't clear that in one. Garchomp lets them discard a card every turn 2 to draw a card. So lets them get churn in here a little bit. We're caping the Gibble. Do I just start taking knockout points? I think I want to just start taking knockout points. I think it's... So just thinking about the turns, I think I go energy here, leaf this back, take a knockout. They put Garchomp up, hit this to 140. I retreat this back, metallic turbo the Garchomp, put energy back on here, put this down to that. I think that's the sequence. Cynthia, you could lose. Yeah, maybe. I mean, Cyrus? That's close. Chomp could run us down. There are permutations that allow Chomp to run us down. Cynthia letting Chomp jump up and crack the Yanmega would not be great. Any deck list for Infernape? Yeah, if you look on my YouTube channel, I posted new deck ideas for the format right when the set released, so there's a Infernape deck in there that felt quite good. Is Cynthia necessary for Garchomp? I've been playing one Cynthia on my Garchomp deck, and I've enjoyed it a lot. Should we have caped Yanmega to play around it? Yeah, maybe. So the problem with the cape on the Yanmega, though, is that they have this spirit tube sitting on the bench that would be able to finish it up afterwards anyways, right? So I think we do this now. And then Giovanni with Dialga lets us finish the Chomp next turn. Oh, they just have second Cynthia. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we had any agency to play around that. Yeah, we've been full-time Pokemon Pocket for the last month, been having a lot of fun with it, and as long as we stay at or around my sub goal, that's gonna remain the case as long as Pocket's fun. Playing Pocket has sparked a lot more joy for me than not recently. Does Limitless track players' overall win-loss records for all games recorded in tournaments? Not conveniently. You can click through a history and manually add it up, though. So, like, for example, in the Mythical Island season, I played 145 tournament rounds that were best of 3 on Limitless, and I went 85 and 60, or about a 58% win rate. Which is not bad, considering we mostly play off-meta and often bad things trying to brew. Every single expansion they have released so far for Pokemon Pocket has given me more and more faith and excitement in the Pokemon Pocket team. Just like every time they drop new cards, I'm like, man, the range of designs here feel and look incredible. It feels like they've done a really solid job of adding depth to the gameplay without just like power creeping and making numbers huge. I think Pokemon Pocket's trading system is very close to being very reasonable if they give players adequate amounts of trade tokens. I think you change absolutely nothing about the existing trade system other than making sure players have a steady flow of tokens from a source, and it's probably fine. But they need to give probably like 1,000 to 1,500 tokens a month. Yeah, I think if you get 1,000 plus tokens a month from incidentally logging in, the trade system is fine. But as is, having to destroy cards to get them is not good. All right, Ms. Magius puts Confusion down, which gives us a 50%er to brick our attack, which is not great, but we're kind of committed. Also, first time I see the animations, very slick. Am I powering up Dialga, the other Dialga? I think I am. Another question is, am I caping here to play around a Geo? I think I'm caping to play around a Geo. It's close, though. Go. It could also be right here to put these energies on Mew to like slide this around to be able to hit them with their own Confusion next turn. The people talking about trading being bad because it forces a social component, I know that many of you, even myself included, would prefer for that to not be the case, but like, just so we're clear, the trading feature forcing you to use a social component is 100% a feature, not a bug. Encouraging people to have to interact with and engage with other people that play their game makes people play these games longer. So I agree with you. It's inconvenient and annoying, but it's also very explicitly intentional. So 4th energy here means this is only dealing 110, so we're in an okay spot here. So we get to go ahead and clear the Ms. Magius. I'm going to play out this other Mew to play around a copy of Sabrina. Feels like we're in an okay spot here. So they can't just put the Jinx up because it doesn't clear the Dialga, and the Dialga clears it on the backswing. Jinx does 30 plus 20 per energy. So again, to the people who are talking about it needs a component to let you be social in game, that's not the point. They want you to know other people in real life touching grass to play, because having in-person friend groups that play the game together keeps everybody playing longer. It creates social pressure. So again, predatory, annoying, obnoxious, yes, but people acting like that's a bug and not a feature, it's 100% a feature from the developer side. Zero percent they ever, 0% they ever, Marty, I saw some people kind of eating the onion. Just for clarity, the Discord server that looks like it's an official Pokemon Pocket Discord server is not official. The developers for this game do not directly interact with the community in any way. This is not Second Dinner and Marvel Snap. So that survey that's being passed around is not remotely official unless you're seeing it linked in client. It's just people in the community trying to collect things, and then they're gonna send them somewhere. And I don't know, maybe they're gonna send it somewhere and they're gonna look at it, but I would expect zero direct communication. That's not how most games devs work. Pokemon Pocket does not have a ranked mode, and I hope it never does. Talking about systems that are intentionally designed to do specific things, ranked modes in most modern games aren't designed to measure skill. They're designed to encourage you to play the game more. And one of the things I really like about Pokemon Pocket, as someone who has 3 small children, has lots of things going on the days where I'm not streaming, I don't always have time to play Pokemon Pocket. So it's great that on the days where I don't have time to play, I can just log in and open 2 booster packs in 60 seconds, and bingo, bango, boom, I'm done with all my missions for the day. I don't have to sit there and grind for 30 or 45 minutes or an hour doing missions. I don't have to keep up with this ranked thing. There's no treadmill that I'm being kept on. That's how people lose interest in the game, though. It's actually the opposite. While ladders drive a ton of engagement in the short term, adding lots of chores that make people constantly grind a game even when they don't enjoy it causes an incredible amount of player burnout in the long run. So yes, it'll make like the super invested players play a bunch, but a lot of people stop playing games like this because they can't keep up. Try the light. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that generosity. Touching grass at an IRL Pokemon TCG Pocket meetup sounds nice. Yeah, I agree. That sounds anecdotal, though. No, it's not remotely anecdotal. Players regularly attritioning out because they got ground down by a ranked system is something that happens in basically every game. It's not even just ranked system. It's just like chores in general. Ranked systems are just the most common way these games implement their chores, is like the TLDR. So what are we doing here? They could just fragrance trap me again, and I could just top deck another leaf. This gets to pull my basic to the active spot. every single time. I think I do this and just play to the out of drawing another leaf and winning the game. I like how I can take my time to, like, articulate my position and talk about how these things work and the effects that they'll have, and some really confident chatter will just be like, "Nuh-uh, you're wrong, it's good." And it's like, well, my dear mouth-breathing YouTube chatter, if you wanted to, like, talk about why you feel I'm wrong, or give a discussion about it, that would be one thing. But just, like, being, "Nuh-uh, I'm wrong," after, like, I took the courtesy of, like, fully explaining myself is very silly. Xandar, thank you for the brand new tier 1 sub. So it's not that you can't disagree with me. It's that, like, if you're gonna disagree with me, do me the courtesy of, like, articulating yourself after I did you the courtesy of doing the same. Alright, we didn't top deck the leaf, so we just have to give up the Dialga here. Noteworthy breakpoint, if they have a second Erica, it only gets this up to 120. We did play some Garchomp yesterday. I'm planning to play a Garchomp Greninja deck in the noon tournament today. If you can't unsee a ranked ladders as a maze, you're just lost in the maze. Yep. I mean, ranked ladder systems are a really good psychologically manipulative tool. They allow people who play games an incredible amount to feel like they're good at those games. And for people who aren't super familiar with how these style of modern games work with ranked ladders, I say feel good as opposed to actually being good at the games, because ranked ladders don't measure skill. Because a ranked ladder that truly measures skill discourages you from playing the game. Because at a certain point, if you start losing more ranking than you get for winning, it becomes optimal to stop playing and sit on your rank. Yeah, I think that's what it comes down to a lot of the time. A lot of the time when people talk about, oh, I want ranked in a game, what they actually mean is, I want more free rewards in the game. Which is fine. It's fine to want more free stuff, but just, like, do me the decency of calling the spade a spade and acknowledge that you don't want ranked, you want more free stuff. And I actually think that's another one of these systems that Pokemon Pocket has actually implemented incredibly well and incredibly cleanly. I think the PvP events that we've had are such a great way to, like, give you a nominal incentive to, like, play some games on occasion and also give you more free stuff. Or people just like competing. But again, that's where the psychological and not understanding it comes in that I'm talking about. A system where the person who, but again, this is the people, everybody commenting in chat, I want to compete, I want to know how good I am compared to my friends. A ranked ladder doesn't do that. Oh, I could have, I'm going to chalk that one up to talking in chat. I should have Giovanni'd. Yeah. And then we probably win the game. A ranked ladder just tells you played more than your friends. A system where a person who wins 100 games at a 60% win rate is going to be ranked lower than someone that wins 55% games in 55% in 2 or 300 games isn't really a competitive system. It just told you who ran on the hamster wheel for longer. Yeah, the common questions like this, Starvin' One, are going to come up a whole lot more during times like this when there's more people around. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with a system if you enjoy just a system that measures you playing more. But again, a system that measures you playing more is not a true skill-based ranked system. Even take League of Legends, for example. Games like League of Legends are the closest thing to having skill-based matchmaking that truly, or not skill-based, but skill-based ranking systems. And even those games have to implement decay in your ranking because otherwise people sit on their ranks for forever and never play. And like for example, there are lots of examples in both Paper Pokemon and Paper Magic: The Gathering ranking systems where we lost this game because I missed the Giovanni. In both Paper Pokemon and Paper Magic, they used true ELO-based ranking systems for their competitive circuits, and they all moved away from it because it caused people to stop playing the game. They all stopped. Okay, I missed the Giovanni, but for people that are only paying attention at the end here while I'm talking, I only had 1 knockout point, and I only had 2 energy on my Yanmega, and my Mew couldn't attack with a metal energy. So I missed the Giovanni. If we Giovanni, we win the game. At the end there, I had no lines. We needed a Giovanni the Executor. But again, when it comes down to I want ranking because of this, a lot of the things people say they want a rank system for, it doesn't actually do. Rank systems are good for 2 things. They are good for measuring who plays the game the most and for giving you free stuff. What's a true ELO? So ELO is the ranking system that chess tends to use. And it basically, you gain rating or lose rating based on winning or losing in proportion to the rating of the other person you played against. And the problem with systems that use that to measure your ranking is that you hit a high enough rating at a certain point where the chance of you gaining more than the chance of you losing means you don't play anymore, because it's game theory optimal to sit on the ranking you've achieved, because on average you're going to go down more than you go up. You hit a point where you're like, okay, if I win, I'm likely to go up by this much, and if I lose, I'm likely to go down by this much, so it's optimal for me to just not play. Because on average, playing lowers my rating. Having true ELO-based systems created weird incentive in paper tournaments where, like, people above a certain rating get, like, invited to Worlds or a Pro Tour tournament. So you'd have people, like, join a tournament and they'd be 3-0 or 4-0 in the tournament, which meant their rating was above a certain point, and they'd drop the tournament at 3-0 or 4-0. And it's just like, nope. Optimal thing to do, even though I'm still alive to win the tournament and haven't lost, is I need to stop playing. Because if I lose the next round or the next 2 rounds, my ELO drops back down and I don't get to go play at the Pro Tour anymore. I know there's a lot of new people with both the front page and Pocket having a new set. For people who aren't familiar with me, past playing games for many decades, I have a graduate degree in mathematics. I've spent a lot of time studying the ins and outs of these systems, and I understand all the numbers behind them. I played Magic: The Gathering very competitively for a long time. I've top-8'd dozens of tournaments with hundreds and even thousands of players. So this is very much my wheelhouse, and I understand the mechanics of what I'm talking about. Doesn't dropping a tournament count as a loss? Nope. If you want to prove you're better than others, just win some tournaments. See, I'd even go so far as to say just winning a single tournament doesn't even prove you're good. Like, these games have a ton of variance. Mediocre players or good players with mediocre decks, they win tournaments all the time. Having a track record of proven consistency is way more meaningful than randomly spiking one tournament here or there. Do you think Pocket will ever have an official circuit? I think if the community tournaments continue to thrive, I wouldn't be surprised if Pocket's part of Pokemon Worlds next year or the year after. Definitely not this year, but next year or the year after. So again, for folks that are confused about what I'm saying here, because these discussions get muddled because a lot of people don't understand games of variance that also have elements of skill in them. The presence of variance is not the absence of skill. So just because a game like Pokemon Pocket or Poker or Magic or Marvel Snap or Hearthstone has variance elements in it doesn't mean you can't be good at them. What it does mean, however, is that in order to be more confident that you're actually good, you need to be playing more instances of the game. You need a bigger sample size, is the TLDR. And with the Yanmega draw here, I think we Metallic Turbo and drop 2 on here, because then we can clear the Moltres next turn, which is pretty sweet. And my best advice, if you're someone at home who's interested in playing in a tournament and you've never played in a tournament before, is just do it, gamers. The experience is the best teacher. Ranked ladders can also encourage cheating. That's true. There was a controversy on Marvel Snap last season or the season before about people on the ranked ladder buying wins. Which is funny. In a sad sort of way. Alright, so Cyrus here probably means we win this game even through... Cyrus here probably means we win this game even through that heads there. Now, if they have a Sabrina, Tempo Sabrina could get us, but we take our first point here, and then Cyrus lets us grab a card off their bench that has damage on it, and this does. They could have a cape or a potion to let this survive is noteworthy. Most Pokemon Pocket tournaments are run on limitlesstcg.com. That's where the tournament I'll be running tomorrow is being hosted. Speaking of good competitive outlets. But I'm probably trying to noodle on, can they power through this Yanmega? But you crack it for 120 so quickly. This breakpoint's also super relevant. It's what I hadn't thought about before. The fact that the Metallic Turbo tapped the Moltres, then get it into range of Yanmega is really good here. That starting 30 also softening it up so we can Cyrus it back down the line. Also very potent. So there's Cyrus. We get to grab this up, and 2 knockout points when we clear their EX here. I'm not saying ranked systems are good for games. I'm saying that ranked systems typically do measure skill and only sometimes are dependent on participation. Could you give me an example of any card game, preferably more than one, that measures skill? Because Hearthstone doesn't, Magic Arena doesn't, Runeterra didn't, Marvel Snap doesn't. None of the big ones do. I'm not saying they don't exist. But I am saying none of the popular ones I've ever played with use an actual ELO MMR ranking system and don't just measure how much you play. Can you give me even a single example of a remotely popular one? Preferably, I would like more examples than all the ones I just listed that aren't, but... yeah. All right, speaking of competition, Pokemon Pocket is actually the most competitive new digital card game to release in a very long time, in large part, not entirely, because of its thriving community tournament scene. Did you know 7 days a week you could jump in and play a Pokemon Pocket tournament on Limitless? And tournaments are one of the best ways to be competitive because you can't just play lots of games. When you lose enough, you're out in the tournament. And this Saturday, tomorrow morning, myself and another content creator, Spraggles, we're gonna be hosting our very first tournament that I've hosted personally alongside him. And we've got 1,500 USD worth of pricing. Got a couple of sponsors that are putting some stuff up. We've got some cash. This tournament is free to enter. A lot of these tournaments are free to enter. So if you want to compete for some meaningful stuff in Pokemon Pocket tomorrow, be sure to check this link out on Limitless. We still got spaces to sign up. We're going to cap at 2,000 players. We broke the 1,000 player mark. There's still plenty of space to jump on in. I posted the link in both the chats for that. All right, I'm going to throw this Dialga deck up here. We're going to take a quick break to roll some Twitch ads. When we get back from the Twitch ads, I think we're going to build and play a little bit of Lucario as the next new thing to explore. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. You're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Almost 1,000 people over there and only 600 button pressers so far. I think we can pump that up. All right, 2 minutes of cardio and then I'm standing up. How did Legend work in Hearthstone? Wasn't that a way to show you were a top player? Legend in Hearthstone was the same as all these other systems. How much you played was really important. The people at the top of Legend were playing a lot of Hearthstone. They're all a grind. They're all a grind. Are you in favor of open deck lists in tournament? I think open deck lists in tournaments is way more skill testing, so I prefer it personally. Hey, T, thank you for re-upping that Prime for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Yeah, nobody's saying that, though, Marcius. We're not saying true skill measuring systems don't exist. We're saying the incentive for them to exist and to be put into games like Pokemon Pocket is not there. So these types of games don't implement them. So, yes, you can actually be like, well, they could design that. They could. But they don't because those types of systems discourage you from playing. Hey, Garchomp can be saved somehow. We're going to play Garchomp in a tournament today. It's one of the reasons I've got my dragon shirt on. I don't know. Maybe we'll crash and burn. But I plan to play these 20 cards in our afternoon tournament today. Should be fun. Our Garchomp, Dragonite, Dragapult here. Team Dragon on the back. Some official Pokemon merch. My wife and I attended Pokemon Worlds in London in 2022 and picked it up from the Pokemon Center there. Did you choose this deck because of Full Art Cynthia? No, I'd locked it in before we opened the Cynthia this morning, but she certainly didn't hurt. I want to make it really clear, Aura, that a ranked system measuring skill has nothing to do with how much variance the game itself has. It has to do with how the ranked system is designed and whether or not it rewards playing more versus winning more. Generally speaking, any system where you don't lose significantly more points for losing than you gain from winning is just going to measure how much you play. Check our Wonder Picks real quick. You think Gyarados is the best deck? I think we absolutely do not know what the best deck is after the new expansion is released. Yeah, one of the other things too, and this is something that doesn't get mentioned enough when people talk about ranked in Pokemon Pocket, is ranked ladders because most ranked ladders measure how many games you play. Ranked ladders don't even encourage you to play the best decks. They encourage you to play a deck that's best in proportion to how quickly it wins. So if Pokemon Pocket had a ranked ladder, there would be a heavy incentive to play decks like Misty Cheese, because if you can win a 3-minute game 52% of the time with a Misty coin flip, that's better than playing a more consistent deck that wins 56% of the time but plays 10-minute games. That's been a real issue in Hearthstone and Magic Arena's ladders at multiple times. Shane Zor, thank you for the primer. To flare my Hitmonchan before we start. For the regulars coming in, we're currently enjoying a little Twitch front page promotion. Awesome to get to show Pocket, my latest favorite card game, to a whole bunch of people. You mentioned underrating Dawn this morning after playing it recently. Anything you feel like you've overrated so far? No, I don't think so. I usually underrate more than overrate. I'm pretty conservative when talking about power levels of cards after doing this for many decades. I think so far in terms of like peaks, most of my ratings have been spot on. I think you should get 1 to 2 hourglasses per win. What do you think? I think that would be an incredibly bad decision. I think making free-to-play players feel like they need to win 800 games a day so they can get a bunch of booster packs is a perfect way to make a bunch of free-to-play players delete Marvel Snap and never come back. Or Pokemon Pocket, sorry. I've been playing Marvel Snap for 2 years. That's my auto-programmed response when we talk about games. One of the things people don't understand about these types of games is that adding more free rewards that you expect players to achieve isn't free. It means that you eventually, the way human psychology works, when people can't collect every free reward, they don't just say, I'm just going to be happy with the ones I have time to get. What they're going to say is, I can't keep up and I'm going to stop playing. Which is, again, one of the reasons why Pokemon Pocket's core systems are so good, is because they don't require a lot of grind. You can log in, open your 2 booster packs, do a wonder pick, takes 90 seconds, 60 seconds, and move on with your life. You can play a bunch of games on the days where you have time to play a bunch of games, and you can skip playing games on the days where you don't. Long daily missions, or I have quit many mobile games. Yep. You are far from the only one. Alright. Hitmonchan with Lucario into Palkia is actually a pretty solid set of breakpoints for us, yeah? So even going first here, Lucario gives us Fighting Coach, which lets us hit for 20 more, which means this clears 150 in 3 hits. So next turn, I'm going to get to X-Speed this out, put Hitmonchan up, evolve, and start crunching for 50 every single turn here. Notable thing that you wouldn't want to mess up here is that Riolu has a retreat cost of 1, while this has a retreat cost of 2. So let's retreat before we evolve. As we draw the second communication, I will say one thing I'm not certain of in this Lucario build is how many Pokemon communication is correct. I'm very confident that we want 2 communication in stage 2 decks. I'm less confident how many are optimal in these decks that only want to fish up a stage 1. That being said, Lucario is obviously very important to have, so communication lets us have it more consistently. So even with Misty hitting a bunch of heads here, it feels like we're kind of in an okay spot, yeah? Because I get to put an energy on here. So long as they don't have a Sabrina or a Cyrus, we get to clear this Palkia next turn. Although I suppose if they have Greninja, we're going to be in trouble. We dodge a Greninja. We need to dodge Greninja and Sabrina. Okay. Oh, the splash damage plus the Rocky helmet actually means we die to the Frogadair next turn. Unlucky. This was such a close game considering they had first energy advantage and we bricked. Unfortunate. If their Misty hadn't hit, we would have cleaned them out. Hey, howdy dowdy. Good morning, good morning. We're going first again. Annoying. Can we lead Mars Shadow so this doesn't take hits if we don't have to? We also have 2 of them. Nice. This is Hitmonchan's exactly what we were looking for. Ideally, we find an X speed next turn. So we'll do this, and then if we find XP, we can start cracking for 50 right away, which is huge. Yeah, folks commented we did roll past our full-time Pokemon Pocket sub goal. So, super excited to hit that. I've been loving Pocket a ton. This is going to be our primary focus here on stream, as long as it's sweet and we stay at or around those 2,200 points. So for people that aren't familiar with how these Twitch measures work, I know some people just have goals that count up. This is a rolling current total. So you're going to see that number go up and down as subscriptions fall off. It basically tracks like subscriptions for the last 30 days, essentially. Aura, thank you for the brand new Prime. Speaking of it going up, appreciate that support. Systems. It again comes back down to that feeling forced to engage with the game in ways that you aren't going to have fun with. I wonder if we don't have enough Pokemon for our 2 copies of Communicator. Definitely felt light so far. I gotta double check. I think we're only on 9 or 10. That might be light, a little bit light. What happened to the Pokemon Unite stream? So Pokemon Unite, he says as he draws the Communicator. Pokemon Unite was a game that I enjoyed playing for a little bit, but the content metrics for it were never very good. It's not a game that was sustainable in terms of being a job, and making videos here on the internet is how I feed my children and put a roof over their head, so prioritizing games that can do that is something I need to do. We need to throw this back and dig for a basic here. V-Ball, thanks for the brand new primer, and Shane Zor as well. I think we're just X-speeding here and taking a crack. If they don't have their Lucario right away, we threaten to clear this. And if they do have Lucario right away, they don't kill the Hitmonchan, and we'll have time to build up Marshadow in the back. Okay, so we're gonna have some hot Marshadow on Marshadow action here. I get to Hitmonchan, take a point, and then they put up Marshadow, and then my Marshadow clears their Marshadow. Yo, dog. Oh, they have Cyrus to break the parity here. That's such a huge deal. Yeah, and then they have their Gallade built up in the back. I don't know that we have a line from here. This does so much damage. Yeah, I think that's just checkmate for us from here. Our build of the fighting deck is definitely smaller, which gives these ones that are going bigger a little bit more power when they come together consistently. If you're trying to join the Hooglandia tournament that we were talking about and you can't find the code, that's you telling on yourself as not having read the tournament participant requirements details. You should make sure to read that whole section so that way you know what you're responsible for on the day of the tournament. Not only does it detail the code, but it details other expectations. I think we're dead. I could clear the Mars Shadow with my Mars Shadow and a Geo and take my second point, but I don't think I have the means to clear the back from there is the problem. Their Gallade here clears everything I have in one at this point, yeah. And they're already on 1 point. Oh, they played Lucario, which has a retreat cost of 2. Them playing the Lucario means if they don't have X speed or Leaf, there's a line here. They haven't played either of those cards yet, though, so could go either way. But we have a sequence to win here. They have cards that could get them through it, but we're no longer just dead on board with the Lucario being played. So this has a retreat cost of 2. So if they have a way to reduce that, they get back out and pick up their last point. But otherwise, we got them. And again, it's very common for decks to play 1 to 3 copies of cards that reduce their retreat cost. So it's very possible they have it, and this evolution is safe for them. Yeah, and there's the X speed. So not surprised to see that happen, but we had a line to play to. Yeah, it was a good. I like the fighting decks a lot. They have a lot of back and forth, and there's a lot of single knockout points. Usually, there's a lot of choices to make, which I enjoy. GG opponent. That was off a pretty clunky start for us too, where they had first energy advantage. Yeah, we're only playing 9 Pokemon in here. That's probably not enough to play 2 Communicator. Yeah, do we just, like, still play a Duck to have a 3rd aggressive lead? I don't hate that. You could play Leaf as well. I don't just hate having more utility. I kind of like that, actually. I like the idea, speaking of cards that let you retreat easier, I like the idea of playing a Leaf, because Lucario has a retreat cost of 2. All right, I need to run to the restroom really quick. I'm going to tap our ad break. We're a couple minutes early. We can tap it early. We're going to play some more of this when we return. I appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Watch on the YouTube side, tap the like button. BRB. When does the tournament start? Tournament starts at noon Central, which is in about 3.5 hours. It's currently 8:30 Central where I live. Yeah, there's a ton of utility cards you can play now. The Communicator, the Leaf, the Cyrus, the Sabrina, the Giovanni, all of these could be like capes or Rocky helmets too. Are very, very reasonable Pokemon pocket cards to be playing. King Jude. We have a burst energy advantage here to get jabbing with Hitmonchan ASAP. Yes, the tournament's going to have a full broadcast tomorrow. You can watch it on Twitch, on my channel, and on YouTube at Spraggle's channel. He's going to be my co-commentator / co-host. Tournament's going to kick off at 10 a.m. Central, so the broadcast will start right about then. Shadow and Riolu here, like actual perfects on the research. We get to go ahead and poke this with a jab, and then if they don't heal this or retreat it out, we find Lucario, we can clear it next turn for 50. Let's go dig in here. We got 2 shots at Lucario with this. And then if we miss, like we did, oof. So there's 5 Pokemon in my deck, and 2 of them are Lucario. So we can Communicator. We've got a 40% chance to find the Lucario here. Oh, that's so unfortunate. If they have their EX Marowak here, we're gonna be in trouble. I needed the Lucario in order to beat the Marowak. A lot of bricked draws. Oh, maybe we were supposed to Cyrus instead. Oh, they don't. Sweet. Okay, they don't have their EX, so we bricked, but they did as well. Both sides missing here gives us a real game. Swap out our Hitmons. Crack of the Geodude. Oh, you know, maybe I should have used the Leaf because I didn't play another supporter this turn. Battle of the Bricks, yep. Or putting a little salty about Kick Bodley. Could be, could be. Totodile homie. Thanks for being a homie with the support. I appreciate the 5 gifted subs. It's very generous of you. Good morning, good morning. Are you going to make a budget decks video? Probably not. Content focused around budget decks doesn't seem to perform particularly well. I guess we'll put an energy on, but it looks like our opponent is AFK'd. They're gonna disappear in a second.
What up, Chad?
I did see the Dark Magnezone Zek on the Discord. We'll probably do that at some point today. I have Magnezones cracked.
Oh, I'm like, why are you wiggling so much?
Yeah, opponent did not return.
I did not realize you were on the pedal chair.
Did you find anything good to do with Fire Monkey? Yeah, and it's definitely not Moltres. I think Moltres with Infernape is bait. If you look in my new deck ideas video that I posted Wednesday night / Thursday morning, there's an Infernape deck in there that worked really well. There'll be a formal deck highlight on it in a little while. Probably over the weekend.
What's your favorite deck now that we have new cards?
They made Blastoise better, so I like Blastoise. He's my big turtle.
Turtle. But that's not what you're playing.
It's not. No, we're playing different stuff. We have the Riolu here. Actually, you know what? I think we chill on the Marshadow potentially because we might want to communicate it into a what's it called? Well, into a Hitmonlee now since they're Drudagoning. I went 5-2 in the tournament we played with Blastoise and finished in the top 16 players.
Playing another tournament today? When
Yep.
does it start?
Noon start.
That sounds fun.
We're gonna play Garchomp today.
Chomp chomp. Oh, that was your favorite Pokemon Unite character.
He was. That's why we got the Garchomp shirt on.
Aw.
Okay, so we've got 2 Pokeballs
I can't
here.
even see the Garchomp.
That's true. Garchomp's a little buried. He's down there though. I would like a Kickmonlee, please, deck. There's the Kickmonlee. Then we've got the X speed here to shuffle out our lead. And we could just be like nice Rocky Helmet Drudagon. So Drudagon's ability is the same as Rocky Helmet. They both deal 20 damage back when the active Pokemon takes damage, but Hitmonlee just stretch kicks right on past there. Thanks, Carson. Appreciate it. How have you been enjoying the Candidates of Pocket content while playing in the low-stakes tournaments while you're live? I've liked it a lot. I think the mix of stuff this game has going on seems like a really, really solid amount.
That one's pretty.
That's the immersive Palkia, yep. And this is...
Oh, they have new immersives in the new set?
Yep, 1 immersive per pack.
I want to see it. Can you do it on your opponent's
No,
card?
you can't do it while you're in the game. So
It's cool looking.
I think we just put an energy on Marshadow and kick the Frogadier again. If they have a Greninja, we get into a little bit of trouble here because Greninja plus Palkia Slash clears this. But if they don't have Greninja, I can trade Hitmonlee for the Frogadier, which would be very good for us.
Was there an immersive in the Mew pack?
Yes, Celebi.
Oh. I must have never clicked on it.
Hey, Tuck the Keta, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Yeah, there's the Greninja.
Are we scared?
We are a little scared. So Hitmonlee goes down this turn. Marshadow cracks Palkia for 100. Hopefully we roll. Oh, they're not killing the Hitmonlee. That's interesting. So they left the Hitmonlee alive because Revenge only triggers if they knock it out with an attack. So now they can knock it out with the Pokemon ability next turn, and then I never get to crack for 100. And then unfortunately here, my communication, my research, and both of my Lucarios are just buried in the bottom. Norbs, thanks for the brand new Prime, appreciate it.
Sometimes them's the beats.
Yep.
Carried it down to eat it while I talked to you, but then I thought you'd steal some, so I didn't. Because I didn't want to share.
You did want to share. Well, if you'd bring me a bagel, I'd appreciate
Do
it.
you want the plain or the everything?
Whichever there's more. I don't care.
There's more plain. What kind of cream cheese? We have all those cream cheese.
The pecan. For a game where people complain incessantly about RNG, this game is closer to chess than any other TCG/CCG I've ever played. I completely agree, Oddjumper. Pokemon Pocket is a game where a lot of the plays are face up on the board, and you need to be thinking about 2 to 3 turns ahead. And then the variance elements, whether it's coin flips or card draw, are what make it so the game's not just deterministic. And the coin flips are a pretty important part about keeping Pokemon Pocket fresh. If there weren't coin flips and those key variance elements, games would be functionally over quite regularly. Quite early. As someone who played a lot of backgammon as a child, that's actually a really good comparison, Grexy. It's like halfway between chess and backgammon. There's strategic thinking while playing to the odds. It's a really, really good way to put it. That's a schmishty, speaking of the odds. Shadow clears the Articuno here, which is nice. I think we're just chilling for now. I assume they're gonna like X speed or leaf this out and put this up. Are we sure Lucario's in the deck? Yeah, one of them's even full art. So part of me wants to play this out to play around to Sabrina. Another part of me wants to save it for the Pokemon Communicator. So I think I'm just putting the energy here and we'll force the Riolu up if they Sabrina us. But no, we don't need to Sabrina here. They're gonna Articuno clear this, and then Mars Shadow clears this back, and then we're in an okay spot because they've got no energy on here. Spraggles and I will be co-commentating all of the matches tomorrow. We will have an endless stream of matches with very little downtime. Hello, tiny toddler. I didn't realize you were still home. Yes, Haley.
Went together.
You just put them together like that? Thank you for bringing me my bagel.
No, it just went together like that.
That's okay.
And I walked out.
I can pull it apart.
Daddy.
Yes, Haley.
I'm still in the jammies.
You're still wearing your jammies? Did you have a good sleep? Yeah, big stretch.
For you. Let's just have the
You see the Haley on the screen? All right, so at this...
Hello, chat.
Hello, chat. They are... Chat's pretty all right sometimes.
Chat.
At this point, I think we're actually more interested in a Hitmonlee than a what's it called? They're 3 turns off of attacking with Dragonite, and they're gonna need a second leaf to pull the Drudagon out. So we take the knockout on the Articuno here, and then we're gonna dig for a Hitmonlee next turn, ideally. We have the Communicator to take 1 look plus our draw for the turn. Oh, I suppose we had the Sabrina too. Interesting. Maybe we open on the Communicator here still, because if I hit Lucario, we might pull this up and start cracking it. Yeah.
Daddy, they need 3 for their attacking card.
They do need 3 for their attacking cards. You're so smart. Haley plays Pokemon Pocket too, chat. You win a lot of your games, right? Yeah. Who's your favorite Pokemon Pocket card? Charizard. I thought you would have said Mommy Pony.
I like both of them.
You like both of them?
Mommy Pony and Charizard.
Mommy Pony and Charizard. It's good choices.
And Bulbasaur.
And Bulbasaur. Haley has a whole binder page full of physical Bulbasaur cards.
Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur, I love Bulbasaur. Do you know?
Okay, and we're gonna play this other Riolu out here because ideally. Okay, you can get down. You can go upstairs and play with brother and mom. Oh, you're gonna need a bagel? Good call. Bagels are delicious. Yep. So, even if they have their copy of Leaf here, we're going to be able to, so long as Marshadow lives and something else dies, we can clear this. Speaking of bagels. That'll do, pig. That'll do. I was close. Never doubted us for a second, chap. I think statistically we win that there, right? Like, their odds of killing one thing and it not being Marshadow are relatively high, and their odds of killing exactly 2 things are low. It's a tournament. It is not. When we are playing a tournament match, we'll have this little ribbon up on the overlay. Our first tournament round is going to be about 3 hours. We're going to play Garchomp for that. Is my plan. I got my immersive Palkia. Time to trip out for 30 seconds. Should we trip out together on stream? We're on the Twitch front page, so I feel like I should show off some of the some of the sweet things this game does from an art perspective past just the gameplay. So, immersive cards are pieces of art that you can dive into in this game if you haven't seen it before. So this is a new one from our most recent set. This is Dialga. Let's show a couple others here while I munch on my bagel, because we've got new people in here that might be stopping by. Psyduck in the corner, just like, why am I here? All right, I'm gonna show one more because I like the vibe of this one is really cute. And then my bagel will be gone. We'll go back to playing games. So my 4-year-old who is in here that brought me the bagel, she collects cards and plays games against the AI. And she's opened one immersive, and she refers to it as her movie card. So that's one of her other favorites. She has a Pikachu deck that she plays against the AI occasionally. Yes, her account is free to play. I spent a couple of bucks around the holidays on my oldest kid's account because he really likes playing the games and he plays some PvP on occasion. But for the most part, I'm the only one that spends money. All 5 of the people in my house collect cards. Going second is probably pretty good in the fighting Pseudomere. Well, I guess we have Mars Shadow to power up is not bad. If they want to clear the Hitmonchan, we clear them back. Anecdotally, one of the reasons why I've waited to play this Lucario deck is it's been the most common thing we've played against, so I don't know that we're gonna do a full hour or whatever with this. I think there'll be a lot of mirrors. I think I want to try the Darkrai Magnezone deck that was doing well in one of the tournaments next. Yeah, so we put the energy on Mars Shadows. That way, if they evolve and clear this, we clear them back and they're in trouble. Kind of just give up Hitmonchan as our lead here. Any thoughts on Mischievous? I think she's probably. I think Ms. Magius is probably a solid card. Wanna play more with it at some point, or play with it at some point. It's a giant laundry list of things that look solid. We're definitely gonna play with Big Mammo today. Promise. I promise we will play. We will play with Mammo today. Yeah, and here, they just couldn't attack me, right? I think we go Sabrina, X-speed out the Machamp, the Hitmonchan, put up the Marshadow, clear this. Seems good. And this is only dealing 60, so it can't clear Marshadow next turn. It might be wrong to fill my bench. It might be right to be able to fill up the other Marshadow, but we just get here and start punching, because they just, like, can't clear this at any point without Marshadow cleaning them out. Think of Marshadow plays around Cyrus? Yeah, kinda. I mean, if they Cyrus this one, if they Cyrus this one, I'm probably still in a fine spot. Lucario does exist, chat! It's real! Holy. I was starting to have my doubts. Just thinking if there's any reason to put anything else up here. I think it's just that, yeah. They only have one knockout point. I suppose if they go all the way up to Kabutops, we could be in trouble here. Oh. No, this is fine, because if they can kill this with the stage 1, but if they kill it with the stage 1, Marshadow gets them on the backswing. Real solid here. So now the game plan is we pivot to Lucario, because Lucario doesn't die in 1 to Kabutops. And it's gonna crunch for 60 here. Although I suppose if they have the Kabutops, I suppose if they have the Kabutops here, I can't really get through it, yeah? We have a cape for it too. So Kabutops deals 50 and it heals for the damage it deals. Yeah, I think I maybe needed to set up... I think I needed to set up the ability to have a second Lucario. Yeah, I think we need like Marshadow and second Lucario, but they already have 1 point, right? So I can't use 2 Marshadows powered up. I think that's just checkmate. I already played a supporter. This only treads water. They stay at 150 here. Is the Kabutops Lucario deck good? Nobody has any idea about that. And this is something that bears repeating because I think a lot of people need to hear it. You're gonna see a lot of videos and claims of like, this deck went 5-0, this deck went 10-0, I went 20-0 in the random queue with this deck. Playing random queue matches right after a new set drops doesn't really help you understand which cards are good. And the reason for that is quite simple. Even take a look at this, right? Like, my opponent's deck seems to be doing something neat and powerful, but at the same time, what they're playing against is me playing another untested deck. So the way you figure out is a new deck competitive isn't playing it against other random brews, it's testing it. So you gotta go, okay, how does my deck line up into Gyarados? How does it line up into Mewtwo? How does it line up into Pikachu? How does it line up into Celebi? Like those are the things that are really, really crunch. Like, honestly, this Lucario deck we're playing has felt quite bad today. It has not felt like we've been able to consistently assemble remotely reasonable amounts of damage in any of these games that we've played. If anything, someone asked me earlier today, what card do I think I overrated? We're gonna play some more of it and work on some other iterations, but I think Lucario is currently at the top of my list for cards I overrated early in this set. I thought it was gonna be a staple in these fighting decks, and I am kind of whelmed by it. At a minimum, I'm wondering if Lucario is going to be ideal in these kind of smaller fighting builds, or if it's a card that's better for hitting bigger breakpoints in things like Rampardos or Machamp or stuff like that, for example. But so far, I've been kind of unimpressed with Lucario in this shell. Maybe there's a build, someone said maybe you play it with Aerodactyl or Machamp. I could see that. But these like lower to the ground builds, it's felt clunky in so far. Yeah, Rampardos is something I want to get to today at some point. I think I'm going to move on from playing this deck for now because it doesn't, I'm kind of losing interest because it doesn't feel very good and it's not doing anything particularly novel. I want to try this Dark Ray Magnezone deck. So this deck we're about to play went 8-1 in one of the community tournaments yesterday, which is a bit more competitive than just like random Q slop. Might still be slop, but it's got at least maybe a little likelihood behind that. I would like to jam some games. I did get a second Bastion. Yeah, we're gonna do that one today too. We're mostly, I think the only card I'm missing a second copy of at this point is the Lightning Dog that works with Falconer. Luxray. I'm missing a second Luxray still. Trainers are we playing? One, Sabrina, 1 leaf, 1 Pokemon communication, 2 big old capes, a Cyrus. It's really good at Main Corner. I posted a highlight with a Weavile Darkrai deck last night. So the basic idea here is relatively straightforward. Magnezone requiring only 1 lightning energy means that you can play it without lightning energy in your card pool, your energy pool, because Magneton can give you 2 lightning energies over the course of 2 turns. So you can evolve into this, Volt Charge, put a lightning energy on it, and then before you evolve into the Magnezone, you Volt Charge again, so then you have 2 energies ready to blast with Magnezone twice for 1, 10 twice, without putting any lightning energy in your zone. And they obviously want people to play Magnezone without lightning energy because the Magnemite they gave us in the newest expansion also attacks for colorless. So this is very clearly an explicit design choice from the designers who are like, we want you to play this card without lightning energy in some spaces. Yeah. Like this when I saw this one had color synergy, I was like, oh yeah. The devs saw this one for sure. And that's true of most things you play in card games like this. People are often very silly and argue about deck credit and who built a deck first. Most decks in these types of games are designed by the people balancing the game. It's not an accident that these things work this way, right? The devs and game designers, like, they've years of experience. They're very explicitly creating synergies for players to find. Most decks are built by a lab with the people designing the cards. Let's change our deck highlight cards here real quick. Turtle, Darkrai. Old Man Ace, thank you for the 27 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Nah, I haven't played Snap in a while. It had been a really long time since I'd played Snap off stream for fun, and when I stopped playing it on stream, I stopped playing it altogether. And then I saw they buffed Sandman and Leader yesterday in their card balance update, and I was like, yep, we're gonna just keep playing Pokemon, huh? I did log in and collect the free comp from their downtime, yeah. Ooh, an Uxie Enjoyer. That's actually kind of scary when they started out. You can only use attack if you have Uxie and Azelf on your bench. So every time Darkrai gets the energy attached to it, it cracks their active for 20. Lead Darkrai essentially has Peck. Yeah, kinda. It's a funny way to think about it. You don't get your type advantage from it though. Is The same ones. They still need an Azulf. They've got time to charge it up. This charges their ones in the back. Any tips on how to utilize Pokemon communication? Yeah, don't use it super proactively. Unless there's something you actively are looking for to help you that turn, just sit on it until you have a little bit more information about the cards in your hand. It's also possible I messed up by playing this one out, and I should have held it for the communication. I think I'm putting Drudigon back. Digging for a Magnemite here. We could just get another stage 1 or stage 2, and then we'd be pretty sad. Got there. Cool. In tune with the communication gamers. So they're trying to set up so they can blast with this, obviously, but I think even if they top deck the Azulf that they need to attack with the Mess Pit and clear the Darkrai at this point, we're still fine because this is gonna Volt Charge next turn up to a second, and then we attach a third, and then Magnezone is ready to start blasting for the following 2 turns. I think we're done here. All right, they found the Azulf, so they get to assemble their thing and Supreme Blast us for 160. But this is only 2 points for them. We get to put a cape on our Magnezone and kind of take him to town here. Says exactly how we want this to work. This gets two blasts over the next 2 turns. Should clean out anything they do. Do we need to evolve immediately? Why wouldn't we evolve immediately? Take our second point and then our third point. Yeah, we have 2 electric energy, because you get one the turn you evolve into the stage 1, and then you get the one the next turn before you hit the Magnezone, which is why this is solid. Oh, or just dark. You can rely wholly on Magneton for electric generation because you're always going to have to go through Magneton on your way up. That's the basic idea here. I'm kind of looking for two basic Pokemon. I want a Magnemite and a Darkrai. And whenever you're looking for two basics, you want to research before you Pokeball, so there's more basics in your deck. Makes you more likely to get two. I love it when a plan comes together. The 2-star Darkrai is sweet. It looks so good when you move him around. The parallax effects. Bye, Scarf. Thank you for the Scaff. Thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. And now I'm looking to draw my stage 1, so I'm going to Pokeball before I research because thinning the basic out in advance makes it more likely that I find the stage 1 I'm looking for. Actual perfection. We're gonna get to go ahead and play the Drudagon out here, so that way they can't get us with a Sabrina. This deck really shows the just insane depth deck building has in this game already. And it's just gonna keep getting more as we get more and more cards. So we hit this for 20 with the Darkrai, and then we're just like, if they attack us, we clear them for 80 on the way back, yeah? So we effectively spent no energy and cleared the Magmar? Like, that's actually incredible. This deck is sweet. And then, even if they don't clear the Drudagon this turn, honey. Yeah, they just leave. So, like, they're leaving, because I attach an energy to the Darkrai, clear the Magmar, the Magmar, I leaf back to the Magnezone, charge it with the stage 1, and then put the Magnezone out and blast for 110. All right, I'm picking up what this is putting down. For people asking me questions about the details, again, I just want to emphasize that I have 0 amounts of certainty on which utility cards are optimal in these kinds of decks. So let's take a look at this one. We can throw it up on the screen for people asking about it. This deck is playing 2 copies of Cape, a Sabrina, a Cyrus, a Pokemon Communicator, and a Leaf. What's the optimal mixture there? I don't know. You're gonna need to play some games. Maybe you want 2 Leafs. Maybe you want a Rocky Helmet. Maybe you want all Cyrus and no Sabrina, or vice versa. Like, getting those details right is gonna take time. And testing to figure out. Play some games is the answer. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. I appreciate everybody hanging out. It's awesome to have a whole new bunch of new people here from the Twitch front page. If you're enjoying the vibes, make sure you tap that follow button. We always take a brief pause from the gameplay on this channel and just hang out and chat for a couple minutes when the ads roll, because I think it's really rude when a streamer puts ads over the top of their games. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you're going to get an advert now as well, but it also asks that you tap the like button. We're closing in on 1,000 likes on today's live stream. I bet we can cross that. Going on, Dave. Good morning. One leaf seems hard with the Drudagons. I don't know. I think a lot of the time you're just expecting your Drudagons to die in this deck, and I think that's probably fine. If anything, I think this deck probably wants the leaf to shuffle the Darkrai out of the lead more often than not. If I was bread, what kind would you be? Sourdough? I think a pity system should be introduced for Pocket. I mean, the pack points are kind of the pity system. As the TLDR. Speaking of pack points, how many do I have from the new set? I don't think I quite have enough for a 2-star yet. Because we spewed 75 on buying a Dawn yesterday. We maxed open 2 days in a row, but I also spewed on a Dawn. Oh, I have a pack, speaking of. Oh, I think I'm opening these. We're opening Palkia, because I want a full art Garchomp. Archer the Bird, thanks for the 5 months. Appreciate you sending some Bezos money my way. I finally put together my Flex-a-Spot desk bike. It was way easier than I expected. I shouldn't have procrastinated. Yeah, it's real easy. Appreciate everybody hanging out today, by the way. If you enjoy the Pokemon cards and the vibes of the channel and you haven't tapped that follow button yet on Twitch or subscribed on YouTube, make sure you do that. You're going to find me here 5 days a week. We started a little bit early today because we're on the Twitch front page, but normally I go live right about this time between 9 and 9:30 Central, and I work a typical work day till about 3 or 4 p.m. in the afternoons. We're always playing lots of different decks, and new set release is the perfect time to be doing that. Tons of things to explore. If you're not familiar with me, my name is Jeff Hoagland. I've been streaming for an eternity, it feels like. My Twitch channel's like 12 years or 13 years old at this point. I've been a partner streamer for almost a decade, and I've been doing this as a full-time job for about 7 years now. Always had a big focus around card and strategy games before Pokemon Pocket. I played a lot of Marvel Snap, Magic the Gathering, and a bunch of other things. In a former life, I have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics. I spent time teaching at both the high school and college level. So you'll find my content tends to be very analytically focused. We're always trying to improve what we've got going on and level up our game here. I think I'm going to play second Druddigon out, and then we're going to reserve this last bench slot for our Magnemite into Magneton. The second Druddigon plays here because it insulates us against an opposing copy of Sabrina trying to drag up one of our EXs. So there's an X speed. They're going to get Weezing going here. It feels like finding our Magnemite soon is going to be important because cracking for 110 in one go is likely valuable here. So opponent's deck often plays a card called Koga, which returns their wheezing and coughing back to their hand, kind of pulling all the damage off them. There's a Magnemite. Okay. Is it worthwhile to put a cape on the Drudagon? If I put a cape on the Drudagon, it's going to... right now, it's going to 50 when I pass, and then they deal 30 to me, putting me down to 20, and then 10 more from poison. So this would play around a copy of... Oh, this plays around Darkrai getting an energy, yeah? It actually doesn't beat Geo, but it beats the Darkrai. Does that matter with the other Drudagon here? It's close. Actually, if they kill this, my Darkrai kills their Weezing. I think that's just fine. I guess it's fine. I think if they want to kill the Drudagon and give me the Weezing, that's good. Clearing the Weezing when they can't Koga it is good value for us, I think. And they just straight up didn't attack because they know my Darkrai would clobber this. So now we'll Volt Charge. And now I think I cape this time because then they have to attack to get through. Because as is, if I just pass back, their Darkrai passive is going to clear my thing. So now I do this, and they're gonna have to. This isn't gonna die to their passive trigger. Is the value here? And then this will die to poison next turn, but it dying to poison when they pass is fine because then I'm gonna get to attack first. So the goal here isn't to save this until my next turn. The goal is to make it so they don't kill it with this and then get to attack something else. So the cape saves my backline characters from taking a hit this turn. And now we have the Magna Zone developed here with the Magneton, so them Kogaing no longer matters because we're going to be Thunder Blasting for 110 per turn. Interesting. Well played from the opponent here. So we're charging. We're putting an energy here, I think. I want to put an energy on second Drudagon. If I put an energy on second Drudagon, next turn I can charge this and then Magna Zone them. Yeah, maybe that's the line. Yeah, I don't hate that. So we do this, and then I don't need to. Yeah. This is good. Yeah, this is fine. And then we don't evolve this yet, because if I don't evolve it, I get to Volt Charge it again next turn. Really interesting back and forth this game. Let's get second Magna Zone working up here in the back. We go energy here so we can retreat. We get to go ahead and Volt Charge this. And then we get in the zone. Magna Zone. We do this, and we just start blasting, yeah? Like, all right, good luck, Godspeed. We get to evolve this and start charging it next turn. We attach an energy and we crack them again. That's unfortunate. I guess it's just here. Okay, Sharkman, thanks for the 19 months. So this forces them to retreat the Arbok, because if they attack with the Arbok here, the Darkrai Nightmare Aura finishes. God, that's so silly. Yeah, they need a leaf or a potion or a cape. So they have a few cards here. A lot of the times these decks play 2 copies of leaf, but they're also playing Sabrina and X speed, so they might not have room for it. Yeah, so this is actually just lethal because we have Sabrina, right? Because they didn't have Weezing. So Darkrai clears Arbok with its ability, and then Sabrina drags Coughing up and is our 3rd point. This deck is a top cook, chat. This deck is a top cook. And one of those instances where Sabrina is better than Cyrus. We probably still win the game eventually if this is Cyrus, but we win it on the spot here because it's Sabrina. Yeah, I could see playing a tournament with this at some point. I'm going to stick to my Garchomp Chops for this afternoon's tournament in 2.5 hours. That was a very, very interesting match. A lot of back and forth. Dialga is the better of the 2 new packs, in my opinion. If you're a brand new Pokemon Pocket player, though, I think Charizard is still the best one to start with altogether. If you're someone with a developed collection starting on the new set, I think Dialga is the better for sure. Well, I mean... Did you get the deck from a tournament winner? I really kind of despise the implication of your question that I would just go on the internet and download a deck and play it on my stream. You wouldn't download a card, don't download a deck. Net decking is stealing. I make sure I have full and complete rights and own the NFT for every single deck that I play live here on stream. And if you see someone else playing my decks on a different stream, you better let me know so my lawyers can take appropriate action. Jeff, the sarcasm doesn't land with new viewers. I mean, that's kind of a test in a way. If they think we're being serious, they're not a good culture fit for the channel. Okay, so this curve is actually kind of nutty at this point, right? So I go
energy, crack you for 20, and then I volt charge, and then next turn I volt charge Magnezone, clear with weakness. Oh, maybe this is a small mistake. Was I supposed to put the dark energy here this turn? Because this gives them a window to potion or maybe cape, right? I think I was supposed to wait a turn here. Although I guess if they curve into Charizard, we could be in trouble. We need them to not have another basic. If they don't have another basic, we actually just murder the Charmeleon next turn, yeah? No extra basic. No extra basic. Dance. You can dance if you wanna. You can lose the game. We're gonna Magnezone the Charmeleon. Do 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 do. Rip Charizard. Candor, thanks for that brand new Prime sub. I appreciate it. Potion baited again. Just pointing out the Sabrina has been significantly better than Cyrus so far for this deck. This is another one of those spots where if this Sabrina was a Cyrus, we would not be winning the game here. Energy, get in the zone, Magnezone. So anyways, we started blasting. From a game theory perspective, Sabrina feels stronger a lot of the time in decks that have big attacks that are cleaning people in one, whereas Cyrus seems to be better in decks that are doing lots of chip shots. I'm gonna leaf this out. Put a hat, a cape on the Darkrai, so that way they can't pull it up with Cyrus and knock it out. There is not currently a copy of Dawn in this deck, but it might be something worth considering, yeah. It's worth noting we wouldn't have been able to Dawn in this particular instance because I had to leaf to retreat. But in general, I could see Dawn being a card worth testing in here. You cut second cape for Dawn. Yeah, I can see that being fine. Like I said, all these utility cards, very low confidence that they're optimal. The things I'm looking for when we're testing new decks is like, does the deck feel cohesive and are we doing something powerful? I think so. We are consistently evolving and putting damages on things and getting to attack. We have so many options now. There's lots of meaningful choices to make. Magnicon could attack against her, no more energy on it. The Moltres was gonna die to Dark Rays trigger though. And we had Cyrus if they retreated it to the bench. How do the new status conditions work? Burn does 20 damage every time the turn is passed, and then the person gets to flip a coin, and if heads, it heals the burn. So burn is guaranteed 20 more, and then it's a coin flip to deal another 20 each turn pass. Confusion is flip a coin to attack. So it's kind of like sleep, but you can still retreat if confused. I'm gonna Communication the Drudigon this turn, because if we hit Darkrai, we'll start putting energy on that. If we hit the stage one, that's good. The only real bad hit is the other Magnezone. Alright. Dodge a Sabrina, we can dodge a ball. Do I ever tempo Sabrina them here? Well, they don't have any energy yet, right? So that's fine. I think we just chill. Tempo Sabrina might be on the table next turn. Although, if there are Vaporeon deck, yeah, Tempo Sabrina isn't really a thing. I feel like them Sabrina-ing me this turn is great for me. Because it means they're not doing it next turn when they're getting the knockout, question mark. I'm just gonna hope. If I Sabrina them and they put the Vaporeon up and I cape, they can't kill it. So I think that's the line. Do the foam panels behind you help reduce the decibels of your voice throughout your house? So the panels on my wall are what we refer to as sound deadening, not noise canceling. So sound deadening reduces reverb in the room that I'm sitting in, which helps the clarity of the microphone audio. It does not meaningfully reduce the audio that escapes into the rest of my home. Fun bit of Hoagland trivia, if you will. Something I don't talk a ton about on stream is that during undergrad, one of the other ways I paid for myself to live past playing poker was I did live audio production for various bar bands and outdoor festivals and a small theater. So that's their first knockout point. We're about to put them in the zone, and then I think the game is over. We get 2 knockout points from this with the Drudagon. You're home alone most days. No, my wife largely works from home. Magnezone clears all the waters in one. It doesn't clear a full health Articuno, but thankfully Drudagon had something to say about that. Are we done here? I think we're done here. Yeah, really good showing for just the lack of Darkrai, right? We're just like, all right, what if we were just a Magnezone deck? Seems fine, right? Why do you use that Magnemite versus the first one? Well, the original set Magnemite has to have lightning energy to attack, and the new Magnemite attacks for colorless energy, and our deck has no lightning energy in the energy zone, so we are incapable of getting lightning energy on a Magnemite. Ideally, we're never attacking with Magnemite anyways, but this gives us the flexible option to in a pinch if we needed to. Unfortunately, I do not think this deck is playable without 2 Magnezone. I guess you could play a second Communicator, but both the Communicators are worse without it. Confusion in Pokemon Pocket does not hurt your Pokemon when you flip tails, you just skip your attack. We have not tried out Mamoswine yet, but I got copies of Mamoswine today, so we will definitely be doing that at some point. I don't love the Darkrai lead. I think it's the option. Maybe a silly question, but how do you position your feet with the exercise chair when not exercising? I have a regular office chair too, Lucy. You'll see me move it in and out when I get off the bike. And sometimes I'll sit like half idle on the bike, but if I'm not intending to pedal, I use my regular chair. This card's really good. I think this might be the next thing we do. I want to play Skarmory Bastion some. It's on my to-do list. Really like to draw our copy of Leaf. So we can swap this Darkrai to Druddigon. How do you feel about Tempo Sabrina? I feel like I could be into Tempo Sabrina. Dialga Gamer. Do we have an X speed, or are they not dealing damage to me this turn? Would Tempo Sabrina have been better first? I was expecting them to switch back to the Skarmory. There's a reason why I damaged and then Sabrina'd, so. Ooh, that's nice. So we could start blasting next turn, technically. Been playing the Togekiss of Death deck from yesterday, and I've really enjoyed it, and I'll continue playing it until I get the cease and desist letter. Godspeed. Yeah, that was I posted that as a highlight this morning. I think that build's really slick. I think this is just crack the Dialga twice over 2 turns, right? Oh, I guess if I crack the Dialga twice over 2 turns, it's gonna use all my lightning energy though. But that should be fine. I can finish with the Darkrai, yeah? Right? I can clear whatever's in the back. And getting my Magnezone out of my hand and my Leaf out of my hand is good if they're gonna be trying to do this. Playing my cards out has a lot of value. Okay. They just have no heavy hitters in their back line, right? So I get to do this and clear this. And then next turn... Oh, I guess they're going to get to cat the Cyrus away. I say we win with the Cyrus, but they actually get to cat the Cyrus away. It's funny. They're still in trouble, though, because the full health Darkrai is coming up and it's going to clean them out. Crack you for 20, crack you for 80. This Darkrai, Power Creep, Greninja. Nope, they're very different cards. We're gonna play a Greninja deck in the tournament this afternoon, in fact, that I'm playing. They're pretty dead here. They can maneuver around a little bit, but yeah, they are definitely mostly dead. They're only mostly dead. The tires are spinning, but I don't think they have lines to win the game from here. We're gonna play Greninja Garchomp in the tournament this afternoon. I think the primary form of power creep that happened in this set was blue has mostly been muscled out by Cape. But yeah, most things they added in this latest expansion are just like different versions of things, not strictly better versions of things. There's things that are like situationally better or often better, but not always better. Another thing to consider, too often people talk about cards no longer being playable as a result of strictly only power creep. To give an example of a card I played a lot of last season, I think Mythical Island Tauros is likely much worse now. And that's not because there's a strictly better version of it, it's because the breakpoints in the cards people are playing are worse for Tauros. So between Cape giving things more life and Darkrai and Weavile being 140 HP to start, Tauros gets fundamentally worse because dealing 120 and 130 is clearing single EX Pokemon less often in one hit. I won the first game I played with this deck on turn 29, working as intended. Were you on the Magic Pro Tour? No. So, a lot of the people who grind and play on the Magic Pro Tour come from wealthy or well-off backgrounds. There's a lot of lawyers and hedge fund managers and stuff like that. Because in order to play on the Magic Pro Tour consistently, you have to have the means to fly around the country. And sometimes even the world to hit like Grand Prix and stuff. Or at least that's, I'm not sure how the system works today, but that's how it worked a decade ago when I was playing Magic competitively. And I grew up in a lower middle class family. We did not have the money or means to do stuff like that. Yeah, when I traveled to play Magic competitively, there was an independent circuit called the Star City Games Tour, and all of their events took place in the Midwest and the East Coast, and I live in Central Illinois, so they were driving distance. So we were regularly packing 4 or 5, sometimes 6 people into a car or hotel room to split costs and keep them low. and driving 3, 4, 5, 10 hours every weekend to play in a tournament. You pack six people into a hotel room with 2 double beds. The 2 people that sleep on the floor pay a little bit less to be there. A lot of fond memories of times past. Missing some of their tools here. They're gonna keep charging this up. I think this Darkrai is just gonna have to take one for the team here. Unless we top deck our copy of Leaf next turn. I suppose I could have led my energies on this, but leading energies here with the intention to retreat it out would have been very bad if they had one of their Pokemon tools. Yeah, you don't need lightning energy in this deck because you use Magneton to Volt Charge up, and then attacking with this 2 to 3 times is generally enough to win the game. A copy of Leaf is lovely. Would you say Cyrus completely outclasses Sabrina right now? Yes, I think Sabrina is a completely unplayable Pokemon Pocket card, and Cyrus being printed renders it completely invalid, and I would absolutely never play Sabrina in any of my Pokemon Pocket decks moving forward ever again. You're already getting the zone, Pakarisu. Small sequencing thing here I want to point out, but you should note that I put the dark energy on Magnezone last turn while dripping in Sarcasm. And this was intentional because I knew I was going to have to put an energy on this at some point in the next 2 turns. And by putting on it last turn, it allows me to put an energy on Darkrai this turn to hit them for 20 and then hit them for 110 still. So if I hadn't put the dark energy on this last turn, I wouldn't have been able to have lethal this turn. I guess Sabrina meant we had it either way, but I wouldn't have been able to kill this, I guess. But so one of those things to think about. Put your energies on your Magnezone in advance on the turns where you don't need the Darkrai chip damage, because you might need the Darkrai chip damage in the future. Forward thinking things. All right, this deck's been gas, but there are a bunch of decks we opened cards for today that I want to build and play, so I don't want to spend all day playing this. I'm gonna throw the deck list up on screen while we take a brief pause for the cause and let some Twitch adverts roll. When we get back from our 2-minute break, I'm gonna get off my bike because my legs are getting tired, and then we're gonna build something new. I think we're gonna play Bastion. Bastion Skarmory, I think, when we return. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're enjoying the stream on the YouTube side, consider tapping that like button. We're getting real close to 1,000 likes on the live stream. Luxray is one of the few 3-diamond cards I only have 1 copy of still. Which reminds me, in 45 seconds, once the deck list has been up for a minute, I should check my Wonder Picks for one. So Luxray's gonna have to wait a little bit. We're gonna build Bastion today. We're gonna play Mamoswine today. I want to try another build of Lucario at some point after our first one was bad. There's probably some other things in there I'm not thinking of too when we scroll the list, but at a minimum, that's the Rampardos. I want to play Rampardos with Lucario. I want to visit both of the fossils. We played Dialga Yanmega this morning. That felt really good. I probably want to try Dialga Melmetal at some point as well. All right, let's check our Wonder Picks. See if they're looking for Luxray and Full Art Garchomp are the... And then obviously any 2 stars. But Luxray and Full Art Garchomp are the non-2 stars I'm hunting for right now. None of this? All right, we'll spend points going for that one. Yeah, Kobe Enjoyer at some point. All right, I am 1 in 13 on Wonder Pick so far this pack. Excited to be 1 in 14. We were due. We're 2 in 14. Okay, if we hit the next one, we'll be 3 in 15 and back to exactly statistically average. Thanks, Duck. I think I saw you here earlier. There's a regular Chomp. I need a Full Art Chomp. Regular Chomp will not do. We have 2 Full Art Mamos, so we don't need that one. All right, this is your reminder that if you're a fellow old, you've probably also been standing or sitting for too long. Consider standing up, stretching your legs, grabbing a drink of water. If you're someone that's new here and you're wondering, fellow old, Jeff isn't talking to me, is he? I have a very simple test to tell if I'm talking to you. If you've ever woke up feeling injured because you slept funny, I'm talking to you. Get a drink of water, stretch your legs. So let's build some Bastion, huh? We have not played Mamoswine yet, no. On the list. I've got cards for Mamoswine finally. The Blorb, thank you for the brand new primer, appreciate it. K-Band, I think I missed yours, apologies for that. Thanks for the 2 months. So I opened for second Darkrai or second Weavile. I think Darkrai, after playing that Magnezone deck, is the better pick of the 2 if you're missing the other. You can play Darkrai without Weavile. It remains to be seen if you can play Weavile without Darkrai. It's like, what is my last card? I need the fossils for, what's this, for the Bastion? Where can you find your deck brews posted? There was a video roundup of them on the YouTube channel Thursday, Wednesday night. Bunch of things like this one. Yeah, so let's talk through that's the wrong scene. Let's talk through the theory craft of this one a little bit. So you're guaranteed, because our finisher is a fossil, we're guaranteed to always start on Kangaskhan or Skarmory because the fossil can't be our guaranteed basic. So because we're guaranteed to always begin the game on a character we're happy to start on, I'm gonna try not playing any copies of X Speed or Leaf, because we shouldn't need to reposition to start. And we're trying out Kangaskhan as opposed to Drudagon, because we could Rocky Helmet her and have her do a Drudagon impersonation while also chunking for 30 to 60 most turns. I could see a world where Farfetch'd is okay as well. However, Farfetch'd does not buy us time to set up a stage 2 consistently, so is the downside there. Yes, communication is like Pokeball. Communication cannot help you find your fossils. So fossil stage 2s are still the most inconsistent, hardest to set up thing in the game. They're slightly more consistent with communication finding you the later stages, but still less so than regular stage 2s. For a myriad of reasons. So, Pokeballs are nice. Those thin the deck before we research, so we're more likely to find some hats. We're probably not playing both of these basics because I'm going to want to save one to communicate with. No hats. Yikes. That's fine. We have redraws towards the hats next turn, yes. There's a hat. So Skarmory does 30 extra damage, hitting 50 for 1 if you put a Poké Tool on it, which is just a massive amount of damage for a lead. I'm gonna go ahead and Pokemon Communication, throwing Kangaskhan into my deck, hoping to find our stage 1. Nice. There's our Shieldon. Put a hat on the Skarmory, and we'll go ahead and crack them for 50 here. You could not put two tools on the same Pokemon, no. I'm very convinced this is one of the best cards in the set, by the way. Figuring out the right shell for this probably pays dividends in terms of tournament wins. The rate on Skarmory is insane, especially when you're going second. You go second with Skarmory and put a hat on it right away, like that's just an incredible amount of damage. So, we actually don't want to play Bastion out this turn, because Bastiodon, it's Bastiodon, right? Bastiodon attacks for 3 energy. So if I crack for 50 here, they'll clear me, and then I can clear them back with Shieldon next turn. Shieldon, whatever it's called. Even if they have a cape or a potion here, our helmet still lets us get the backswing with Shidon. Is there an L in here? It's Shieldon, yeah, Shieldon. It honestly might have been wrong to put the helmet on here. There's a chance we should have waited to put cape on. So Bastiodon here does 80 for 3, and every time it gets attacked, you flip a coin to have a chance to negate 100 points of that damage. Which is just an incredible amount of resistance. Soon. Even if they have their evolution, they're just too far behind with the Bastiodon coming down. Are the cards in Pokemon Pocket the same as the original game or different? No, they're all new in terms of text boxes and mechanics. It reuses some of the art from the original paper game though. Like Mama Kangaskhan here is a long time old paper Pokemon card. We'll just put Armor Fossil up here, because then we can discard it to basically retreat it for free. Dialga is the better of the two new packs in general, but they're both pretty reasonable and have good cards in them, so if there's cards you really want to play with that are in Palkia packs, follow your heart. But Pokemon Communication and Cape are both in Dialga packs, and those are probably two of the more commonly played cards from this set. In terms of generically across all decks. I'm gonna Pokemon Communication the Bastiodon here, because if we find a Skarmory, that would be ideal in case they have another Sabrina. And I know we hit the stage 1 here, but I'm just discarding this so we can go ahead and get Headbang in. Crunch. I believe Bastiodon is in Palkia packs. Double check. Skarmory, we have hats, we have a fossil, what's not to love? It's a shame they have first energy advantage, but us having a hat for this means we clear the mana fee right away, which should slow them down. Wait, do they have 2 capes? Why wouldn't they cape the mana fee? Why wouldn't they cape the mana fee? No, I don't take viewer deck submissions early on in the format. I would maybe take a submission to prioritize something you wanted that I was likely to play anyways, but just like move it to the front of the line. But for things that are like truly weird and bad, I'd rather focus on things that could be good first. I've got probably a dozen more decks that I want to build and play in my head. Nido, King, Queen, negative. I'll decline that one. Yes, if you wanted to cut Mammo Swine to the front of the line, I would accept that as a good example. So you can't retreat a fossil, but you can, however, just discard it from play. We'll start powering up the armor fossil. Obviously, we need to draw our Shieldy on here at some point. They're potentially ramping up to the big Palkia hit next turn, which is scary. Silence! Thanks for the 3-peat Chillionaire. I appreciate you watching so much over the last years. Is that 4? Is that 4 or is it 3? It's at least 3. There's our Shieldy. That's 4! That's so many Shillions. I'm waiting to decide whether or not I want Cape or Rocky Helmet on here, because it's not getting threatened with a knockout anytime soon, so I think we can wait to make that decision. So they're gonna go like energy here, retreat to Manaphy. They're gonna go energy here, retreat to Manaphy, put energy on both of these in the back, I would assume. But it feels like we're in an okay spot with this and these, yeah? Until they miss D3X, yeah. How do you count fossils for your basics? I just count fossils as basics with the asterisk you need to make sure you have 3 to 4 actual basics in your deck. If they hit a bunch of heads on Misty, we'll just hit all heads on Bastion and never die. That would only be fair, you know? Be only fair. So, if they clear this turn... Oh, I flip even for bench damage on this. I flip even for bench damage on this is noteworthy. Oh, they timed out. Oh, well, that probably is the game. I think we were winning anyways. There were going to be some interesting flips. It's unfortunate they had a hiccup. Maybe they have a leaf to play around their connection issue or looking away mistake, but they're certainly dead now. Okay, they have a leaf. So we get to play a game. They just had to burn a resource. And we've got Rocky Helmet, and I have another Rocky Helmet here too, technically, if we need it. So, because we missed on that flip, I'm glad we waited. So now I'm gonna put a cape on this. Well, do I? They're so far away. I guess it plays around Misty. Misty's the only way they win this, right? I should play around it. I'm gonna play around Misty. We're in a good spot regardless, and I think one of our lose conditions is a Misty running wild, so we might as well, like, let's just not have that happen. Even with Misty, you'd have a coin flip. Sure, but I can play around Misty plus me missing on the coin, right? Might as well. Skarmory is a very good Pokemon Pocket card. Of this, I am very convinced. The question are, what are the other 14 cards you play with Skarmory? Skarmory, Helmet, Helmet Cape. Those 6 cards, great. 2 Research, 2 Pokeball. What are the other 10 cards? One of these days, we're gonna have first energy advantage. We've been competitive in these games even without it, but they'd be much easier if we were going first or had first energy. I just hit a God Pack with 3 1-star Rhyperiors in it. Unluckiest lucky person you'll ever meet in your life. Thinking if we can play a game here. If they don't have Geo and I draw a Fossil, I think we can play a game. I think without the Fossil we're dead. I think this Kangaskhan's gonna flip 2 heads and put Articuno in a box. I believe. Do you believe? Dead. 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 Big if true. We might have even had a shot that game if we would have gone second. Although I guess if we went second, they would have had all their heads on the first turn of the game. Probably doesn't matter. We have first energy advantage, but I don't have a tool for this. So I think we lead Kenga. Can you Pokemon communication into fossils? You cannot. They are not Pokemon. They are item cards. You cannot Pokeball into them. You cannot communication into them. The Darkrai Magnezone is spreading. Okay, this is the start we want. I think this Darkrai Magnezone deck is very good. If you weren't here earlier, we were playing games with it, and it seemed very, very reasonable. Alright, let's thin these basics out so we can hopefully draw some hats next turn. Ah, Kangaskhan, how I've missed you. Missed you. Classic Kangaskhan. Or like a Kangaskhan. Oh, man. Hey? How about some funny hats for my friends? Wow, there's just no hats in this deck today, chat. What a sad hatless world we live in. My goodness, no hats and 4 tails in a row. Oh, Kenga. It's fine. We're tactically saving all of our flipped heads for guarded grill. So we're banking tails right now, so our cumulative variance will build up and let the Bastiodon never die. This is some of you think we're getting unlucky, but these are tactical tails, what you're witnessing right now. I think we're chilling on that. Do I play a Kangaskhan out so that way if they Sabrina me, I have something to put up that doesn't die right away? Although I guess it's just dies to the Nightmare Aura. I know you hate the term, but would you call the new Licky Tongue strictly worse than the old one? No? They have different retreat costs, and their attacks do different things. I would say the new one's actually generally better. All right, Bastiodon. Shields up. Look at him. Look at him go. Look at him go. It's a darn shame. It's a darn shame we haven't found our other fossil yet. Building up a second Bastiodon would be sick. Perfect parry. See, people doubted our tactical tails comment from earlier. You have little faith. Not my tactical tails! Dead. Nothing to see here. If Kangaskhan would have had average variance, it would have been okay there. Burst energy advantage, Sedge. I know we're already playing an inconsistent stage 2 deck, but could we get Mammo Swine gaming before the tournament? Yeah, we could do Mammo Swine next. Thanks for the tip, Bardic. I'm gonna do one more session with this after our next ad break, and then we should have time to fit in one more thing before the tournament at noon. Yeah, we started with Dialga Yanmega this morning, and we'll probably do some more Dialga stuff later as well. Decline, waiting for our opponent to reconnect. Consider making a video on updates to existing decks. I think me theory crafting updates to existing decks is much worse than me just waiting till Sunday and giving you updates to existing decks from proven lists and tournaments. So, our meta report will 100% cover the meta decks, all both new and old. So, Sunday afternoon, once we've had, you know, thousands of players playing Pokemon Pocket tournaments like they do every weekend, we'll get that done then. Oh, they did reschedule the noon thing. That's so annoying. Let's look and see if there's anything else going on today. There's not. That's sad. This other one's a best of one, right? I don't play best of ones. Yeah. Awkward. I have an armor. I have this. I have a Rocky helmet. Do I put a cape on here to play around Sabrina? It doesn't really play around Sabrina, though, because it's just going to die the following turn, yeah? Oh, yeah, I guess we could technically play the top cut with the Blastoise deck, then. I was hoping to play the Garchomp deck, though. But, yeah, there's no other stuff going on today, does it look like? Maybe we'll play some for fun games with the Garchomp deck. Yeah, Sabrina's a bad beat. Not having another basic here. It's crazy how much better Sabrina is than Cyrus some of the time. But a lot of bad Cyrus is always better than Sabrina takes out there. Are you battling in a tournament this weekend? No, I'm running a tournament this weekend. The tournament will be the real battle. That's true. Trying to coordinate 1,000 gamers who can barely read is definitely a challenge. Thankfully, it's not my challenge to bear. My wife is the TO, so. No, my tournament will be one day. I think 2-day tournaments are obnoxious. As someone who has small children, 2-day tournaments are incredibly difficult to commit to. It'll be a longer day to do the tournament in one day, but I think it's much better than doing 2 days. Hulk, thanks for the 45 months. Appreciate it. Yeah, the way Twitch works as a platform, Martian, is you apply for front page at the start of the month, and they let you know if you get selected or not. Yes, the tournament I'll be putting on is co-hosted this weekend. Myself and other content creator Spraggles will be running it. Did you ask for it today, fresh off release? Yep. You apply for specific days of the month. So I applied for after the new card packs dropped. You have to go 6-1 or 7-0 to make the top cut in the tournament you're running. I'd recommend reading the tournament page, because if you didn't find that information, it means you're missing other key parts, most likely. Oh man, that Geo's so good. That Geo means the Darkrai energy kills us next turn, yeah? So do I think it's this? Actually, do I communication and try and find another healthy basic? I think so, yeah? It's almost guaranteed to see another shield on. Okay, so I can do this, and I can put this out, and then I can retreat to this, and this will buy me time to set this up, potentially. I should have put energy on this and attacked. I didn't think about that line until afterwards, though. And they just have Sabrina anyways, yep. Burgalicious, thank you for the brand new Prime. Have you played any Cynthia decks? Yeah, there's a Togekiss highlight on my YouTube channel this morning, Hoglandia Pocket, and we played some Garchomp yesterday too. I'll probably do more of that today. We're gonna put a Garchomp highlight up tomorrow morning. This gets a Kangaskhan. So evolving to Bastiodon gets us healed of poison at least. We are dead to Osiris at any point. Can't really do anything about that. I don't have Osiris of my own because our deck has to have room for a stage 2 and a bunch of Poketools. We don't have room for a lot of utility cards. The tournament this afternoon I was signed up for got canceled, actually. That happens occasionally with the community stuff. Tournament organizers usually have a bus factor of 1, and something will come up. This happens, unfortunately, on occasion. There's not a lot of cards in their deck. 5? Maybe they're missing their second Weezing. Was I supposed to play this out? Maybe I'm not supposed to play that out. Oh, my other fossil's dead. Never mind. Yeah, I should definitely play that out. No Weezing and we have a real shot here. Boston, thank you for the absurdly generous tier 3 and for the over 5.5 years. Welcome back. Leo, we'll start powering up Kangamama so we can retreat her in a pinch. So you're saying there's a chance. This is gonna come down to a shields up coin flip here, huh? Because they're gonna go energy, put us to 80. Or I guess it comes out. I was thinking it was gonna happen in 2 turns. They can just do it this turn. It's all the same. It's gonna be a coin flip either way. So guarded grill here. Lets us flip on any attack to take 100 less. It's a shame we can't flip on the Nightmare Auras. All right, Bastiodon, hold the line. You can beat this tier deck. I believe in you, my steel monster. Oh, my poor steel monster. He's so unlucky. He's so unlucky. That was really close considering they got a freebie on us, right? Like, their first knockout point that match was, they had a Sabrina and I didn't have another bench, so they killed one of my fossils for free. If they hadn't gotten that freebie, we probably end up pulling that through. But comes the beat sometimes. We were, even with them getting a freebie, we were a coin flip at the end. I think we will probably revisit this one in the future. But I think I want to play some Mamoswine. So I'm going to go ahead and take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll on Twitch and YouTube while we build the deck. Appreciate everybody hanging out. We're gonna build the big pig up here next. Watch it on the YouTube side. Consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Doesn't cost you anything and helps the little engagement to get the video promoted more. Palkia Starmie's probably very good. Palkia Manaphy in general can go into a lot of different places. Actually, before we build, I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick. BRB. So, 10:45. Probably gonna want to eat sometime soon, so we'll pedal a little bit more before that. I never want to pedal after lunch chat, so it's important to get the pedals in before. Dawn doesn't work with Darkrai. Well, kinda. Dawn works with Darkrai in the sense that you can put the energy on Darkrai from your energy zone and then move it to your active. But you're right, Dawning onto Darkrai doesn't do it. But she's still a good card with Darkrai. Okay, so I have 2 full art Mamos. I have 1 full art Manaphy. Past Jeff built this deck already, so I'm gonna net deck from myself. Copies of communication, 2 copies of belief, and a couple of schmishty. Seems reasonable. Past Jeff forgot to copyright it. Unlucky. Palkia's not an ideal opener, but it's also better than having to lead on Piloswine. They are also a water deck, though, so if they have their Manaphy, we're probably cooked. Also just leading Palkia, cool. It's a Pokeball here. We have our full line if we find the baby. We found the baby. So, Mamo's a big pig. He needs a lot of energy, but Thick Fat also going to be pretty good here in a water mirror match. that was 2 Misty Heads while I was looking away, huh? Alright, cool. Next game. Change seed, please. Yeah, we should. Apologies. I always hate when I open a stream and Pokemon Pocket's only like a third of the screen instead of most of it. Make it nice and big. What does Dialga go well with? Dialga goes well with Manaphy and then another payoff. So I'm partial to Manaphy plus Blastoise. But Gyarados, Starmie, other water payoffs worth testing. Hey, Buzaz, thank you for the brand new Prime, appreciate it. I would love to lead Manaphy here. Looking for another Palkia or a Pillow-Swine to get powering up here. We have the top cut from the Blastoise tournament yesterday. I was gonna play a new event with Garchomp instead, but the new event got canceled. But at 2 o'clock in 3 hours. There's the top 16 or something of the other one. Sure. It's a shame we don't have a second basic, but I think it's wrong to communicate to try and hit a basic here. To get full access to my Discord server after you've subscribed on Twitch or become a member on YouTube, you just gotta link your supporting account to your Discord account in your Discord settings. All right, with 2 Mamoswines, we'll go dig in for a pillow. Second Palkia, also very acceptable. And then the way this works out, next turn we just start blasting with Palkia. Manaphy is sweet. Manaphy is very, very powerful. Unless this Misty goes crazy, I think I Manaphy one more turn, just to like have these things ready to go. I don't think that constitutes going crazy, so I'm gonna go ahead and do this, and then we'll Oceanic Gift, and then this sets us up to attach energy here up to 6, go down to 3, and then Dimensional Storm 2 turns in a row. I think Dragonite's still bad. I think doing a bunch of extra cute things with it is also bad for the people asking about Dragonite. Mamoswine, very shy this game. Palkia, strong back, doesn't matter. Yes, instead of low bar, Garchomp is significantly better than Dragonite. Is Dragonite banned in tournaments? No, Dragonite is unplayable. Unplayable is in the card's terrible. Unplayable because it's banned. No, it's just not very good. We got everything we were looking for. We got most of the mechanical pieces I was looking for, but we're still missing some cosmetics. I mean, I think we always take this opportunity, right? Missed, but that's fine. I really enjoyed Dialga Yanmega this morning. Yanmega and Mew gives you a lot of coverage into a lot of different things. We've not played Dialga Melmetal yet, though. We've only played one Dialga deck, so it's definitely something I need to try more of. How many packs on average does it take to get all of the cards? It's between 70 and 90 packs to get 2 copies of all of the mechanically unique cards in a single pack. Some variants, obviously, though. You think Yanmega is strictly better Pidgeot? I mean, I think you'll almost never hear me say strictly better or strictly worse about cards. I think Yanmega in particular is very good in a world where Darkrai is a card people are playing. Because Yanmega clears Darkrai and Weavile in one shot since they're weak to grass. We get even one more activation with Manaphy. We're in a really good spot here. This needs 3 energy to attack. Yeah, and then Mammoth -4. They need like Leaf plus Weavile or X Speed plus Weavile. It's good for me. I guess they could X Speed plus Dawn, but seems unlikely. Yeah, and there's the big pig. We do this here. I think we just charge the big pig, yeah. And then next turn Mamo is fully ready to go. Although I suppose the Nightmare Aura means they're gonna crack this for 80 next turn. Huh. Maybe I am just supposed to charge the Palkia. Although, cracking this for 120 down to 20 is still fine for us, even if they retreat it, because Palkia cleans for that in the back, yeah? I think this is fine. Oh, Do they have a Cyrus here? If they have a Cyrus as well, this is bad for me. But if they don't have another way to fish this up, this is fine. I think it's actually good for me if they don't have a Cyrus. But obviously they could have a copy of Cyrus. And then we are just Enzo. The cape on here also means the Palkia doesn't finish it after we hit it once for 120. It's noteworthy. And a tough spot because of the cape. Hearing the Mamoswine make a water noise offends my sensibilities. This is unacceptable and needs to be patched immediately. Yeah. Sabrina and Cyrus is a good one too. In your Discord settings, there is a way to link accounts. You should link your Twitch account. And then once you link your Twitch account, you will see all of the channels automatically, because it gives you the subscriber role. So you go into your Discord account settings, connections, and add your Twitch. Dialga Heatran, maybe fine. If you're playing Melmetal, Heatran's probably good. The choice you have to make when playing Dialga is, do you want to be all EX Pokemon, or do you want to be primarily non-EX and make your opponent knock out 2 single pointers to start? The upside to playing Yanmega Mew is that, like, you're all multi-point Pokemon, so you make them knock out 2 X's to win the game. I know absolutely nothing about Magic the Gathering these days, Paul. I think the new cards outclass old meta decks. I think the only old meta deck that's likely going to struggle a little bit is Mewtwo, because the Darkrai decks have a direct typing advantage over it. But in general, I think the power level of things seems like they did a good job of remaining relatively flat. All right, I'm gonna need you to calm down, Palkia. I don't even know that it's right to storm here on one, if I'm being honest. I think we're just supposed to 30 them. I think there was an obvious early contender for top tier decks with the new cards. I think something with Dialga and something with Darkrai is almost assuredly competitive. Or there's a difference between competitive and guaranteed top tier. You're really not going to pin me down on hard and fast things I think are amazing until we have some stats to look at. I'm just not that kind of person. All right, now let's tap this. Because then if they put Executor EX up, they also need a heal for it to not die to the other Dimensional Storm next turn. Also plays around Psychic Eggs, yeah. Narrator, there was in fact a Psychic Egg. Do you have a Geo as your last card? Not. And then they can't knock this out next turn unless they draw something else, because this needs 2 energies to attack even with Jungle Totem. So we'll get to leaf this Palkia out at this point. Almost did that on reflex. We would like to not have this get knocked out, though. Any decks you're particularly enjoying yet? I've liked a lot of these stage 2 decks. Blastoise, Palkia, and Garchomp are probably the two I've liked the most. Although Togekiss was good too. I've got a giant backlog of deck highlights. I think I'm probably gonna post 2 YouTube videos a day for like the next week on the Hooglandia Pocket channel, just because there's so many things that seem like they're reasonable to highlight. Oh. Are we supposed to just Misty the Palkia? Like, go for another big finish that way? Probably. Are you gonna do a meta report? Yeah, definitely. The amount of time being a half a week versus a full week doesn't matter because the thing that matters is we have big weekend tournaments. And I'm running a big tournament. Ursi's gonna run a big tournament again. There'll be 2 or 3 others as well. I bet we'll have 4 or 5 tournaments with 500 plus people in them between set release and Saturday night when I usually pull the data. Average Celebi game is still average. Okay, so something I try to avoid doing when building my decks is I dislike building a deck with a card that's just a worse version of something else. And this deck is definitely just a worse version of this same deck, but with Blastoise. I feel like I'm pretty, like, I'm sure there's some small edge case where the Blastoise is slightly worse than Mammo on occasion, but in all these games we've played so far, if this Mammo Swine had just been a Blastoise, it would just be better. So it could just be that Mammo's bad. They like making bad cards, 1-star arts, but at a minimum, I think I should probably retool what this is doing so it's not just bad Mammo. Is there something we could do that makes it not just bad Blastoise? I'm not sure. Yeah, we could build it so it's like all 1 prize point stuff, so the Palkia doesn't get grabbed on occasion. Could be an angle. The problem is that Mammo just doesn't attack well on curve. Is like the crux of the issue. Mammo's a 2 energy attack, a 3 energy attack, and then a 4 energy attack. What if we did Articuno instead of Palkia with the Manaphy? I can see that being all single knockout points. Like that's like a compelling reason to be different, right? If you're just all 1 knockout point things. We can play a few games with that at least. And we might still write it off as bad, but I think there's at least a compelling argument to be like, okay, this is something we're doing that's like meaningfully different than just being a bad version of the deck with Blastoise. How do you decide when to Pokeball and then Oak or vice versa? If you want to draw more basic Pokemon, you Oak and then Pokeball. If you want to draw something that's not a basic, you Ball and then Oak. What time are you gonna start the broadcast tomorrow? Probably like 5 minutes before the rounds pair. You open the max packs each day. I will for the first few days, and then I'll stop. Yeah, you can only spend 720 Pokegold on packs per day. I'd love to draw a leaf so we can get Manaphy up. What cards am I still missing? I think Luxray is one of the only mechanically unique cards I'm missing. But have most of them. Most everything else. What was the takeaway from the Bastiodon Skarmory deck? Skarmory's great. Bastiodon we should flip more heads with. We're gonna revisit the Bastiodon deck. It felt alright. I just wanted to try some Mamoswine. If you go for the 2 stars in the set, I'll go for some of them. I'd like a 2-star Cyrus. I would like 2-star Dawn. Big gamers. Did you ever cut the leaves for XP to just give up switching out Mamo once he's up? So the reason to play Leaf over X-Speed is for the games where Swinub is your lead. It's not so you can move Mamo out later, although that'll probably come up sometimes. Maybe I should have started building second Mamo here, actually. Could see that being the case. Rather than the Articuno. So what's the back and forth here doesn't favor us, right? We go Mamo, clear Hitmonchan, Marshadow, knocks Mamo to 40, then we have to bail it out, and then we're going to be leaning on... It's going to come down to some paralyzed flips here, yeah? There it always does. Well, we only need one paralyzed flip. We'll leaf this out to Articuno. Articuno paralyzes this. And then we clear it the following turn. And then we switch Articuno to Mamoswine to take the 3rd knockout point. Oh, second Marshadow. I think that's GG. Yeah, I was really whelmed by Lucario. We played it a bit earlier. At a minimum, I am skeptical that... at a minimum, I am skeptical that Lucario necessarily is good inside of the smaller fighting box decks. I want to try it in some of the Gallade decks and maybe Machamp or like something like the new Fighting Fossil. It did not feel impressive in the shells like our last opponent was playing. The Hitmonchan ones. Hey, Obtuse, all the Shillionaires today. Welcome, welcome. We'll keep that trickle-down economy in action. Next Shillionaire will only have to spend 999,773 shillings. Our second reduction today. Machamp feels bad. Can't imagine Lucario makes it feel better. Machamp's actually a card that stands to gain a lot from Pokemon communication. It's one of the stage 2s that's always felt really, really good when you get it quickly early, and communication's gonna help you do that more frequently. The stream will start about 10 a.m. tomorrow. About 23 hours from now, for people who are not good at time zones. Hey Jeff, I wonder if you had any tips for losing weight. I've been doing well at the diet part, but not sure what to do with the exercise part. I mean, losing weight is almost entirely diet. Exercise will make you feel good, and it's worth doing, but exercise, typically speaking, doesn't lead to weight loss. In fact, when you're exercising regularly, it can be easy to overeat over the calories that you're burning. So, something to keep in mind. The source of my t-shirt. This came from an official Pokemon Center merch drop. So they're gonna clear this, and then this is gonna be ready to go right away. He is just so clunky. Oh wait, they put an energy on Marshadow? That's good for me, yeah? Do I lift? A couple of times a week, but I'm not like a bodybuilder. Yeah, putting energy on the Marshadow means they're not attacking me with the Pidgeot next turn, which seems good for me. Do we build up Swinub or do we build up Articuno? So I put in energy, I hit them. They energy, pass back, I hit them. We have enough time to build up Articuno, yeah? Yeah, Rampardos is, maybe we'll do that next. This deck seems like it's probably not great. Do use gloves when I lift? I do, yeah. Otherwise you'll tear up your palms very easily. Tempo Sabrina is a big deal if I don't top deck a Leaf. I have 2 of those in 8 cards. What do you think of Celebi in the new metagame? I think Executor EX will continue to be one of the best cards in Pokemon Pocket. And I would be surprised if Celebi is its best pairing. I think Celebi has always been kind of mid, but Executor EX is cracked. So it gets to carry a pretty mid card. Forklift, thank you for the almost 5 years. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, I would. My money's on Yan Mega eggs being better than Celebi eggs, but we'll see. If I was a gambling man, that's where I'd bet, but... Could you extrapolate a bit about Executor, please? What do you need to extrapolate? Card's really good. It's only a stage 1, and it does lots of damage, and has a big health pool, so you can set up other things behind it. Yeah, and Erica heals. It's the best wall in the game, yeah. Alright, I mean, all of our things being 1 knockout points meant we maneuvered there. To set a low bar, this kind of feels better than the build with Palkia. Maybe we should give Bambo more of a chance. Maybe we should give Bambo more of a chance. Does he deserve more? It feels like he deserves more. Alright, we're gonna give Bambo a couple more shakes. To set a low bar, Articuno seems better than the Palkia build we were playing. Is Venusaur worth exploring with eggs and communication? Yeah, Rocky Helmet 2 is probably good with Venusaur. I don't know when I'm gonna get around to that, but eventually that's on the list. Alright, I am gonna run and grab a couple of snacks for my lunch. We're gonna let the adverts roll while I do that. We're gonna give Bambo a couple more games at least when we get back. It's feeling better with Articuno for sure. Thanks for hanging out, don't go anywhere. If you're watching on YouTube, tap the like button. Like button, gamers. Here we go. Those are the wrong Articuno flares? Why wouldn't you want the sweet icy ones? They're so great. You played the Lake Trio deck. Nah, we won't get to things that are terrible for another week or so. As someone who's currently playing Mamoswine, Lake Trio is probably worse than this, so. We will definitely have a highlight on Darkrai Magnezone. 100%. while back you shared part of your success with weight loss was no longer drinking calories. Yep, that is a big one. Especially if you live in America, it's so easy to not realize how many calories you drink over the course of a day. Pull up a Starbucks menu sometime and look at the calorie intake there. It's actually insane. Yes, alcohol at a bar too. Ton of calories. This is close. We're gonna brick on our stage 1 and feel silly. Nailed it, never didn't have it. For those of you that are new here at Everett, we talked about it before. I lost a little over 50 pounds over the course of 2024. Not doing anything fancy, just eating smaller, healthier portion sizes and not drinking calories. Articuno? Articuno. Nice. Alright, and then next turn we start attacking even without a Mamo. If we hit Mamo, we clean them out, but if we miss Mamo, we can get Articuno up. The Manaphy Fallout is really good. I love the little Lumineon here in the corner. I felt not embarrassed playing Lapras and Manaphy. That's an interesting thought. I could buy that for $1. Maybe that's a better secondary Pokemon than Articuno. Yeah, not EX Lapras, obviously, baby Lapras. Alright, if we can find double Mamo for the back, we're probably in a decent spot, yeah? Someone asked, do you think search is mandatory in every deck? I assume by search you mean communication. I think every stage 2 deck probably wants communication. This board is very charged up. We are finally getting a knockout point. How do you leave a game like Marvel Snap after spending so much money on it? How do you make that disconnect? That's a good question. Part of it, a lot of it's about mindset. And a big part of the mindset is I don't view spending money on a game like Marvel Snap as an investment. Anytime I spend money on Pokemon Pocket or Marvel Snap or any other game, I view it as a money I'm lighting on fire for my entertainment. Too many. You hear that you hear that in every one of these games. Like, should I invest $100 in packs, Jeff? Is it worth it to invest this? And it's like, well, this isn't an investment. This is your entertainment money. Two cards in my deck, so guaranteed to have Mammo at some point in the next 2 turns. That's true, and for someone like me, it's more of an investment than it is for most people, since this is my job while I'm doing it, right? Oh, man. Because the second Mammo's the literal bottom card and they still have 4 energy, I actually have to win this paralyzed flip because Manaphy dies otherwise. That's so sad. If we would have hit the 50-50 on the Mammo, losing back-to-back 50-50s there, we were 50% to draw the Mammo and then we're 50% to paralyze them. We put up the mana fee. Is that a line to victory though? I guess that would have been good, yeah? Was that what it? Yeah, I think you're right. When we brick on the Mammo, I should put up the mana fee. No, that's a good call out. We would have lost to Osiris either way, but shout out to my opponent taking game actions when they don't need to. Yeah, that's true. Going for the flip because of Cyrus is probably correct, or Sabrina. Alright. They have first energy advantage, but we have the leaf to truffle shuffle this, and then we get Manaphy going, so not terrible. That's an interesting difference between digital and paper. In paper, there's a tendency for things to feel better because you can sell them later. While that's technically correct that you can sell things better, as someone who spent a lot of time around competitive TCG players for many decades, in my experience, the fact that you can sell your cards later is typically used as justification by people who shouldn't be spending money that they're spending on the products that they're buying. I've heard a lot of people cope like, oh, I'm not spending money, I'm making an investment. Just like knowing somewhere in the back of their mind that they're wholly never expecting to sell these things. I think while you could get some of your money back at some point, you absolutely should treat your physical collectibles the same way you do digital. You should never spend money on a physical collectible that you wouldn't be okay literally lighting on fire. And if at some point down the line in the future you got some of the money back that you spent, that should be viewed as an upside, not the overall goal of the engagement. We'll conceal that we have Mammo for now, yeah? Written 90 HP Pidgeot. Do they have their evolution here? That seems loose if they don't. Are they just not going to respect the Mammo? Or they do have the evolution, okay. Neonos, thanks for the third of a year. We haven't talked about that much today, and maybe we should, just so people are aware. So for reference, data mines with the information that we learned from this latest set of updates imply that the next card packs coming to Pokemon Pocket are on an accelerated timetable to line up with Pokemon Day at the end of February. So we don't know how big those card packs are going to be, but the next card packs are set to release based on data mined information on February 28th. And I know that that's really quick, but the thing to be aware of is that it's still keeping with their same pacing overall, because after that happens on February 28th, there's an 8-week gap until the next set of card packs. So it's still card packs, 2 sets of card packs every 12 weeks, but one of them's 4 from now and then 8 instead of 6 and 6. Yes, we also don't know if it's pack or packs is a good call out. Accurate to say we're unaware if it's 1 pack or 2. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if all of the card releases are just 2 packs from here on out. And they only did 3 and 1 to start because they wanted to launch the game with more cards. It could just be one. Again, it's all 100% pure speculation. We need to just wait and see. All right, we're gonna leaf this Mamoswine out and then try and tag heads with this Articuno. And I guess even if we don't tag heads with the Articuno... Oh, I'm dumb. This has a retreat cost of 4. All right, I'm not gonna double down on my mistake. We'll just Frosty finding them. And this is, again, I'm just not going to be able to keep up with your feels. But I've heard a lot of people comment that it would be too much too soon. But again, if they release 2 packs in 4 weeks and then 2 packs again in 8 weeks, long term in terms of free-to-play and what free-to-play players get, it's the exact same as 6 weeks and 6 weeks. Just so like the numbers, so people like stop and think a minute about the numbers for a little bit. It's functionally the same as releasing them at 6 and 6. They're just literally, if the data mines are accurate, they're moving it up 2 weeks to line up with Pokemon Day because of hype around the IP. There's only a 2-week time frame that's actually different. Is the point? Everybody's talking about feels. The word feels has been thrown out a lot, so I'm just trying to like provide some actual numbers that like. I'm just trying to provide actual numbers rather than people that are just like feels in chat. It's functionally the same. Except for like the really brief window. Opener sounds lovely. I would love my 50% Swinub. Unlucky. I'm not gonna play that out here because if we brick on the Swinub next turn, I'm gonna communication to try and dig for it, I think, with the with these in hand already.
the opponent trying to charge up behind a Drudagon is really not stellar when your opponent has Mana Fee. We do a live reaction to the Pokemon Day stuff. Maybe. Who would you pair with Dialga and Yanmega? A Mew would be the third one in that pairing. Two Articunos ready to go, but it's sad that we don't have our baby. It's the best partner so far for Dialga. I think the Yanmega Mew deck is potential to be the best, but I haven't played with Melmetal yet. Dialga's a kind of tricky card because there's a lot of different ways you can build it. I think there's a good chance we won't like objectively know Dialga's best partner for like a couple of weeks. I would be surprised if Licky Licky is the optimal pairing. That's definitely an option, but my gut says I'd be surprised if that's the best. Our tournament top cut rounds, the second day from yesterday, don't start till 2 o'clock. So I got a little bit. I would be pretty surprised if Pidgeot EX was better than Yanmega with Dialga, but it's definitely something on the list to try. I appreciate everybody hanging out today, by the way. We've got a bunch of people on both YouTube and Twitch. We're hanging out on the Twitch front page. If you happen to be dropping by and you enjoy Pokemon and sweet card games, this is a great channel to come back again to. I've been streaming here on Twitch for what feels like an eternity. My account is almost 13 years old at this point. I've been a Twitch partner for almost a decade. I've been fortunate enough to call what I do here my full-time job for over 7 years now. Before Pokemon Pocket released last fall, I played a ton of Marvel Snap, and before that, Magic the Gathering, and then handfuls of other turn-based and strategy card games throughout the course of the years. You'll find me one of the most consistent streamers on the platform. I'm here Monday through Friday during the week. Typically, I stream from about 9 a.m. Central till about 3 or 4 p.m. Central in the afternoon, like typical work hours or so. In terms of what we do, we're doing a lot of Pokemon Pocket of the late. I always enjoy doing the more competitive aspect while also coloring a little bit outside the lines. There's a lot of community tournaments for this game. We usually play one of those every day while we're live, as long as the schedule lines up. We're always trying to play off meta and new things in it to find new things that could be breakouts in the format. The YouTube stream eclipsed Twitch on Wednesday for a little bit, but it was lower yesterday and solidly lower today because we're on the Twitch front page as extra promo. But I think even without the front page boost, Twitch is beating YouTube. Yeah, YouTube's got 1,200 people. And even without the front page jump, we got about 1,800 people watching that aren't from the front page. Got about doubled up thanks to the front page promo. And no ads over gameplay. Jeff always takes a brief pause before the ads roll. That's true. I watch a lot of Twitch and live streams like a lot of you at home, I'm sure. And I always roll my eyes and sigh a little bit and change the channel whenever a streamer has adverts go over the middle of a game. There's nothing more frustrating than like being engaged in what a content creator is doing and then they just like have adverts happen over like the last 2 turns of a game you've been watching the whole time. It's super obnoxious. Would Dialga, Yanmega, and Skarmory be good? So
part of the problem with playing Skarmory with Yanmega and Dialga is generally speaking, when you are building decks in Pokemon Pocket, you want to build them so they're 1 EX and a bunch of 1 knockout point Pokemon, or all EXs. Because when you play Skarmory, Yanmega, and Dialga, they're going to take a knockout on your Skarmory, and then after they take the knockout on your Skarmory, they only need to clear 1 of your EXs to win the game. So I think, while Skarmory is definitely a good card, if you're going to play Skarmory with Yanmega, or sorry, with Skarmory with Dialga, I would want to pair it with Melmetal and other good 1 knockout point things. So that way you make your opponent, like, clear Skarmory, clear Melmetal, and then clear Dialga at the end. You say that so well, it sounds like you set it off a teleprompter. Well, like I said, I've been doing this a long time, so a lot of those bits are almost pre-programmed at this point, for lack of a better term. I've just been saying them forever. Okay, so Mamoswine is 160. If I clear the Drudagon with it, I go to 140. And then if they have a Poke Flute, which is common in this archetype, they would get to clear the Mamo with the Pidgeot right away, which would be devastating. So I think we just Articuno and play for flippin' heads here on the Paralyze is the plan. Is Mars trash? Mars is likely trash, yes. And then we're not playing out Swinub. I don't think we have time to build it anyways, and having more bench Pokemon lets the Scattering Cyclone here do more damage. Jeff, our Wonder Pick's predetermined. I would like to give everybody a chance to put earmuffs on if you don't want me to shatter your reality. I'm counting to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wonder Picks and the booster pack spinner are completely irrelevant. What card you're getting from the 5 cards and what cards are in your booster pack are determined when you open it. It is purely an exercise in letting you feel like... and letting you feel like you have agency like you're in real life. It's the illusion of choice. Yes, it's exactly like the actual coin flip. How you flip the coin doesn't matter. The result of the coin is predetermined. They're just letting you take a game action to feel like it does in the paper game. I just fell to my knees in a Walmart. I would apologize, gamers, but I'm not sorry. Okay, so we are dead to a Sabrina, but otherwise fine. One of those spots where Sabrina gets us, but Cyrus does not. All right, time for the big pig to take the lead here. Are we done here? You gotta... I guess Baby Pidgeot also gets us. They can do the Truffle Shuffle here, but this back one can't attack, so... Someone asked earlier, do you always press the thanks button at the end of the game? And this is one of those few instances where I won't. The reason why here is my opponent had the card that won them the game, and it's like not a big deal. Like, we lost the game, it's whatever. But I'll skip pressing the thanks button when they like take 4 extra game actions they didn't need to take before they won the game. So when I don't press the thanks button, it's because someone wasted my time. Either they disconnected or they did a bunch of game actions like that that were unnecessary. Like, losing isn't a big deal. Someone, like, stealing a bunch of my time on the way out the door is annoying. I mean, I was talking to chat, so, like, we could concede once they do the thing, but, like, for specifics there, they took 2 game actions before even playing the Sabrina as well. All right, to close on this deck, I don't expect this to be good, but it was less bad than I was anticipating. Something that's worth calling out is that this deck felt better when I cut Palkia than it did with Palkia. And that was because one of the upsides Mamoswine gives you in this deck is being 1 knockout point. So once we do that, playing Articuno or Lapras could maybe be worth testing in that slot too. Being all single knockout point Pokemon is ideal. If you want to play Palkia in this core, the tournament top cut we're going to be playing today that we made yesterday was with this Blastoise shell. I'm pretty confident this Blastoise shell is solid. But Blastoise is an EX, so having Palkia as another EX is less of a big deal with a bunch of EX ones. So I like this core a lot, and we're gonna play some more of this in about 2 hours when that happens. What are we doing? I opened the cards for the new fighting fossil. Yes, let's double check. We opened the cards for the new fighting fossil. We're gonna play that when we get back after the ad break. Let's check before we send you off. We did. Cool. All right, Cranidos, and Rampardos. Let's hit it on that. We're gonna tap a couple of ad rolls before we do. Thanks everybody for hanging out. We'll get this built. We'll play some games. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. We're working our way up towards 1,500 likes. I bet we could do that for a 3rd day in a row with today's long stream. Tomorrow morning, we're going to have a Garchomp highlight. Garchomp's been a ton of fun. It's going to be a card we'll definitely play more of. Lighthawk, thank you for the 21 months. Yeah, the Garchomp Greninja deck was very serviceable for us. What else do I want to do with these? Past Jeff built this deck already, yeah? Oh, yeah, Ramparreggie. Some Regirock. Some Marshadow. It's possible we're supposed to play Lucario. I don't know. I kind of like the idea. Of Marshadow. I'll start with Marshadow, and we'll go from there and see how often it feels like we need the extra breaks. What site does Jeff use to look through tournament decks? Limitless TCG. It's a place almost all the tournaments are held. Where my tournament will be held tomorrow. When the ads finish, we'll take a second to plug that. I should plug that more today. Get some signups. I think we broke 1,000 signups this morning, so we should have 500 or 600 people playing at least. For people who aren't familiar with the free tournaments, the way they work, in my experience, 25 to 40% of the people who sign up don't actually check in the morning of. It's a free roll to sign up, so they click the button, but then other life happens. The Night Streams promo is still going, yes. I want to start here. I think I want to start here. Hey, thanks, TJ. All right, as a quick shout out, as we come back to plug something of my own before we jump into this Rampardos deck. Myself and other content creator Spraggles are going to be hosting our own tournament for the first time tomorrow. We've got 1,500 USD worth of prizes. It's completely free to enter. If you've got your Saturday free starting at 10 a.m. Central tomorrow, which is in about 22 hours from now, you should consider hopping on in to jam some games. Structure is relatively straightforward. We're going to play 7 rounds of best of 3 Swiss, regardless of how many people we have. And then afterwards, everyone who wins 6 or 7 matches will be put into a single elimination bracket to play out for the crown from there. So no messy tiebreakers or other nonsense. You just show up and you win at least 6 and you make the top cut. Another thing we're going to be doing with prizes, because I like to make these events a little bit less cutthroat and a little bit more community focused, while there's plenty for the top 8 competitors as always, we're also going to be having 4 door prizes awarded at random to people who finish 5 and 2. So if you are enjoying playing and you want to practice more and play more of your deck, even after you take 2 losses, you can play out until your 3rd loss to have a chance to get one of our door prizes we'll be giving out. And then hopefully tomorrow's tournament's going to be a smashing success. We'll be able to rustle up plenty of sponsors and stuff for future ones. We'll be able to do even more than just 4x door prizes in the future is my goal. If you can't play and you want to watch, myself and Spraggles are going to be doing commentary together. We'll be live on my Twitch channel and his YouTube channel all day, bringing you a ton of sweet matches with new decks, looking at metagame updates, and all sorts of other stuff. So be sure to tune in here tomorrow for that, whether you can play or not. What's your expected end time? I think if you plan to win the tournament's probably going to be somewhere in the 9 to 10 hour range. I expect the 7 rounds of Swiss will probably be somewhere in the 5-ish hour range, and then probably another 4 to 5 for the top cut, depending on how many people we have. The rounds are 35 minutes total, and then the first couple will take a little bit extra with judge calls and more people. The coverage will be on Spraggle's YouTube channel, and then I plan to do some highlights of like the better games and more interesting games with new decks on my channel. But I won't upload the coverage in the entirety because I don't want to cannibalize Spraggle's YouTube video after the fact of his coverage. Seems like it would be unfair of me. Alright. Let's try some Fighting Fossil, huh? Will they bring back Genetic Apex? Genetic Apex isn't gone. Open your booster pack screen and tap the button in the lower right-hand corner. We should do this guy next. I opened 2 of these. This will be what we'll do next. We're gonna play this for a little bit. I'll try some Pachirisu after that. I don't have this gorgeous one, but we've got pleb Pachirisus. The 2 stars in this game are so pretty. They put a hat on their mouse, chat, so the mouse does 80 damage total if it's wearing a hat. Otherwise, it does 40. All right, so we're looking for a Leaf and a Regirock here. It's our ideal opener. Okay. Halfway there. And then I'm gonna put the Mew out so that way the Skull Fossil can't get pulled up with the Sabrina. Put energy here. This is very likely the Regirock, yep. Nailed it. So Regirock is unironically the new strongest lead in the game in terms of single point knockouts. It's 120 HP and it takes 20 less from attacks. Its retreat cost is a little bit steep. You need 1 energy on it with Leaf still, but if you're looking to just buy time, it seems solid. And if you have 2 of these, you can build up the one in the background because it has an all-right attack. You can dodge a Sabrina, we can dodge a ball here. Then a basic out of our deck. I wish I hadn't played the Mew out. Would have liked other Regirock in that slot. Yep, there's that one. And this guy, for people that haven't seen him, does 130 damage, and then it cracks itself back for 50. This is checkmate. I think this is checkmate from here. They need Sabrina this turn, or they're checkmated. They could have a hat for Pikachu. I can't wait to build a deck with Rampardos if I had one. Have you considered being luckier or perhaps being less unlucky? Is this still checkmate? I think this is still checkmate. We literally just put this up and crack them. This is 150. It literally just clears everything in their deck. And, like, it hits itself back, but, like, this is only dealing 80. They need to put Zapdos up and put a hat on it. And even then, they're still in a bad spot because they have no knockout points. This thing's not even an EX. They only get 1 point for clearing it. It's cracked. Cracked, clearly. Cracked. Much like Pikachu's skull after the Rampardos was done. Too dark? Just dark enough. Borderline dark. Four EXs versus one really hard head. Accurate. Not our one copy of you feels bad, man. How many packs does this man have to open to get every single card in this already? It takes between 70 and 90 packs, depending on variants, to get every functional card in a given pack. It's so weird that you don't have to charge this up and you're just like, all right, Marshadow Energy, your move. How many packs I opened? I opened the, like, 240-ish each day. I have enough pack points to craft the couple of cards I'm missing second copies of, but because I know I'm gonna max spend at least one more day just chasing cosmetics, I saved my pack points for 2 stars. What do we think of tapping them for 40 with Marshadow so I win the game if I draw the stage 2 next turn? This is a little aggro, but I think it's appropriate. You get your hourglasses from solo battles. No, I think the solo battles aren't very fun, so I don't play them. How many Pokemon are in my deck? There's 2 stage 2s, a stage 1, 2 Regirocks, and another Marshadow, so there's 6. So if I draw one of those, these Pokemon communicators reach 40% to get me my stage 2. Hey, Daddy. All right, one 40%er. And then second 40%er. Unlucky. Sedge. Do I discard this fossil and just start powering this up? I think so. There is no payoff for discarding your own cards off your deck. Rhyperior is not a playable card, unfortunately. It's actually kind of jacked up that they reprinted Rhydon and made him unplayable a second time. Like someone at DNA does not love that card or that character. Two different unplayable versions of the same current character. It's just like big oof. So, if they clear my Marshadow, I guess I have to be concerned about this Mew losing me the game. Because of, they're almost assuredly a Cyrus deck, yeah? Is that the reason to play a medium card like Spirit Tomb? Dead to Cyrus. As Weevil does 90 to Mew because it's weak to Dark. Pretty unfortunate game for us, both forced to lead on the Mew and then bricked on our stage 2 here when we had 2 40%ers with communication to hit it. Hey, maybe they don't have it. We're okay still. Turd burglar. Wait, did they miss it? Oh my god, they missed weakness. That's so funny. Taking too long, so you know they have it, dude. Right on time, bud. Welcome to the party. Enjoy your stay. Dark being weak to grass is so confusing. Dark is weak to bug, and bug Pokemon are grass in this game. Yeah, CJ, that's correct. So the non-poison dark Pokemon in TCG are often weak to grass, and then poison dark Pokemon are weak to fighting. Is the way they tend to split it up. We made the top cut of a tournament yesterday while playing Palkia Blastoise, so those top cut matches. It might be quick if we lose the first one, but top cut rounds start in a little minute here. Or hour 45. Is incredibly funny that they had 6 different ways to win this game and they just didn't understand how their cards work. So obviously we'd have lost this game if they played better, but we might have a shot here. Just keep boulder crushing. If they like leaf this out or they go energy. Do they get us here? I think the Weevil gets us anyways now, yeah? Dawn would have got us. We wouldn't have died to Dawn here because we take 20 less damage from attacks. That Dawn will get us now because they have the other Weavile. JK, there's justice in the world. Come here. Come here. Step into my office, please. Step into my office, will you, for a moment? I have a litany of mistakes I would like to punish. Thanks. Yes, notice the speed at which we put our card that wins the game into play. It was quickly. Grass Pokemon. That's cheating. I think we're Marshadowing. Rampy Dork clears Celebi in one, yeah? Cracking for 130 is so much. Why is it taking 20 less damage from attacks? That's his Pokemon ability. Oh, why isn't it? Oh, because it counters weakness. The Pokemon ability is countering weakness. Right, them taking a turn here to get through our thing is nice. Gives us time to set up another Marshadow or potentially find our way into this. Oh, come on, game. I would like to commune with the spirits, I mean the Pokemon. Best you can do is a Regirock? I guess. At least everything is all one knockout point here, so we could go Regirock clears, Marshadow hits, Marshadow hits. I suppose we could hit Runner here still to find our stage 1, stage 2. Yeah, the Mew is really like, put me in, coach. If you're struggling to find the code to join the Hooglandia Spraggles tournament tomorrow, you should make a point to read everything. Because it tells you in the event page, along with some other key details, what you need to get that code. Alright, with them having the switcheroo here, this is well played on their part. I need to hit my stage 1, stage 2 to have a shot. So, you're saying there's a chance. Take a chance on me. What if I can't read and I play Pokemon cards based on photos and vibes? True Savant. Tease, I thought Marshadow was gonna live there for a half second. Alright, 1 research and 2 stage 2s in my deck that win the game here. So, 3 out of 8, kinda, if I squint. Ginyu. No matter how many times we catch and release, the cat comes back. The very next day, do 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 do. So this is my sequence. That gives me the highest probability to win the game. We Sabrina them for tempo. They switch to the Celebi. They hit two heads and 6 coins. The Mew lives, and then we top deck our stage 2. They could just attack us with a Lilligant though, and then we're probably dead. Yeah. Opponent played this game incredibly well. Our draw was very bad, but they did not give us the chance to get back in. Well, we'll crack him across the skull here, but probabilistically very, very dead. Yeah, 100%. GG opponent. Yeah, opponent knew the ins and outs of their deck for sure. Is Rampardos Lucario not viable? I have no idea. I think trying to assemble a Fossil Stage 2 and a Stage 1, though, sounds extra inconsistent. Lucario is just such a mid-lead a lot of the time. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little jaded. I was super unimpressed with the Lucario deck we played earlier today. Think about the new Lumineon. I think there's a chance I would play a 1-1 split. Depends on what the metagame looks like. But 1-1 split's probably very reasonable. I said it, Lucario specifically didn't feel good in like the little deck with Hitmonchan for me. And that it might be better in a bigger deck, yeah. But it's also just like a lot of moving pieces for a bigger deck. I was gonna put an energy on here so I could leaf this out, but clearing the Riolu actually isn't very good, yeah? Just trying to think through, like, what does our switching back and forth look like here? I guess I just power Regirock. This gives him an eternity to get to Golem, and I feel like Golem's the bigger dork, yeah? Although I guess Rampardos goes head-to-head with Golem, realistically. Depends on which Golem. I assume they're playing Mythical Island Golem. I'd be shocked if they're playing the other one. Literally goes head to head. He does, yes. Because this only hurts itself if it knocks out. So it'll just like crack Golem for 100 even through its damage reduction, yeah? And this only does 40 here, so I've got some time to get charged up. I think adding more incentive to play PvP in Pocket would be a mistake, and I hope they don't do it. I think I don't want Pocket to be a tedious, endless grind. It's a nice feature that you can play Pocket when you want to have fun, and if you're not having fun, you can ignore it. So what do the dominoes look like here? If I ramp the Lucario, they Marshadow my ramp, and then I Marshadow their Marshadow, and then they Marshadow my Marshadow, and then my Regirock finishes. If they end up with a Golem in there somewhere in the middle, I get in trouble, though. I think I've waited too long. I think I have to give the knockout point up, and then we Regirock. It was a lot of words, it was. That was me, and that's the way you need to approach these games, chat. You need to sit down and go, okay, how does this game play out over the next 3 to 4 turns if I take this sequence of game actions? What does it look like? Yeah, it's literally chess or fighting games, but slower. Yeah. And there's some variance bits thrown in, but there's still that back and forth thinking. So this is only dealing a Regirock is really good here because it doesn't get cleared here. Yeah. I've not played my Sabrina yet, so I think that's checkmate because I draw a card, I clear this, they don't clear me. The next turn, they clear this, and then I'm guaranteed to draw a Sabrina in 2 cards, and then Sabrina plus ramp clears their back line to give me another knockout point. They don't have anything that survives another 130 hit other than Golem. I believe they are checkmated at this point. Oh, they didn't put an energy on here. But again, even if they put the energy on here, this is only dealing 100 because it's plus 20, minus 20 on the exoskeleton. Regirock, unironically, seems real solid. Okay, and then because I have the second one of these guaranteed, I could just go ahead and give up the first one now. I guess I could have leafed there to save the energy, but I don't think it matters. I think a lot of people want ranked modes in a game like Pokemon Pocket because a lot of people who make content and have time to watch Twitch streams tend to play these games a lot. And because ranked modes reward you for playing the game a lot, it lets those people feel very smart. The types of people who frequent Twitch streams are more likely to be high ranked in games because they're playing the games a ton. And that's not everyone, obviously, but more often than not, the average person on a Twitch stream is going to have a lot of time to play these types of games. And ranked ladders that you play a lot, you're going to be high ranked in because they measure how much you play, not how good you are. It's difficult and hard to consistently perform well in tournaments. It's easier to grind a ranked ladder because you just gotta show up and grind. This deck unironically seems okay. Regirock. Regirock feels way better in practice than I was expecting it to. I was expecting it to feel playable, but it's been real reasonable. All right, we gotta take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll, but we are definitely gonna play more of this when we get back. The tournament top cut that we made yesterday, that it was a second day, starts in 90 minutes. So we're gonna be playing this probably for a good chunk of that. We'll build something else in the middle. Yeah, ladders are a very efficient sort of cedar box. If you're watching on YouTube, tap the like button, gamers. I bet we can get to 1,500 soon. It's time to stand up. Has Dark Rye felt overpowered yet? Nope. Although it is worth noting / true that if you're a person who only believes there's 2 types of card game cards, busted ones and unplayable ones, Dark Rye is definitely playable. So if playable then busted, Dark Rye fits that description. Dark Rye. My expectation of Dark Rye, Dialga, and Palkia all being reasonable competitive cards seems to be accurate. They all read as playable cards during the preview season. Regirock is a better golem. I might actually buy that for $1. It kind of does it. It's one stage. You have any pictures from before the weight loss? Kinda? Where's me on the bike? Yeah, this is pre-weight loss. Yeah, my biking apparatus. There's a lot more of me in that picture in a few different ways. Any feet pics from before the weight loss? Nope. And I want to make it clear, just because it's like, I'm on the bike and we're talking about weight loss. The bike is not responsible for my weight loss. You should not buy exercise equipment expecting exercise to make you lose weight. Exercise will make you feel better. It'll make your body healthier. It's not going to be the source of weight loss for you. You can't outrun your diet. Unironically, one of the biggest struggles to lose weight as a parent is throwing out food that your children don't eat. It's such an easy tendency to just be like, oh, toddler didn't finish that. Oh, 10-year-old only ate half their meal. Like, just pack on so many. Kids don't eat anything, chat. There's just gonna constantly be food wasted everywhere. For people who are new here, I have 3 children, the oldest of whom is 10. They're currently 10, 9, and 4, so you can't lose value on the food you got for your children that they're not gonna eat. Can you predict how much kids will eat? Absolutely not. Speaking from experience, the only surefire way to make sure your child never eats something ever again is to buy it in bulk at Sam's Club. Oh, you've been eating a lot of these for the last 2 weeks now, huh? I'm gonna stock up. Nope. You don't eat that anymore? Interesting. This card dealing 50 for 1 is actually kind of incredible. not past clearing the Mankey here, it also clears Manaphy in our current metagame. And then we're gonna curve right up it. This game's done, right? Like this is actually just checkmate. Ooh, that one. If they put the energy on here, they gotta put the energy on here. If they put the energy here, they're done. But if they put the energy here, their Mars Shadow can clear this on the backswing. Oh, Sabrina gets him. Yeah. Good call. Oh, do they Pokeball? No, there's communication. It clears Execute too. Sure does. Yep. Okay, and then when they do that, we're very done. But if they put the energy in the back without another basic, we were still done here. That was an impressive rundown. Yeah, Rampardos attacks for 1 energy. Oh, that's true. We had our own Marshadow anyways. Even without the Sabrina. Good call. What's the downside of his attack? If his attack knocks out the opponent, it deals 50 to itself. We tried Mamoswine, and we played a deck where he wasn't embarrassing, but he's not good. This deck list card for card was in my new decks to try video that went up on Wednesday. I'm actually to just emphasize how incredibly humble I am on top of all of my other fantastic qualities. I'm genuinely impressed how many decks from my new decks video have been absolutely incredible. Like normally I expect to miss more shots than I took in that video, and it feels like so many of them have been like, yeah, this is very functional. Ability is my strongest trait. Yep. Exactly. Well, I will say I'm choosing my words carefully here, and you should note I described them as surprisingly functional, not busted. Because that's the appropriate bar when you're measuring early decks. Is this deck incredible? It's how close to reasonable was it? I think I need to get Mew out of here, yeah? $140 HP is a tough nut to crack for us a little bit. Mew is good into Palkia, which is nice. They didn't look good on paper, were surprisingly bad. I don't think so. I wasn't expecting the Mamoswine deck to be very good, if I'm being honest. But the core of the Mamoswine deck is similar to the core of the Blastoise deck we're playing, and that deck's good. The fact that we can't communicate for a fossil feels bad, man. I feel like when you give somebody lukewarm takes, people here surprisingly functional is pretty good, even when that's not the same. Fair. That's a good one, yeah? That's a good one, yeah? again, one of the keys to this type of deck is that everything other than this one copy of Mew only gives a single knockout point, and we have low energy costs across the board on pretty much everything. So this Dorko clears everything except the Palkia now, and the Palkia gets cleared by Mew. If they don't hit triple heads here, I think we're good to go. And with that, we're dead. What about quad heads? I mean, that's out of stepping stone to triple heads. Yeah, the solo EVA, I hit 10 heads. So we played 2 tournaments yesterday, and we dropped the first one after losing round 1 because across 2 games, our opponent's Misties hit 8 heads. It was just like, that's a sign. We'll play another one. Duck, eh? I guess we're just doing this and letting them clear this, and then we clear them back. It's not really exciting, though. Communication, fetch fossils. Fossils are not Pokemon. Fellow Rampardos enjoyer. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Alright, well, let's communicate into a basic here, maybe, huh? Is local man about to draw Mew? I accept Regirock. Solid lad. What's going on, Karib? Thank you for the over 5 years. Welcome back. We played a little bit with the Bastiodon deck. It was alright. It was good enough that we'll probably play more of it later to flesh out a highlight, but it's probably more on the fun than good side of the scale. The bad rash chat just keeps coming back. I think the number one question in my mind with everybody talking about Darkrai Weavile is, I would want to play that deck against Executor EX at least a couple dozen times before I declared it. It was like, yes, this is definitely good. I would bet that matchup is incredibly difficult for the Weevil side of the board. We're cooked here at this point, yeah. The Yan Mega Executor deck has been destroying everything Darkrai in my experience. Yeah, that would be my expectation. Executor is crushing Darkrai, having played both sides. Yeah, that's my thought. I mean, like, it's the natural tendency of card gamers to cry and, like, say everything's busted just because it's new and playable, but it really feels like they've done a very careful job of introducing new decks while also leaving plenty of counterplay into them. Oh no, another metagame with no tier 0 decks. What will the sweaty players do? Probably have a hard time. I think my number one expectation, I think the one metagame called shot I'll take before we have any big tournaments is I would bet Mewtwo's play rate falls off from the number one slot very solidly with the introduction of Darkrai to the format. I think we finally have a deck that's likely in contention as a top tier deck that's a natural predator to that archetype. I think we'll see its play rate fall off a bit accordingly. For the record, I don't think Mewtwo's going to be unplayable. I think it probably still has fine matchups into a bunch of other stuff, but it's going to struggle. It's going to have a matchup that it genuinely struggles into, I think. The Darkrai decks have cooler play patterns. Completely agree. The Mewtwo decks tend to be pretty dry and linear. I'm very happy if we have something else take over that top slot. Maybe we'll get around to playing Gallade today. I opened them, but I'd be surprised if Gallade is better than playing Machamp, if I'm being honest. I think I'm more likely to revisit Machamp with Communicator before we play Gallade. How good is Cyrus? Cyrus is a playable, competitive supporter card that's better than Sabrina in some spots and worse in others. It's a really good tactical addition to the game. I opened 8 Gallades. Can I get an F in chat for Robin's EX variants? Go dig in here. All of our friends sounds lovely. I just played another Marshadow out here. Am I? Let's Communicator their Mew back in, because I don't need Mew in this matchup. And if I draw a Regirock, I might unironically want a Regirock. So far, my impression on the set for most overrated card, I think I'd currently give to Lucario. It's felt significantly worse than I was expecting it to, both playing with and against it so far. And maybe it's still playable somewhere, but so far I am not super optimistic, if I'm being honest. Oh, you know what? I messed up last turn. I should have put this energy on here, so that way if I top decked Leaf like this, I could have leafed this out and not given up a knockup point. This was a mistake. I should have played to drawing one of my 2 copies of Leaf and we would have hit it. You think Palkia is mid-tier? I think you're super wrong. I think I'm honestly shocked how many people are still rating Palkia low after getting to play games with it. Card is really, like, already has a handful of tournament results in our first couple of things we've had. And is objectively a very powerfully statted card. What makes Palkia mid? People's inability to understand and evaluate cards. Alright, so we head smash, we go 3rd energy, we head smash again, this dies, and then we put this up and we clean them out. We might even just draw into our 2nd copy of this here too. I'm rating Palkia as mid because I don't have it and I'm sad. Fair, honestly. This card's been punching above its weight class. Real impressed with this Dorko so far. Alright, so we each take a point here. Is there any reason to run Kabutops anymore? So your question is what we like to refer to as a loaded question, because it comes with the implication that there was previously a reason to play Kabutops when there was not. They need something on the bench that is more than 100 HP, otherwise Sabrina with Regirock clears them out. And this is, again, just one of the many instances where Sabrina is better than a copy of Cyrus. Oh, I lose to Lucario. Both my things lost to Lucario, though, right? Couldn't play around it? I should have played... No, I couldn't play the Meow because our thing got knocked out. Okay. They couldn't Geo because they Sabrina shit. They could have Lucario, though. Regirock's been crushing. Literal and figurative sense. What variant of Palkia has been the best for you? I've been enjoying Blastoise the most, but I haven't really played other variations. Starmie has a couple of tournament results. It's probably fine. I think of Gallade. I think I would be surprised if Gallade is better than Machamp. We've got our skull fossil. We get to fish up a couple other basics. It's a really interesting dynamic how it's our 4th fighting mirror in a row. It's interesting to me how popular this Lucario deck is. Lucario's a really fan favorite Pokemon typically, yeah? Is that accurate? Okay. It's been a lot of mirrors today. Not mirrors. We're not playing Lucario, but a lot of Lucario decks. Unironically, Regirock's powered up kind of insane against Lucario decks. It just like clears everything they do in a single hit. This is pretty unlikely to find the stage 1. And then we're not throwing back the stage 2, so we'll chill on that for now. Just keep powering this up. Yeah, the Lucario deck is just 2-3 diamond cards from the new set for the most part. It's probably a good reasoning. Regirock surviving Marshadow even with a Lucario out is nice. Can we try Helmet over a Communication? You absolutely should not play less than 2 Communication. I am very confident Communication is very good. I'm gonna wait a turn to communicate here, because we can research next turn to hopefully draw more Pokemon out of our deck, making this more likely to find the stage 1 if we miss it. Like in this deck or in general. If your deck has a stage 2 Pokemon in it, you probably want 2 Communication. I don't think you want 2 in non-stage 2 decks, but if you're playing a stage 2, it makes it significantly more consistent. Think I'm giving up a point here. I think I'm playing this out to play around Sabrina. This is gonna go down here in a second anyways. That'll open up a bench slot. You want to wait as long as humanly possible to play your Pokemon Communications. Because the longer you wait, the more information you'll have about the probability of what they're going to get for you. So this takes a point, it takes a point again next turn, and then Ramp takes the 3rd. This card's so absurd in these fighting mirrors, pseudo mirrors. You know what I mean? Against these little fighting decks. It's like, what if you could never kill me in 1, and then when you finally killed me in 2, you only got 1 point for it. Alright. Not that I'm not enjoying winning every game that we play, but I would like to queue into, like, Darkrai or Celebi or something that's not just a Lucario deck so we could see our deck against something else. Sound synchronization. You should refresh your stream. Twitch does an audio desync warbly thing that's on the viewer's end sometimes. Oh, we just need a rock. All right, I'm gonna... If we hit another one, I'm not gonna leave again on one, but I would really like to play against not Lucario. Is Mew doing work here? I mean, Mew is worthless in the Lucario matchup, but Mew is good against Palkia, and Mew is good against Charizard, and Mew is good against Mewtwo. So, you know, the other decks that theoretically still exist in the format. Hey, Jerry Guy, thank you for the brand new Prime support. There's a lot of great people you can send that to every month on Twitch. Thanks for sending it this way this month and keeping me around. Dialga Gaming. Who's got first energy? Oh, they have first energy. Rude. This card's so strong with first energy advantage. Looking for a rock. Looking for a rock. Dialga takes forever to clear through Reggie, huh? Does 10 with turbos and only 80s with heavy impacts. They're going to have the ability to set up some big attackers in the back, though. They're going to have just infinite time to crunch through behind our wall. Curious to see how this plays out. Infernape definitely feels like a card I underrated a little bit personally. We played some games with it yesterday and I was pretty impressed. It's sweet. It's sweet to have a fire Pokemon that doesn't just eat it, that doesn't just play Moltres and be boring. Infernape, easily the most fun I've ever had playing fire Pokemon in Pokemon Pocket. We're not playing this out because... we're not playing this out because it steals damage based on number of bench Pokemon. Like to draw a copy of Leaf and communicate into our stage 2. Thoughts on Pachirisu? I want to play with that. That'll be the next thing we build after we're done with this one, I think. We've got our tournament top cut round starting about 50 minutes. I need something to do after that. Part of me wants to play this out, but another part of me doesn't. Your thoughts on Tauros? I think Tauros is probably one of the cards that's going to take a hit in terms of where it's positioned in the metagame overall. I think between Cape adding more life to things that are at 130 frequently, and Darkrai and Weavile being 140, Tauros is in a mediocre spot. Thoughts on Cynthia Togekiss versus Cynthia Garchomp. I don't know what Cynthia Garchomp is. Also, even Cynthia Togekiss, has a bunch of ways you can build it. I like the Togekiss deck I posted this morning, but probably not necessarily the best way to build it. Paul Dog, thank you for the 25 months. Appreciate it. Oh. We did not play Garchomp yesterday. We couldn't change our deck at the last minute, and then we ended up making the top cut with Blastoise. I would have played Garchomp today, but the other tournament we were going to jump in this morning ended up getting canceled. There he is, gamers. All right. They need a Flute or a Sabrina here. It's still 2 to Flute. I guess Geo would have done it too. Is there a Kangaskhan / Tauros equivalent in the set? Yanmega is kinda. Because Yanmega is grass, so it weakness clears Darkrai and Weavile. I think we're gonna be in an awkward spot here, the way this back and forth plays out. Because the Rocky helmet clears my Rampardos here. Although Mew's a good draw. Oh, do I lose this? Or do I put up the... Do I put this up? What if I clear... Oh, what if I clear with the Mars Shadow, actually? Yeah, let's do that. Let's clear with the Mars Shadow. And then the Sabrina, if they don't have another thing, lets us force a draw next turn with this one, or we win if we hit the other one. Is it a draw? I actually don't know. I think we win because we'd have 4 points, right? Or does that not matter? Let's find out. Oh my sweet summer child. They keep the wrong thing, gamers. They didn't play around this. Reddit told them Sabrina was unplayable. It's a Cyrus metagame. So many dumb ways to die. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. That's so silly. We should win that game. We have 4 points and they have 3. That's so dumb. It should definitely be the tiebreaker. At least we know. I mean, I think even knowing that's a draw, it's correct, because we're behind there otherwise. I think a draw is better than a loss. A draw is obviously better than a loss, but like I don't think I had lines to win there when we bricked on the other Rampardos. I guess I could have stalled on the Mew for a turn, but that gives them a chance to draw something else from the bench, right? All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. I think... Do I want to do more with this? We played a bunch of fighting mirrors. We played this for like an hour and a half. We're going to build Pakarisu when we get back, I think is my plan. Now we've got 45 minutes till the top cut of my tournament starts, which could last a while if we're winning, or it could be really quick if we blaze out. But we're gonna revisit this one later, because I want to post a highlight with it. This has felt very reasonable, but I don't want to sit on the same deck for too long when there's other things I want to brew still. So we'll see you in 120 second switch. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. Don't go anywhere. YouTube gamers, if you're chilling, tap the like button on the live stream. We're approaching 1,500 likes for the third day in a row. It'd be sweet to clear that again. You can have an advert as well. Past Jeff already thought about Pakarisu. So I'm gonna borrow a deck from him. Good guy, Past Jeff. He does all right work sometimes. I have mismatched Zapdos chats. Makes me very sad. Very, very sad. Mismatched Zapdos. Play the Gold Mew to match with the Lightning Pokemon. Capes and helmets. I think I want one berry as well, just to maximize. Cyrus. I think I want a Dawn. Potion or two, perhaps. X-Speed, Pokeball, that. It definitely has big Magic Dirtling vibes. Especially when you have Porygon out in the Togekiss deck. You spend a lot of time spinning your tires in a way that's amusing. So, Lumberry might be suspect. Maybe we don't need two potions. I don't know, I like having all the sustain for our dorks. Could maybe want a Geo, could maybe want a Sabrina. I was really impressed with the Rampardos deck. Regirock was real reasonable, and Rampardos was also felt super clean. All right, let's hop on into some games with this one. Appreciate everybody hanging out today, by the way. Awesome to have over 4,000 people chilling on the Twitch side. Thanks for a little front page promo. If you're stopping on in from there and you enjoy Pokemon or card games or just good vibes, sure tap the follow button and come back again. If You'll find me here 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. We stream usually about 8 or 9 a.m. Central until about 3 or 4 p.m. in the afternoon, working a typical work day. Pokemon Pocket's been my gaming addiction since it dropped at the end of October last year, but I played a ton of card games here before that. Most recently played a bunch of Marvel Snap. We also played a lot of Magic the Gathering and other things over the years. I've been streaming here on Twitch for a very long time, better part of a decade now. I'm fortunate enough to call this my full-time job for about 7 years. Do you have all of the cards, and how many packs did you buy? We have most of the cards. I think second Luxray is the only functional card I'm missing. And that reminds me, I should check my Wonder Picks. Any plans to play Purpletron? Probably eventually, but not before, Purpletron. But not before we get through other things that could maybe be good. It takes about 70 to 90 packs to get functionally complete in a booster pack. I have enough pack points to craft all the cards I'm missing, but I'm not spending the pack points because I would rather, what's the word I'm searching for? I'd rather spend them on full arts eventually. Licky gamer. Let's peck their eyes out here. Licky's kind of scary. A single head clears everything except Zapdos and a cape. And 2 heads will clear that. I'm forever away from clearing this Dialga. If we draw X speed next turn, we can X speed Dawn, Pachirisu for 80. And then that like lets us clear the Dialga in 2, which might be fast enough, but the Licky still's pretty scary in the back. Oh my goodness, I left Psychic Energy in my deck. Freaking Ralph Wiggum deck editor. Alright, yeah, that's probably torched. That's sad. I think we were probably dead to the Licky anyways, but the deck editor, being the stone cold bratwurst, will do us every time. Thanks, because it's not their fault. The deck editor is the singular worst feature about this application. It's not particularly close. It's so terrible. Really, I'm really kind of disappointed it's been like 4 months now and they haven't given us any quality of life improvements. Like, I don't expect everything to be made better, but like 0 QOL in 4 months is impressive. Are you gonna make a deck guide on the decks that you've cooked? I mean, I've already posted 2 deck highlights. 3? 2? There'll be another one tonight. But yes, I'm planning for the next week to likely post two deck highlights a day. I would say trading is the worst feature, but trading is bad because the details around it are bad, not because the interfaces are bad. I'm talking about UI UX things, not things I like or don't like subjectively. Guess I'm playing this out. Switching Dark Write-Up is interesting, because I clear this in 2, yeah? I guess they just don't have the Weavile, though. So that's something we talked about earlier that I think is worth pointing out. People talk about how the trading is bad because there's a social component for it and you can't find trades inside of the client, but that's wholly a feature, it's not a bug. So the trading is under the social tab because they want you to have to touch grass and interface with other people to get cards that you want for trades, because when people are talking with other people they actually know about the game, they're all more likely to play the game longer. So I know a lot of you, myself included, would like it if you could just like put a trade up and it would randomly get satisfied by someone else that wants to do that exact trade, but they're explicitly structuring it in a way where you have to build community and interface with humans because they know that that builds relationships around the game and makes everybody play the game more and play the game longer. Yeah, the bad part is because you have to destroy a bunch of cards to do the trade. Like, that sucks, and there's no defending that. But there's a social component is, like, very intentional. Second, I don't have any hats yet. I'm gonna lead Zapdos, I guess, because I don't have any hats. To be a small ray of optimism about trading in a wasteland of desperation, I think the current trading system is very close to reasonable if they just give us some free, what's it called, every single month. They just give out a proper amount of trading currency, probably somewhere between 1,000 to 1,500 trade points a month. That's a number they could very easily manipulate and change after the fact. I think the trading system's probably pretty close to fine as is. But that's also a pretty specific, pretty big ask. I think it would need to be like 1,000 at a minimum. I think you need people to be able to trade a couple of EXs every season, every month at least. It's still kind of useless if it ignores the most recent set. I think you are completely unrealistic and unreasonable if you ever expected it to include the most recent set. No implementation of trading was ever going to include the most recent set. That's why the game did not have trading at launch. If trading is easy and clean and lets you trade the most recent set, they make significantly less money. Trading is 100% a system that's designed to help people catch up. It's supposed to be well, that's what it should be ideally. It should be a system to help people catch up. It currently doesn't do anything because no one can use it because all the numbers suck. This definitely makes me feel like I'm glad I have a Lumberry in my deck, but also we're missing all 5 of them and it feels atrocious. my goodness. We finally have a Poké Tool. And now we can't deal any damage to it. Big rip. We're probably dead. This card just murders us, yeah. I needed, if this would have been Rocky Helmet would have meant this would have taken 70, and then we could have finished it with this one with another Gadget top deck. Because we're missing Rocky Helmet, I think we're just dead here with how bad our start was. What am I eating? Truffle fries and veggie protein-based imitation chicken on a bun from one of our local restaurants. How can you lose weight and still eat fries? Because what you eat is less relevant than how many calories you consume. It's all about portion sizing. The only thing I stopped consuming when I lost 50 pounds last year was I stopped drinking calories. It's the only dietary change I made. I still ate literally all of the other things I ate when I was large. I just started eating smaller portions. If you're someone like myself who lives in America, the average restaurant portion size in America is like 2 to 3 times the amount of calories you should be eating most meals. It is an incredible amount of extra. Put a hat on this one. As a European who came to America once, I felt like eating healthy food was harder and more expensive than eating something already prepared and less healthy. Yeah, that's factually accurate. It is more expensive to eat healthy in the United States. We did play the Darker Eye Magnezone deck. It's really solid. There will definitely be a highlight of that up this weekend. We'll maybe get around to playing more of it today at some point, but it's very reasonable, yeah. You fell following Magic news? No, I haven't played Magic in a long time. Wizards started monetizing their game in a way that was gross and made me not have fun anymore. When will viewer deck submissions be on again? Maybe we'll get to viewer deck submissions like the end of next week. When a new set releases, I usually want to focus around building things that I think could be good, because most of the things people want to pay to send in tend to not be great. Like midway next week at the earliest, probably. We should do Ms. Magius. What do we pair with her? EX leads can be a little bit tough to build around, because usually you want to follow them up with other EXs. Could be like a Yan Mega deck, maybe. You could see like Ms. Magius Yan Mega. What's the secondary? Usually when you're leading on an EX, you want to play a second EX as your backup to make them clear 2 X's over the course of the game. Wiggly could be okay. I could see that. Think we attach a Rocky helmet? This clears this, and then the Rocky helmet means that this hits me, I live, they take 20, I hit 80, they hit me again, they die. Oh no! Whirl 0 Scorpion 1. This game easy to get into if I know nothing about Pokemon. Yeah, definitely. In fact, if you're someone who simply enjoys good card games. I think Pokemon Pocket's a great thing for you to consider checking out. I think they did a fantastic job of condensing a traditional card game experience into bite-sized games, i.e. 5 to 10 minutes a game, and the games tend to be pretty well balanced, have diversity and range of decks. How you deal with the sensation of being hungry and reducing your daily portions? Drinking more water is the appropriate answer. Going to bed sooner in the evening. Eating more filling things can be good too. Things that have low calories but are more filling. So I can attack with Pachirisu this turn thanks to Dawn if I wanted. But I don't know if I want to. This card's kind of strong, huh? It's a pretty big hitter for her. You owe me an explanation for the timeout. I absolutely do not owe you an explanation for the timeout. Have another. For everybody else, that person wrote an entire paragraph complaining about trading, and their first post ended in one of two, implying there was a second paragraph coming. Okay, so we potion here. We clear this, we go to 60. And then they hit me for 30, down to 30. I poison down to 10, down to 20, and then I put Zapdos up. Is there still time to sign up for tomorrow's tournament? Absolutely. I think last I checked, we had about 1,100 players signed up. Plenty of space. And Geo and Rocky Helmet, Potion, saving this little squirrel's life time and time again. If the Cyrus was Sabrina, we'd win this game. Huh? We still win the game probabilistically, but if we brick here, the Cyrus would have won as Sabrina. Yep. Alright, and we lose now because they have a Rocky Helmet. It's my favorite art in the new set. God, there's so much good art. Well, a lot of the 1-stars. A lot of the 1-stars are great. Oh! Oh, the Loomberry would have done it! The Loomberry would have done it! I'm gonna be honest, I didn't count. Imagine the disaster. Could we have won the game, though? We still couldn't have won the game, though, right? I guess we could have tied it. We could have tied the game. The Lumberry would have meant it wouldn't have died, but they had a Rocky helmet, and all of my things that were left that could kill it would die with the Rocky helmet, and I was gonna die to the Scorpion on the backswing, so I didn't have time. Oh, did we have Potion too? You're right, we had Potion too. Okay, so if I would have buried, we would have gotten it. Good shout. I accept. Good catch. Oh my gosh, I forgot we have the Why Was I Timed Out song. If you're stupid and you know it, you're timed out. If you argue with no reasons, you're timed out. If you're vile, infantile, or don't go the extra mile, if your comment was just lazy, you're timed out. I didn't make that one up, but that is excellent. I forgot. It's been a while since I've seen that one. Actual art there. Oh, I saw the person who started the whole timeout meme here just got banned, so I assume they just like DM'd a mod. That's funny. It's extra funny when people like that DM a mod getting mad at the moderators because I'm almost always the one that timed them out. I enjoyed the Rampardos deck. We played a whole heck of a lot, but we mostly just played against Lucario decks, which seemed like a good matchup, so I definitely need to play more games with it. Do you read Twitch and YouTube chat? I do. Any good Luxray decks? Luxray is one of the few cards I don't have two of yet, so we haven't played any games. There's a Theorycraft Luxray deck some people on my Discord server said was feeling all right on my YouTube channel, but I haven't played it yet personally. Do you figure whether Sabrina or Cyrus is objectively the best pick? I think which of those is the better pick depends on the deck. I think Cyrus is likely better in decks that do small amounts of chip shots, like this one on average, while Sabrina's likely better in decks that are blasting for big amounts of damage that knock you out in one hit. Link it at the end of the command if there's room, isn't Toth? Where do you go for community tournaments? The community tournament that I and Spraggles are running tomorrow, and all the other ones you see me playing in quite regularly, are hosted up on Limitless TCG. We'll link my tournament page there in a second. So I put the Rocky helmet on Zapdos, because the Rocky helmet on Zapdos means when they Metallic Turbo Me, they go down to a 90, which means Thundering Hurricane clears them with 2 heads. I think I want to potion the Zapdos here because I don't want to lose her to Metal Claw plus a Giovanni next turn. Just done when we clean them out. Have you tried any Druidigon Rocky Helmet decks yet? I have not. I feel like that much all at once is overkill, but maybe it's fine. All right, the top cut of the tournament we made yesterday will be starting in 9 minutes. We need to take an ad break, so we don't have to have it happen automatically during the tournament round. So this deck's seeming fun. I've been meaning to play some Pakarisu. Let's go ahead and take a brief pause for the cause while we let the ads roll. We'll probably squeeze in one more game with this before the first top cut match. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. YouTube gamers, we are a handful of likes away from 1,500 likes on the live stream. Can you help us get there? I bet you can. You find the button while I find the ads button. Is it Loomberry kind of overkill? I think you really want to make sure your Pakarisu is online ASAP. And we actually would have won a game 2 games ago if I would have used the Loomberry, and I just didn't think about it. We would have beaten Poison. Do you think this deck has anything over Pikachu? Yeah, it gets to play more utility cards. So you have room to play all of the, what's it called, plus X speed, plus potion, plus Cyrus, plus Dawn. Might not be better than Pikachu, because Pikachu's an established good deck, but I think there's a compelling reason to play a deck that has fewer Pokemon in it. When you think of a deck with Pika and Pakarisu, I think it's hard to play enough basic Pokemon and Pikachu already, so playing enough basic Pokemon plus playing 4 tool cards seems difficult to do consistently. You need like 7 to 8 basics with Pikachu, and you need Pokeball and Research and X Speed. I didn't say fewer basics, I said fewer total Pokemon, so we still have 5 basics in here. There's still plenty of basic Pokemon. All right, let's sneak in one more with this, and then we'll probably have time for a tournament round. Methinks it's probably be time for the tournament round. Drudigon. We're probably not that good against Drudigon. Especially when they have first energy advantage. Hey, Dar, thank you for the entire year. Glad to have you along for the Pokemon Pocket content. I'm having a good time with it. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Okay, so, and this is something that I think needs to be experimented with a lot in decks like Pikachu if you're looking to optimize good decks. Dawn plus X speed plus 1 energy retreaters is really powerful. So I get to peck them here, and then if we draw Pakarisu next turn, I can go Pakarisu, put a first energy, X speed, Dawn the other, and crack for 80. Dr. Rudolph, thanks for the prime. So if I was working on Pikachu, with new cards, I would definitely make sure I had at least one of this in here. So sad that we didn't draw it. And I have Cyrus instead of Sabrina, so I can't pull the Magikarp up here. There's no reason to attack them. Take extra damage. Would have won the game if we hit Pachirisu or had Sabrina instead of Cyrus. And now, they're gonna clean us out with the Gyarados. But, you know, it could be a deck building diff, you know? It feels bad, but they wouldn't have been in this position to get lucky if we had Sabrina over Cyrus. Dawn could be good in Stormy Lumineon. Yeah, very potentially not. That deck's kind of tight on slots, though. Things to experiment with, though, for sure. We have first energy advantage, which should be good for us here. Right, this chicken. Pidgey Blitzle. Okay. Do we just put the berry on our squirrel? I think we just put the berry on our squirrel, yeah? So that way they can't deny us. Get to crack something for 30 here. After my zappy dose. I think I'm gonna not show them that I have a second one. Is there an internal MMR system in this game? They haven't publicly confirmed that, but I would be shocked if there wasn't. It's good system design to have some type of internal MMR present. So this is going to be X speed to the other Zapdos and clear this angle. Oh my goodness. And then Dawn lets us put a third energy on this next turn. It might be right to play 2 Dawn in this deck, unironically. She seems really good with this type of stuff. If they hit one more coin here, they can clear us with the Pidgeot EX, or the baby Pidgeot in the back, whatever this card's called. Put an energy on here because it lets us dawn in to hit with the big attack on this in a single turn at a pinch in the future. Although I guess if they paralyze us again, we potion or cape to keep alive. Yeah, we've got some options here. I think we dip on this and just clear this. Just leaving. All right, so in theory, I think the top cut of this tournament is supposed to be starting. It said 2 o'clock. They also had 2 delays yesterday, though, so we'll see. We'll see how that goes. How much do you think I need to spend to get a good bulk of the cards? It takes about 70 USD to max a single booster pack. 70 to 80 USD spend to max a single booster pack. And there are currently 6 booster packs in the game. So if you wanted to not wait, it's a little bit to get everything ASAP. If you're starting from nothing. It is worth noting that like starting your collection is free though, and you can just open 2 packs a day, etc. When you say max, I mean, when I say max a pack, I mean get 2 copies of each functional card in it. So not like all the 2 stars and immersives and stuff, but like 2 copies that you would play with for each EX and 3 diamond. No, this is the tournament that we made the top cut of yesterday. Which I thought had a bigger top cut. Did it not? Yeah, that hasn't started yet. I think it was top 16 or top 32 for the cut. We were top 16. Or something that was supposed to start at noon that we were going to play instead of doing this top cut because I wanted to play a different deck in something, but that ended up getting canceled. There was another thing to jump in, so. It's per booster pack, so there's currently 6 booster packs. That being said, like if your goal is just like build a competitive deck, like you can build a competitive deck out of a single booster pack. Like if you max spent 1 day into the Charizard pack and put like $100 bill in and maxed out Charizard, there's a couple different decks in there you can build and then slowly work up towards other things. I think Charizard's still the best pack for people coming in brand new. And I give this like 2 minutes, but then we might queue up another one here because the person running this event seems to be a little disorganized. Can you PvP with rental decks? You cannot. Are the packs fairly power crept, or is there good variety? There's good variety. I think they've done a pretty good job of not directly power creeping. So we've had 3 expansion booster packs plus the 3 base ones, and the 3 expansion boosters have all done a good job of like adding more different things as opposed to just making the old ones strictly worse. There's a handful of utility cards from the newer ones that like add value to older decks, but they're still playable without them for sure. I think my recommendation if you were someone coming in new is I'd recommend starting with Charizard packs and then moving into Dialga from there. to get Cape and Communicator after you do Charizard. Because Charizard packs will get you Charizard, Moltres, Executor, and Greninja, in theory, if you hit average variants and get all of those out of there. And then there's also some other B tier, C tier things like Machamp that can be fun. Oh yeah, Starmie's in there as well. Yeah. Yeah, there's a number of good things. There's like 3 self-contained decks there, right? Like you could play, there's Executor Greninja, Starmie Greninja, Moltres Charizard. Machamp's a deck in and of itself. You can play some C tier things like Executor plus I think Vileplume or something else is in there. You can pair Executor with any grass things basically. We can pull that up. I'm gonna give this 1 more minute and then we're gonna jump into a random match if they don't hit fire on it. They haven't posted an update. The deck, we went 5-2 in this tournament yesterday with this Palkia Blastoise deck. I like a lot. If you missed those rounds yesterday, this will be the highlight on the Hooglandia Pocket Channel tonight after I sign off. How do you submit your deck for a tournament? There's a dashboard on Limitless that has a submit deck button next to whatever tournament you're playing in. I put this deck together because Blastoise is one of my favorite Pokemon, best Kanto starter hashtag. But after we played through the rounds, I really think Blastoise is probably the best in slot here. He was really impressive. What's the best Licky deck? Best Licky deck is definitely Dialga. Dialga Magnezone could be interesting. We played some Darkrai Magnezone and it felt really good. Best Kanto starter, no shot. Listen. We frag non-believers here. Anybody else want to fight? I promise I'll win. Okay. Well, we're waiting a quick second for this thing to pair anyways. We are going to do some of those powerful advertising money to buy. We are gonna watch a TV show trailer together, and the show actually looks pretty good. I've been thinking about getting Apple TV. Cause it seems like a lot of their originals are some of the best on any of the networks. So this is the season 4 trailer for Mythic Quest.
I had the craziest dream last night.
It's still last night.
In the past few years, we've had some highs here at Mythic Quest. Like the wild success of our own Dana Bryant.
Cute girl genius, y'all.
Don't count your chickens before the slaughter.
That is not the same.
That's how I say it.
I do it biggie like that. It's Dana this, Dana that. Everything's Dana.
Brady Bunch reference?
Yes.
Just take all the time in the world to, noodle.
We're gonna deliver on time, and he's gonna rue the day that he gave us the exact working conditions we've been asking for the last 15 to 20 years. Bobby's got a boyfriend.
Is that why she's been doing all this obnoxious double entendres?
Let's just get started.
I can grind all night.
Okay.
I welcome the robots.
How can I inspire you today? What difference does it make if the AI is ready? Just pull up the notes. I don't.
What difference does it make if the AI is ready? Oh man, you have to know a tech bro has said that at some point somewhere in real life.
Do notes?
Playpen users are making sex games. We can't have kids see these.
David, kids make these.
David Brittlesby?
Hi.
You've been served.
I have to appear in front of Congress.
What exactly is the good in profiting off of children?
I do not recall.
I need to crank up the intensity.
Crank up, you say?
Doesn't do anything half-assed. Whoa, what is happening?
I'm totally and completely naked, David.
I can see that. Why?
It's got one of the guys from Community in it. They're doing a Roblox plotline. There's a lot of content you could meme about Roblox, I feel like. Oh, there's slightly more seconds starting January 29th, which is streaming now, that means. Look at that. Oh, look, someone else, that's another one. Someone mentioned Shrinking. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about the original. I watched season 1 of Severance on an airplane one time. And they took forever to release season 2, but it's finally out. But Apple TV is one of the few streaming services I don't have, and I feel like it's getting to a point where I'm going to swap out one of the ones I do have for them. Shrinked is good too? Okay. Or Shrinking. I assume that's what you mean, Shrinking. Severance was incredible. Yeah, I liked the first season. I feel like I need to get the second one. All right, I'm just gonna assume this top cut is not happening. Let's go back to playing the Pakarisu deck. Some of the community tournaments are a little bit scuffed sometimes. Because anybody can apply to run it, and so long as you're not like abusive with it, you can keep running things. So like there's as someone who's been playing things most days of the week, random ones that get canceled or delayed occasionally is a thing, unfortunately. Appreciate the folks that hung out and watched the trailer with us there. Pay some dollary dues. It's nice when those are for things that are actually going to be good. I've heard nothing but good things about the show Ted Lasso. Oh yeah, let me fix the audio nibbling. Got it. Yep. So I normally have my audio set up so it only captures, the audio wasn't bugging out, one of my settings was wrong. I normally have my system set up so you only hear my voice and then Pokemon Pocket or whatever game that I'm playing. And when we play a trailer like that, I toggle it so you hear my full desktop audio rather than piping in just that one app for a second. No, thanks for the reminder. So I had to switch it back so you don't get everything. Ooh, Executor Greninja, eh, gamer? What do we think about letting this just take hits up front while we charge Zapdos in the back? I think I'm kind of into it. I think I'm kind of into it. There have to be better options for grass gamers. That's telling me, right? Yeah. In fact, when we're done with Pakarisu today, maybe we should play Yanmega Executor. Because I would bet Yanmega is the better choice. I wish I had Dawn, because if we had Dawn, I could peck this and then X-Speed here. I'm gonna put a second Dawn in this deck, aren't I? She actually just seems absurd. I think I'm giving Dawn my most underrated card of the set pick, myself included. And like, I was expecting her to be playable, but it's just like, every time I play her, I'm just like, this is one of the best cards in my deck. Dawn moves an energy from one of your bench Pokemon to the active Pokemon, which when paired with X speed and single retreat cost Pokemon is incredibly powerful. I thought she was going to be good, and she's better than I was expecting. Oh, the hat is good. The hat means if we flip 3 heads here, they can't attack us back without a heal. Well, we hit 3 of something. Dang it, Bobby. Oh, I was like, why are they doing this? This gets them out of the Rocky helmet hit. All right, the top cut round for the tournament did pair, but I'm waiting to see if our opponent actually shows up before we stop playing this game. Oh, they're here. All right. Sorry, opponent. Okay, we're actually gonna play a match, gamers. That's exciting. Tournament match. Garchomp Greninja is going to be the highlight on the channel tomorrow morning. If you dig through the stream archive, you can find it from yesterday, though. All right, gamers, as always, I'm going to be a little bit less attentive on the chat side while I'm playing the tournament match so I can focus up a little bit. You need to behave or the mods will bonk you. We are playing against the Fighting Box Greninja deck. So they're on the full Greninja line with no water energy, 2 Farfetch, 2 Hitmonlee, 2 Marshadow. And then they've got Sabrina, a Giovanni, and 2 X-Speed. Leading on Squirtle is not where we want to be in life, especially when we don't have an X-Speed to swap around with. They have their duck to begin with. Great for our hero. Soul Pokeball first. Palkia's not bad. If we find an X speed, pivoting to Palkia to Quack the duck next turn is pretty solid. There's no red card here, and they can't clear the Squirtle on 1, so I think I just conceal the contents of my hand here by not playing anything out. If you're not playing on a delay, can your opponent stream snipe you? If my opponent needs to stream snipe to win our round in a minimal stakes community tournament, they need the win a lot more than I do, and they can snipe away. Here's the X speed. That's what we're looking for. Lovely. Swapped the Palkia here. Gonna play out the other Squirtle. Not evolving this yet, but there's a world where we could. The concern here is they could clear my Palkia with Farfetch'd into Marshadow plus Giovanni, and then they could get one of their Kickmonlee to clear the Squirtle for the last knockout point once they take an EX out. I'm gonna put a Blastoise back into my deck here. And if we hit a second War Turtle, we'll go War Turtle, energy on the healthy one. Okay. So, I wanted to see if we found another War Turtle before we decided where to attach our energy. Because I need to put the energy on the one that's going to be Blastoise, but I don't want to put an energy on this one if I can avoid it. So we take this clear. And then they get to put the Mars Shadow up. And if they have their one singleton copy of Giovanni, Mars Shadow cleans my Palkia, which they'll be 50% to have that here. That would imply they don't have their Giovanni. Hitmonlee's a little concerning, because it means that, they can kick this. I think we do this. So Geo plus Greninja cleans the Palkia this turn. We are no longer on the front page as of 2 o'clock. And still got a solid amount of people hanging out. Appreciate the ones that dropped by. Don't forget to tap the follow button if you come back again sometime. We're typically live Monday through Friday during the week. We'll be here all day tomorrow as well for our tournament. Need to draw X speed. Oh, our Dawns not being Misty is so brutal. There's a good chance this deck is better with Misty. Just don't have any outs here, right? Yeah, I needed to be able to clear the Hitmonlee this turn. So the problem here for people that are incapable of forward thinking or don't see it is next turn they go Hitmonlee plus Greninja, put the Palkia to 20, and then we lose the following turn to the Greninja, even if we clear the Hitmonlee. So they're doing 50 to the Palkia if I retreat it there. So we lost that game. I left because we were deterministically dead. Rounds are best of 3, so you have to play 2 more. Probably would have won that game if we would have had Misty instead of Dawn. If either of those Dawns had been Misties and either of them hit, we would have won that despite being on the play. I wanted to play Dawn in this deck for the first tournament because I wanted to see how it felt. Them having first energy advantage again here feels so bad. Maybe they won't have Duck on 1. If they have Duck Geo though, they kind of win on the spot. They have 2 Ducks and 1 Geo. Farfetch plus Giovanni is one of the best things in this format you can do against Manaphy. It's very, very good. We'll do this. That way if they have the Geo, the game's not just over. We're just behind, but we'll be pretty behind if they have it. So frustrating. Opponent's deck is built so greedy with only 1 and they have it. Oh. That sucks too, because like if this was Misty, we would have even been able to Misty flip a coin to activate the Sun one. There we
confident this deck is better with. Oh, with the other card. Sad. This matchup's not bad. Our deck's just built wrong, and they had first energy advantage twice. We just lose the game from here. Yep. And unfortunately, there's other tournaments today, so we are dead, and the top cuts are single elim. If we had Misty, yeah, I'm gonna cut for future times we play this deck. I'm gonna cut the Dawns for Misties. We didn't have anything we could do in those games. Our deck is built wrong by 2 cards, and they had very good draws. Come on. And that's the key. Like, obviously everybody remembers the Misty super high roll draws where she like brutally wins the game very quickly. But the big thing she does is she lets you reflip that starting coin, right? The games where they have first energy advantage, but you have Misty, you could reflip to get that first energy advantage back, essentially. If you want to see this deck not just fumble and die, it'll be the highlight on the YouTube channel tonight, even with Dawn, but Dawn is definitely worse than Misty. Yeah, being able to break serve the first energy advantage is a really big deal. So let's play some more Pocket Race too, huh? An interesting way to think about Misty. It's the correct way to think about Misty. Oh, I had turned it around with Garchomp in the YouTube title still. Apologies, that was bait. That was before they canceled the afternoon tournament. Forgot to update it on that platform. Well, maybe we should play some Garchomp games for fun. So I like that deck. Garchomp's gonna be the highlight tomorrow morning. We played a bunch of Garchomp Greninja yesterday and it was solid. Put a hat on him. How risky would you rate playing Pocket on emulator? I'd be absolutely shocked if they had a problem with people using emulators. I'm also not a lawyer though, and this is not legal advice. Me and basically every other person streaming the Pocket channel on Twitch almost daily is using an emulator. Oh, do they just have, their superior and they're hoping to one-shot us next turn? This deck's probably trash against Celebi. I think so. I think a lot of the decks people are going to work on this season and next are just gonna be real bad. Pendles' Mythic Quest is just chatting. You might need to refresh your stream. Yeah, it should be back to Pokemon Pocket. Alright, let's Garchomp some nerds.
I think anybody drawing conclusions about top meta decks after one tournament needs to be taught a valuable lesson about statistically significant sample sizes. Something with Palkia is almost assuredly good. The idea that after one tournament we know what's on top of the meta, I would point to the Golem deck from last season as an example for that. How that's easy to get into trouble. Where's my Garchomp deck? Ninja Chomp. There it is. Everybody went absolutely ape over the Golem deck after it spiked one thing. What's your early impression of the Legendary Link Trio? Be shocked if it's competitive. I just refer to tempo. You literally said seems to be top end of the meta, like Mewtwo. Like, do you think I can't go back and read your message? That's 2 messages up? Nah, I just referred to tempo. No, you didn't. you made a very definitive, assertive statement. So I would like to draw both Gibble and Froakie here. So I'm going to, well, I have one of my complete lines here. Gibble it is. When you want to draw 2 basics, you want to research before you Pokeball. That's the TLDR. Probably some Porygon, okay. They have Drudigon in their deck? They play like Greninja, Porygon, 2 Drudigon? There weren't any tournaments today, not my names, so they're just referring to things from yesterday. I guess there were some day 2s from those, but we looked at all this stuff. It's like where like the Dark Ray Magneton deck and stuff came from. What is an MMR system? MMR refers to matchmaking reading. We have both our colors of energy to start here. This game's gotta be done, yeah? Feeling pretty done. Is there skill-based matchmaking this? I would assume there's some type of internal skill-based matchmaking, yeah. It's pretty typical in games like this. Now, one thing that's noteworthy is there's no copies of X-Speed or Leaf in my deck, so you just don't have room with 2 stage 2s, but all of our things retreat for 1 as well, so. This Pokemon communication is destined for the trash heap with Reckless Shearing next turn. Here's our full art Cynthia we cracked earlier today. Hello, Mommy. I've been good, I promise. To recklessly shear. Before people get 20 wins from a different matchmaking pool, can you give us a source on that? Because I would be absolutely shocked if the Pocket Devs communicated something like that cleanly. They generally speaking don't give up information about anything. This game's probably done at this point, right? Second Froakie's fine, but just Garchomp plus Greninja is gonna carry us home. Something about country roads to all those places I belong. Sir Chomperson here does 100 a pop. I think I need to shear, right? I assume there's water energy in my opponent's deck, and they're just like criminally unlucky here. We've all been there in our 2-color decks. We need a Pokemon communicator for 2 energy decks, yeah, basically. I think they should change the mechanics to buff 2-color decks. Probably not. Or if they do, it should only be very subtly. Would letting you choose your first energy and 2-color decks be too consistent or no? It would make things like Executor way more splashable, which is probably too good. I think some type of pity system would be my preference. So I don't think they should strict alternate, because that makes these types of decks too consistent. But it should probably be like, you can't get 5 of the same in a row, or 6 of the same in a row or something, or 4 of the same in a row. 50 is the level cap, so... Yeah, we had a streak with this deck in one of our games yesterday where we hit 7 fighting in a row. Dawn helps 2-color decks if you squint. You really gotta squint. I've heard other people say that before, and it really doesn't make sense. The amount of spots where Dawn meaningfully helps a fighting deck, 2-color deck, are like really few and far between. I have not been impressed with the fighting decks this release. Yeah, we were talking earlier about I think Lucario is probably the most overrated card of the set. My own rating included. I've been very much whelmed by it. Our best draw is honestly probably research into some stage 1s. I was whelmed by Lucario and the fighting decks. No stage 1 for them. There's a stage 1 for us and our extra energy for next turn. Glorious. I don't think we communicate here. I think it's probably just plan to rummage that with the old Chomperson. Get shearing. I think Dialga is very appropriately rated. It's gonna create a new format staple for sure. They probably leave when we hit this. The pocket stated if and when they'll ever buffer nerf cards. Nope. The pocket devs do not communicate with the player base. Better and worse. It's Darkrai, Weavile, the best deck to have come out this set. No idea on the answer to that. Okay, and we know we have water energy coming up here. So we go water shuriken, hit this, and then I retreat this for water. Greninja clears this, and then Chomp plus Cynthia clears their Chomp through the cape next turn. Am I supposed to rummage for a basic so that way they can't Sabrina me? Yeah, probably. That's the way I lose this game. The new combination of cards possible spiked really hard with this set. I think the metagame's gonna take some time to develop. Completely agree, Duke. Because, like, I'm still, like, so what? We've been live for 9 hours today. I streamed almost 13 hours yesterday. So I've played, oh, they have Cyrus, brutal. Oh, and I discarded, they have Cyrus, I discarded the Gabite instead of the Frogadair. Rip. I guess maybe they won't have their Cynthia next turn. If they have Cynthia, we're dead. Yeah, they didn't discard a card. So that means they're either not playing Cynthia or they already have it in their hands. Perfect. Cynthia gives plus 50 damages to Mr. Chomp. Damn. They only have 1 point. Should we have nibbled to get a second water shuriken in? If I nibble to get a second water shuriken in, they're still at 20 afterwards if you count it. GG opponent, close game. It needed exactly Cyrus into exactly Cynthia. I played around the Sabrina, which was the only one I could afford to play around. Beats. Yeah, sorry, to complete my thought before we got distracted in the game. I've streamed over 20 hours of Pokemon Pocket since these card drops, and I still feel like I have probably another 10 to 15 hours worth of just new pack decks to explore, like new Dialga decks, new Darkrai variations, Garchomp stuff, and then even once we get through all of that, there's still going to be a bunch of, okay, now I need to go back and check out Machamp with Pokemon Communicator. I need to go check out Venusaur with Pokemon Communicator and Rocky Helmet. It's not just, okay, we gotta get through all the brand new Pokemon. Like, okay, we also added a bunch of utility cards that are powerful, so I gotta revisit all the old stuff. Alright, sorry, I pulled this up, so it's gotta take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We still got like 3,000 people between the two platforms. We're gonna be streaming for a little while yet. Don't go anywhere. You tried Yanmega. We played Yanmega Dialga and it felt good. After we play a few games with this, I think Yanmega Executor is the next thing I want to play today. Oh, I should check Wonder Picks for Luxray. Yeah, and Full Art Chomp. I haven't checked Wonder Picks in a little bit. Good call, good call. Oh, we broke 1,500 likes on the YouTube stream. Sweet. That's 3 days in a row we did that. And then, to just add permutations on permutations, by the way, for people that haven't heard me say it, the data mines say that the next card packs are going to be releasing at the end of February. Because they're moving up their timetable a little bit so they can align with Pokemon Day. And so it is soon. So instead of doing every 6 weeks, they're doing 4 and then 8. So it's still the same number of card packs over 12 weeks, but this first one is 2 weeks sooner, so that way it can hit with Pokemon Day hitting. All right, can we get this Luxray? Never. Okay, we're 2 and 15 in Wonder Pick since the set dropped. Just criminally unlucky. They're so good, Loopy. I feel like the Pokemon Pocket team flexed how good they are at their job so hard with this set release. They've done such phenomenal work. I have the largest Flexa spot. I think it's 72 inches across. I've got 3 monitors on it. You should never expect Pokemon Pocket to add tedious, endless grind rewards for you. Please, please, dear God, don't make this game a second job for people like Marvel Snap is. Won't go in your face. Thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Right, we've got a full Chomperson line on curve here. Hopefully there's a fighting energy under here. Yeah, Luxray's one of the handful of cards I don't have 2 copies of yet, and I refuse to spend pack points, so I'm gonna rip. I'll probably spend pack points on it if I miss in the next 2 days. But I think I'm gonna max spend like 2 more days hunting for cosmetics, and then I'll probably calm down. Second water is sad. Gabite needs a fighting to attack. I didn't have enough pack points to buy a 2-star yet. So I didn't have any hourglasses when we started. Because we had been spending them to get 2 stars and other ones. Well, Chomperson survives a hit from this, which is nice. This is 66% to be a Froakie. Okay. Another water in a row is not great for the home team. Okay, that's a fighting. We'll bin the second chomp here. So, unless this top draw is Greninja, we'll probably trash it to... Wait, you're not hitting my Garchomp? This game is over then, yeah? Enjoy the Marshadow Gamer. I don't think we need that. Garchomp betraying his mommy a little bit here. Going fishing for a big frog. I'm pretty neutral on the special event being AI battles. As someone who has a 10-year-old who really likes playing those, I see why they exist, and they give you an auto battle option for it for people like myself who don't find joy in it. So, like, I don't know. My Pokemon Pocket device doing auto battles for 15 to 20 minutes, 2 or 3 days, a couple of times in a week span. Like, I think it's a very reasonable feature. I can functionally ignore it and collect the rewards from it because of the auto battle. And then for players like my children who enjoy it, they get value out of it directly. Oh my goodness. The dragon assembling the frogs, chat. It's the dream team. What does a future card for fixing energy variants look like? Just a trainer that says swap the top energy of your energy zone to the other one. How do you build a good auto battle deck? It doesn't even have to be that good. You just like build a deck full of functional Pokemon that have the type advantage for the matchup that the AI is playing, because it doesn't take your resource away if you don't win. So like most of the time the decks I build to auto battle have like a 60 to 75% win rate. You just have it re-roll when it low rolls and doesn't win the game. Yeah, you just need to not put cards like X-Speed and Leaf in because the AI messes them up. In fact, the new Pokemon tools, Cape and Rocky Helmet, should be good for the AI, I wager. It'll be difficult for them to use those cards in a way that sucks. The second Froakie here is not bad because it means that we can kind of just give up a knockout point on this first one and build the bench. Yes, I think the one time they gave the AI both Misty and Esports Eevee was super rude. That just gave you like a, okay, they randomly win like 10% of the time. Yeah, Executoria and Mega is going to be the next thing we do for sure. Speaking of Esports EV, this is Esports EV for people who haven't heard me call that card that before. All right, with the second frog in air draw, I'm going to put an energy out here because we could drop a drip, and then even if they kill this, the second one drips and clears it. Yeah, I was not too sad to have Full Art Cynthia be one of my first 2 stars. Oh, this is unfortunate. Probably dead. I guess we could top deck a Greninja, right? Greninja might get us there. Fighting Energy plus Gabite could also maybe do it. Nope. Oh, that was wrong. That was wrong, chat. I could draw a Pokemon Communicator, and now I have to put my Garchomp back if I draw it. 1000% should have kept the Gibble in my hand. It's one of those muscle memory things I haven't fully fully broken myself of yet. I'm missing Luxray, unfortunately, so hopefully on Monday's stream, because tomorrow is going to be the tournament stream, so today will be the last day that we bricked down. We bricked down my Wonder Pick Luxray. Oh my goodness, imagine getting punished for playing poorly. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Why is it esports? Because it creates big hype moments. Is crafting EX cards worth it? I think it is worthwhile to craft cards you want to play with. My number one piece of advice for games like Pokemon Pocket is don't optimize your fun out of the game. In general, my suggestion would be, you should feel reasonable crafting EXs or 3 diamonds, especially when you're ready to move on from a pack. When you're like, the last thing I want out of Dialga packs is the second Darkrai, and then I'm gonna move on. Just craft the Darkrai and move on. But the only exceptionally feel bad moments are when, like, you craft a card for a pack you're still gonna be opening for a while, and then, like, you open it immediately the next day. My recommendation for people who are free to play or small spenders is have an idea in your mind about which cards you want to get out of a given booster pack, and then open that pack until you get those cards or have enough points to get those cards, and then spend the points and move on to the next pack. It's nice. Less nice is that I don't have, I don't have a water energy on top. The shirt is great. Yeah, it's perfect. We'll play with Mr. Chomp. It's got Chomp on the bottom, says Team Dragon on the back. It's actually a jersey material. This is from one of the Pokemon centers. Third fighting in a row with no Marshadow in sight. It's a hard knock life. They got a Weavile. We're in trouble here. They do not. I guess they could have it, and they just don't want to switch it until it's lethal. All right, either of my stage 2s, please. Just not another stage 1 or basic. That's pretty unlucky. Even Marshadow would have been fine there. So we had 2 stage 1s, 4 stage 2s. Yeah, about 60% to hit. Swap and slap, yeah, probably. We're not excited about it, but it's the best possible line. Yes, that is one of my stories. So my wife and I went to London in 2022 for Pokemon Worlds, because I was a member of the Pokemon Unite broadcast team for that game, for their first Worlds year. We were walking through the pop-up Pokemon Center, and when I picked this shirt up off the rack, my wife audibly groaned, which obviously sealed her fate, and I had to buy it. If they brick on their stuff again here and we draw Greninja, they actually lose the game next turn. Would Pocket ever reach Worlds? I wouldn't be surprised if Pocket is a part of Pokemon Worlds next year. Definitely not this year, but probably next year. I'm really surprised they switched this up, given that there's water on top for Gabite. I think that's a mistake on their part. This deck is all 2s with 1 Marshadow and 1 Cynthia. For the numbers here. Has successfully bricked longer than we did. Some of those awkward rubber noodle games where neither player is doing anything particularly impressive. Their Hoaglandia stance on Cyrus versus Sabrina. They're situationally different. So if you're playing cards that deal little chip shot damage, Cyrus tends to be better. If you're playing cards that deal big, 120, 130, 150, Sabrina tends to be better. That switch means they lose the game if we top deck a Greninja. And I've got 2 top decks at it. 2 top decks. 2 top decks in 5 cards. 2 hits. They put it up because they feel safe. They don't realize we can crack them for 170 in a single turn. Because Cynthia do be like that. Rude. I gotta be honest, I was expecting Garchomp to be Dragonite adjacent, and I've kind of been impressed with its power level. This is actually the only Garchomp deck we've played so far, but it's made my brain tickled every time we've played it, so we've been playing it a good bit. It's very, very cohesive. Having a bunch of high HP single knockout point Pokemon feels very good. Oh, should we use the Cynthia to get the guaranteed KO on the Greninja draw? They can have potions, right? So you're dead on board. This deck being able to randomly 170 things with Dragon Claw plus Cynthia plus Greninja has been sweet too. Was the first deck I was able to make from the new packs, and I gotta say I love it. Nice, Budsta. Glad you're having fun with it. So, one of the things that's interesting about playing 2 stage 2 lines from a do you brick perspective is like, sure, there's gonna be games where you brick both of them, but the odds of you having at least one of your 2 stage 2s in a given game is like pretty high when you have 2 of them, especially with communications involved. I'm not gonna tell you you never miss, but like you hit a lot. I think Infernape's really good. I think I've seen a lot of people approaching building Infernape in a way that I don't agree. I think building Infernape with Moltres is very silly. In a Moltres deck, it's much worse than Charizard on average. But I think it begots a new type of fire build. Where you build and play it with like Rapidash. Is what I've enjoyed. Like, unironically, we've had so many decks with new cards that have felt good and sweet to play. I'm going to be posting 2 YouTube videos a day for, like, the next week and a half, I think. Just so we can get highlights on lots of things that'll be interesting. You can go back through the stream archives, too. If you want to dig through them manually. But we've played, I've got probably almost a dozen decks between today and yesterday that's like, yeah, that was interesting and neat and feels like it's worth highlighting. Yeah, Infernape with Dawn is really solid. Agree. Agree. A Ducklet Enjoyer. Alright, gamer. I see you over there, Ducklet Enjoyer. I think Machamp with communication is the first thing I want to visit that's not explicitly new cards. Because Machamp is one of those cards that, like, always felt cracked when you have it on curve, so having it on curve more frequently sounds incredible. I think Rapidash is a little bit better than Salazzle in the Infernape deck because you want something more durable to help you buy a little bit of time to find your stage 2 when you need it. We unfortunately bricked really hard in the top cut for the tournament we made the second day of. Our opponent had first energy advantage twice, and our draws did not cooperate. Our deck was also built wrong, though. I think that's actually one of the #1 things people don't acknowledge enough when they complain about getting unlucky in different instances. How you deck build does a large part of the dictation about how lucky or unlucky you are in a specific instance. And it's like, well, I got unlucky, but also, like, if my deck had been built better, I wouldn't have needed to get fortunate. That's a bit of agency you have as a player that people don't acknowledge frequently enough. It's like, well, maybe your deck should be built better, and then you would need to be less lucky. The Blastoise deck we were playing should definitely have Misty over Dawn. I wanted to try Dawn because it was the new card, but I think Misty is assuredly better. Lapras. Much to my opponent's dismay, Lapras EX is not a particularly playable card. You're looking for the registration code for the upcoming Hoaglandius Braggles tournament. You should read the event page. Details on how to get that code are on that page. So if you haven't found it, you're telling on yourself a little bit. Because in addition to the code, there's other instructions on that page for things you're going to be expected to do on tournament day if you're playing. Don't want to get yourself DQ'd by not reading them. We're gonna make this announcement tomorrow inside of the Discord server for the people that are playing too. But I wanna make it very clear that we are gonna have very little grace for people not following rules. You're not where you need to be, or you can't share your screen for a feature like we've requested you need to be able to and know how. We're just gonna drop you. If the timer rolls around and someone doesn't have a deck list submitted or they're not checked in, we're not extending the start of the tournament to accommodate people. People who aren't checked in and don't have their deck list submitted, they're gonna be dropped. I think that's one of my most annoying things when I'm a competitor of an event, is like the tournament organizer's like, we're gonna wait 10 minutes to start because people weren't ready. It's like, no, you should make those people not get to play the event so they show up on time next time. All right, let's play 1 or 2 more Chomp games. We'll take an ad break, and then we'll build the Mega Eggs, I think, is the plan. Yes, details on how to screen share in Discord are in the open details page. second. Gambite's actually not bad when going second. We have a fighting energy under here. Get to curve for the 2060 nice and clean. At a store in New York, started an hour and a half late on an RCQ due to stuff like that. It was so it's extra offensive when it happens in person. Because at least when things get delayed and you're like playing an event from home, you can be like, oh, well, at least I can do other stuff at my home. But like when people like traveled to your brick and mortar store to like play in this thing, and then you're gonna waste everyone's time because a few people are being mismanaged, it's like so eye roll inducing. Unfortunately, we bricked on our energy 50%er, so Gambite does not get to attack next turn. Gibble's attack should be named Nibble. Agree. Make a video on how to set up for the tournament with screen sharing or streaming. Nope. Pass. Plenty of videos on how to do that that other people have put on the internet. I do not need to be one to make one as well. It trips me out watching Jeff play with the different sleeves of playback. Yeah, we're not using our pay to win ones, that's true. Our lack of fighting energy is such a freaking travesty here. Sorry, mommy, but gotta go digging. Still not. Good God. Oh, we could have cleared their 20 HP thing. Yeah, you're right. I wasn't paying attention. And I'm like, I don't blame talking and clicking. Yeah. When I was missing fighting, I should have cleared their thing. I concur. I've seen you brick more in energy usage. 100%. With communication especially, your energy 50/50s are more important than anything. Oh my goodness. Actually, just completely unreasonable. Maybe I wasn't supposed to do this. Think we're dead here. The Dice Streams promo is clear stage 8. There's our Froakie in my deck, yeah. We played a game yesterday where we had seven water or 7 fighting in a row. The problem now is the Alakazam just cleans us out, yeah. So I think we're dead. It's hard. I feel like it's hard to overstate how much consistency you get from communication. And then once you get Garchomp, he shears you into the Greninja pretty consistently. Yeah, if you're enjoying Dice streams, clearing stage 30 is a longer incentive. I'll throw the deck list up here after this game, so we're gonna take a brief ad break, and then we're gonna build Yanmega. Is the plan. Yeah, everything we played today that felt reasonable, I'll get videos over the course of the next week. Or is it we played Darkrai, Magnezone, that'll have one, Dialga, Yanmega, Rampardos, Greninja, Garchomp, a couple others, Blastoise tonight, Infernape. But a lot of good ones. Am I going fishing for a Froakie? Not yet, I don't think. If they have Infernape on curve, that's scary for us. Oh, actually, you know what I'm probably supposed to do? I think because Infernape on curve is so scary, I think I was supposed to play this Gible on my bench and just give up the Gible up front. Yeah, I'm not going to double on my mistake. I'm going to be a turn behind getting Garchomp out now, but I think I should have done this last turn. Something this deck does a lot because it doesn't have X speeds or whatever it's called, Leafs, is you just give up your first point and then build on the bench. That's one of the advantages of having your deck be what's it called? Having your deck be all one knockout points. So hit the other Gabite here so we can put that up. Force them to Monferno. Or force them to Infernape. Maybe I'm supposed to keep this in hand. If I kept it in hand, we could have used it with Reckless Shearing next turn. Pair with Machamp. I don't know. Probably kick Bon Lee at a minimum. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, that's another non-fighting energy. They have a copy of Dawn. We're in trouble. Actually, if this finds me, and this is one of the reasons why we looked, if this finds me Marshadow, we have a decent shot. Unlucky. If this had been water here, we also would have been okay. They could just not have Dawn. If they don't have Dawn, we get a relook at finding water here. That's not Dawn. So they get to retreat the Infernape and put an energy on it. And then we clear our first point next turn, and then we just need to find a water in a reasonable amount of time here to be able to attack with the second Chopper Sin. I guess I can put fighting on here and retreat this. I just put that one up. I'm looking for Marshadow here, I think. Do we hold Mommy? I feel like we hold Mommy. Ghost McRider, thanks for the brand new Prime. Without playing the other chop out, we might beat the Infernape activation. They just torch our dragon here, the other dragon comes up and cleans him. Even if they have potion, Mommy finishes. The Discord link is in the video description, or the stream description, on the YouTube side. Yeah, like I said, I was really expecting Garchomp to feel Dragonite tier. And I've been pleasantly surprised at how reasonable this deck feels. You have random games where you die to energy variants like any 2-color deck, but you have a lot of maneuverability, even in games where you get a bit unlucky. You can win games with just fighting or just water energy on occasion, which is really nice. Yeah, and the games where you have like fighting and water and you have Garchomp on the play and just crack them for 100 early are just like so good. We're looking for Luxrays and full art Garchomps. Luxrays and full art Garchomps. There's just one new one at the top. All right, let's throw the deck list up here. Deck list is really straightforward. There's one Cynthia, one Marshadow as your 5th basic, and then 2s of everything else. When you're playing the stage 2 deck, a lot of your 2 stage 2s, a lot of your cards will like kind of auto includes, especially post communicator. It's like you have once you're playing 2 stage 2s, you have 18 slots in your deck that fill in. You have 6 for one stage 2, 6 for another, 2 Pokeball, 2 communication, 2 research, then you have 2 singletons or 1 more 2 of. And I think you definitely want at least a 5th basic. You think Darkrai, Weavile could be the best deck in the format? I think too many people put down Celebi, and there will be plenty of eggs to make that not necessarily be the case. Speaking of, we're going to roll an ad now, and then when we get back, we are going to build Executor Yanmega, which I think will be a generically good deck that's also a good counter pick into all the dark stuff. We'll see you in 120 seconds, gamers. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Appreciate the over 1,600 people that have done that already. You may have an advert as well. I think Ms. Magius could have a place in any decks. Yeah, I want to build with her at some point too. She's a pretty sweet looking aggressive card. On the list of things I haven't constructed yet that I want to get around to. To Erica, at least one Geo. To Leaf. What do we think? What are our last 2 slots here? Like a potion and a Rocky helmet, maybe? that I want 2 hats, but 1 hat seems fine. Hat and Geo are very similar if you look at it. Do a pretty similar thing. That is a shaman. One of the tournament lists that came across my feed was playing shaman as the 5th basic in this shell, and I was like, that sounds adorable. I want to try it. Yeah, I think my sample deck list in my Theory Crash video had a Mew in that slot. And I know Mew's probably good, but I would like to try Shaman. Doesn't Shaman ruin turn 1 consistency? Stop playing less than... I actually posted a post on Blue Sky last night about this. It's incredible to me how every single time new card packs release, everybody seems to forget that you're supposed to play 5 and 6 basic Pokemon. Like, there is just a wild number of deck lists shared on social media from just all over the place where people are just like, this is my 4 basic deck list with 2 Pokemon lines. It's just like, how many times do I gotta teach you this lesson, old man? All of the good decks every season optimized to play 5 and 6 basics. It's the floor. Stop playing less. But it's so hard to play more basics now that I have to play red card and Mars. Why must you hurt me this way? Honestly, we were looking at the last couple of slots in this deck. There's a chance a Pokemon communication could be the correct in the last couple of slots here too. Finding your Executor slightly more consistently. It's probably real good. I don't know that you want 2, but like that 1 Rocky helmet I put in the deck could be a Pokemon communication for sure. Lane plays 4 basics and has always been decent. Fact check. As someone who's been doing metagame roundups for every week basically since this game released, the Blaine deck has never been, and I quote, decent. In fact, I would make the compelling argument, I feel, that the Blaine deck is arguably one of the highest play rate decks that has an absolute garbage tier win rate. It is a deck that's budget, and it's touted as a common budget deck quite frequently, and it consistently falls on its face inside of tournaments. I really can't emphasize enough that playing against random people in the random queues, you can win with anything. And it's very different than if your only compelling argument for this deck is good because I had a 5-game win streak in the random queue, you don't understand the assignment. Even Blaine with Moltres. So the Blaine with Moltres deck, in my anecdotal experience, is the least bad way to play Blaine, but it's not a deck that's ever been played in meaningful sample sizes in tournaments, so it's hard to say if it's actually good or just less bad than the regular Blaine deck. So that Blaine Moltres build that we talked about a little bit ago, I think it's fine, and I think it's better than like the stock Blaine deck, for lack of a better term, but I also don't think there's any data to show that is like, it's good. I believe we are cooked, wholly and fully. I suppose if they don't have a Giovanni, my Yan Mega can take a hit, and then we can Erica and clear them on the backswing. If they have another Magnezone, we're cooked though. If they have a Giovanni, we're cooked. Is Starmie, Articuno an exception or still no? An exception to what? Starmie Articuno is a very bad deck. It's a bad deck that people complained a lot about, but it did not have consistent or good results. No one is arguing that Blaine can keep up in tournaments. I'm pretty sure the discussion was all good decks optimized to play more than 4 basics, and then you said Blaine plays only 4 basics, which also isn't true. Like, most Blaine decks play 5 basics, just so we're clear. The handful of Blaine decks that have tournament success also I'm just gonna ban you. I spent too much time on this. My life is short. I'm gonna smile. I'm choosing smiling. I ain't got time for goalpost movers. Oh, Ripperoonie. Looks like they have their second stage too. Banning someone who has a different opinion than you. That's not what happened there. I'll ban you though. What happened there, if you were, oh, we're just dead to this dealing 60. What happened there was someone said something that was objectively incorrect, and when I pushed back on their statement, they moved the goalpost and tried to say they said something they didn't. So when I tell you 2 + 2 is 4, and you tell me 2 + 2 is 5 in a base 10 system, and I say, no, that's just wrong, we're not having a difference of opinions. I'm saying something that's true, and you're refusing to acknowledge reality. This is very different than I like chocolate ice cream and you like vanilla, and these things are subjective. People always love to say, they're like, oh, you don't let people have a difference of opinion. It's like, well, there's a difference between like reasonably disagreeing on things that are reasonable and being like saying something that's wrong and then just being like, no, double down on the thing that's wrong. And you heard the factoid nerds there heard me say in a base 10 system because I'm not new to the internet. We'll put the quantifiers in where they're necessary because I've met you people before. Yes, that's a good example. The person that I removed didn't say, I liked playing Blaine with 4 basics. They made the assertion that both Blaine was a good deck and the good versions of Blaine only played 4 basics, which neither of those things are true. Blaine is a really mediocre deck, and the better versions of it that occasionally put up results in tournaments also played more than 4 basics. Is Celebi still any good? I would be absolutely shocked if Celebi wasn't great. What I will say is, I think a lot of Celebi's strength is related to this card, and I wouldn't be surprised if Yanmega is a better partner for Executor than Celebi. But that's speculation, and it remains to be seen. And do you see how I added that quantifier there? Did you see how I was incredibly careful with my words? And I presented an idea, and then I made it clear that that idea was a subjective opinion. I didn't just make the assertion that I'm correct or that this was fact. I do my best to be very intentional and specific with the way I say things. So it is never a question about whether or not I'm discussing something that I know is certain or something that I'm speculating on. Can Dialga work with Yanmega? 100%. In fact, the very first deck we played during this stream today, we played Dialga Yanmega, and I'll definitely have a highlight in the next week. I think it's one of the most fun ways to play Dialga is with lots of utility cards that are colorless as opposed to just jamming metal stuff. All right, so we're gonna leaf. We're gonna pull this out. We're gonna put the egg in. We'll get the fragrant flower garden going, healing that back up a little bit. What is the rule of 4 basics? So, essentially every good deck in Pokemon Pocket's short history has optimized to playing 5 or more basic Pokemon. When you look at every season or whatever you want to call it and which cards have been good and which decks have been good and what cards they're playing, they're always playing more basics than just 4. And the breakdown for why that's the case can best be described as the most successful decks in Pokemon Pocket have a diverse set of game plans. They're not all in on doing just one thing. And in order to have a diverse set of game plans and have your deck do more than one thing, you typically need at least 3 Pokemon lines. To give some examples of what I'm talking about over Pokemon Pocket's short-lived history, the best Gyarados deck plays Greninja as a secondary attacker. The best Mewtwo deck a couple of seasons ago optimized to play Baby Mewtwo before Mew EX exists. It was an extra wall and it was a secondary attacker in a pinch. What's another good one? The best Charizard decks optimized. Optimized to play Arcanine as a secondary attacker. Just like time and time again, you look at everything that the good successful decks are doing, and it's like, oh, they have a diverse set of game plans. You never want to be all in on doing just a singular thing. So I'm gonna get to clear this Mewtwo, but if they hit their stage 1 this turn, we could be in trouble to Shaman dying to a Sabrina. That's also true. With Pokemon communication existing, playing more basics has extra value in the late game too. 100%. If you want some early speculation, I'm never going to tell you I think this deck is the best or whatever, but if you want an early speculation, I would be surprised if the best Palkia deck ends up playing Mythical Island Vaporeon. I would wager the Manaphy Palkia decks want a second card that's a good big attacker. I personally have been enjoying Blastoise, but I also wouldn't be surprised if like Gyarados or something else that hits hard in that other slot is good. I gave you something like Lapras being fine because that's an okay lead that you could also charge up, but I don't think Mythic Island Vaporeon hits hard enough to be a good there. Hey, thank you for those resubs. Nothing at all with the half a year. Hey, chat, you get a free Amazon Prime subscription you could give to Jeff. What a gamer. Thank you for dropping yours for the last 6 months. Our opponent unfortunately timed out here, which is a little sad. We're having a kind of close, interesting game against a meta deck. One of the other things I've talked a bit about when it comes to testing decks in a new format is, you know, you're going to see plenty of, well, my deck got a 5-win streak or 10-win streak or 20-win streak and it's new, so it's crazy. But a lot of the games you play after a new big set drops is not only are we working on new deck ideas, but we're playing against other people also working on new deck ideas. So to know if your new deck idea is good, you don't really want to just beat 10 random brews. Like, if your deck is going to be good and keep up, you need to know, can you beat Pikachu? Can you beat Mewtwo? Can you beat Gyarados? Can you beat Celebi? The decks that were good last season are probably still going to be reasonable tournament decks. You need to be able to go toe-to-toe with those. Puddle Doc, thanks for that brand new Prime. Death Bloom with the brand new primer as well. Good afternoon. Happy Friday. Techno Magus with the 2/3 of a year. What are your thoughts on Pakarisu? I don't know that I have enough experience with that one yet. Is Shaman any good? I don't know. We're just starting with this deck. Hey, Juan. Yeah, life's good. We've been transitioning to doing more Pokemon stuff. It's been a lot of fun. Knife Drive, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Good evening. Yeah, I think, and that's something I talked about earlier. We've played for like 20 hours since this expansion dropped. I'm gonna stop waiting. We played for like 20 hours since this expansion dropped, and I feel like I have another 10 hours of new decks to focus on. And then even once we figure all of that out, I need to go back and like try Machamp with communication and try all these other old things with small upgrades from this new set with things like Cyrus, and where does Dawn fit into things like Pikachu? How do we update Starmie Lumineon, my favorite deck from last season? Teldraken, thanks for that brand new Prime. And Kinty, thanks for upping for a 1/3 of a year. Welcome back. We played Rampardos earlier, and it was a ton of fun. Rampardos is definitely one we're gonna play some more of. We played a bunch of fighting mirror matches. It seemed really good against the Lucario decks. We're going first. We have our Execute and our Executor. It might be a quick game. We did play Darkrai Magnezone today, and it's kind of incredible. I was honestly super impressed with how strong it felt. That is definitely on the list of things rule. I think that's going to be Sunday morning's video. Tonight is going to be Blastoise. Tomorrow morning is Garchomp. Sunday is going to be Darkrai Magnezone is my plan. And then Saturday night, we'll have a highlight of some of the best matches from the tournament once that runs all day tomorrow. And then Sunday, we'll have the meta report. You said Lucario had felt kind of overrated earlier. Is there anything else standing out as being initially misevaluated? I think I under-evaluated some cards. Like, Dawn's been more impressive than I was expecting her to be. But, no, I think mostly Lucario. I'm usually pretty conservative with how I tend to rate things. I've been playing Pakarisu with Yanmega. Yep. Well, that's another thing too, right? Like we haven't played a ton of this card yet. And this is one of the first decks we're playing in it that happens to be grass, but like this card is super splashable in a bunch of places. Like incredibly so. Yeah, I think Shaman might be good. I've got one copy in here. It's heal 10 on everything on a basic. And like flops for 30 occasionally. Like, I agree. Reading this is like, yes, this seems like it could be fine. Okay, so if they leave Articuno in, they lose the game next turn. Because we have Leaf. The art's also incredible. So they thought they had the 50%er, but they have the 0%er. We're gonna do the truffle shuffle here and clear them out. Yeah, bacon on no leaf. Leaf is so good. Other than Shaman, which other basic could you fit in here? We're playing one Shaman. I think a copy of Mew's probably very reasonable in that slot as well. Mew gives you some coverage into the Mewtwo and the Charizard matchup, which is nice. It's also decent against Palkia. But if I come to the conclusion Shaman's not worth the slot, I'd probably put Mew there. Mew is pretty good against Palkia. That's accurate. We're gonna need an egg tree here against Celebi. Excuse me? Excuse me? Long time listener, first time caller. Hello, Bueller? Is this thing on? Yeah, maybe they're using Dawn to push extra energies onto the Celebi off the stage 1. I can see that. Sounds hot. I buy that for $1. Hold up. Oh yeah, I wonder if they have lightning energy in their energy zone. If they don't have lightning energy, this should definitely be new Magnemite. New Magnemite attacks are colorless. Alright, so if they hit us here and then we hit heads, we clear them because of Rocky Helmet. It is very possible the deck we are playing would like a Pokemon Communication. I agree. It's just so difficult to fit all of the cards in. There's only 20 deck slots, and we gotta try different things. So we're trying out some stuff like Rocky Helmet. Rocky Helmet looked pretty good here if we hit heads. Narrator, it did not look good. We did not hit heads. Yeah, I could definitely see it being correct to just, like, have Poke Communicator inside of all your egg decks. Our numbers stay at the front page. We peaked over 4,000 people. We also have pretty good, strong organic numbers. I think we're organically at, like, 1,800 for a while. And we haven't been on the front page for, like, 2 hours. We're still floating over 2,000. The stream summary say. We averaged 3,300 people today with our front page juice. Yes, I agree with that. I think moving forward, I've often advocated for playing a baby Executor as a third Executor. I think I would advocate for playing your first Communicator instead of the baby Executor at a minimum. There's gonna be a lot of draws that look like that. You just win the game with your Executor and your Rocky Helmet, and they just kind of die. Hey, Galamede, thank you for the brand new Prime support. Appreciate that. Afternoon. Eggs is broken. I think there's a good chance. I would say Executor EX was the best card in the game before this expansion, and I think if it's not still the best, it's still up there by a lot. I guess we'll lead Shaman, but this hand's obviously super clunk. I guess we have a Pokeball to dig for an egg and then a leaf to shuffle around. I suppose not leading Execute into Farfetch saves it from getting scrambled by a Giovanni, which is appealing. You tried Infernape Arcanine yet? I would be surprised if Infernape wanted to be paired with something that's super energy hungry. We played Infernape Rapidash Farfetch, and I liked that a lot. Felt really, really pretty clean. It's a reckless charge, Mankey. It's kind of scary. I guess I could have retreated this instead of putting the energy on Yanmega. I'm torn on what's right there. Drunk Megazord, thank you for the 3 years of support. I appreciate that practically. Welcome back. I haven't played a ton of Dialga, but I enjoyed it with Yanmega and Mew this morning. Felt real clean. Oh, this card's kind of scary with Cape, huh? Because it can have 100 HP while still hitting fight back for lots of damage. Yeah, that's, again, like, we've been spending so much time focusing on just new stuff. Like, there's so much old stuff that seems great still. This is clever. And the downside to giving up the Shaman KO here is giving up the Shaman KO means that they only have to clear one of my EXs from now, which is a real big downside. Like, I was talking about, I think this could be better as a copy of Mew is very realistic. Very, very, very possible this is better off as a copy of Mew. Would have been in a better spot here, right? Yeah, we're playing 5 basics to the floor. Where were you last turn, Rocky Helmet? Alright, so we Erica just so there's no funny business. I'm not playing anything else this turn anyways. We go Tropical Swing, Crunch the Duck. They put up one of these two. We leaf this out. We Yanmega it. And then we're hopefully good to go from there. Because Yanmega will give us our second point. It'll be at 140, which they can't touch this. Yeah, Cyrus is the one that could get us for sure. Because they're gonna crack the Executor to 60. And then if they Cyrus, they can clear with the Primate. make like a tree and leave fear. Hey Jeff, good to see you're doing well with your following. Watched you religiously until some adulting happened. Had random thing come up today. It reminded me of Hex from many years ago. I thought I'd drop in. What's going on, Griff? I actually still have, I've got my old Exalted artwork back there, and I've got another Hex banner over in the corner. Fond memories of that game. Sharkum, thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate it. Yan Mega is definitely a really good card. I think Yan Mega existing highlights how good the design team is. Because we added Darkrai and Weavile to the game, but they also added this card that literally any color can play that clears both those cards in one shot. They've done such a good job of both introducing new powerful strategies, but also adding counterplay that you can reach for if you feel like that strategy is oppressing you. Been enjoying your YouTube, so I thought I'd come in and drop a sub. Thanks, Sharkum. Yeah, anytime you have a chance to drop by once a month, that takes a couple of bucks from Jeff Bezos and sends it my way. Thanks for keeping me around. And unironically, Pokemon Pocket so far has felt like one of the best balanced card game experiences I've ever had. And I'm sure as the card pool continues to grow, they're gonna miss at some point. They all do eventually, but I am really kind of reveling in how very specific and pointedly it feels like they've been leading the metagame along in different directions. With just like gentle pushes, or like we widen it over here with things like Darkrai and Weavile, but we also add Yan Mega to it, so you can have counterplay, like Mew EX into Charizard and Mewtwo from the previous season, also a really good example of that. Love it. All right, we're gonna play some more with this, but I need to run to the restroom, and we need to take an ad break, so we're gonna continue in 120 seconds. Thanks everybody for hanging out. It's been an awesome stream today. Appreciate everybody rocking, checking out new decks after our latest set release. Fill the old water bottle too. Here we go. Hey, Nubicane, thanks for the 14 month. Have you ever opened a God pack? Yeah, I actually opened... I was over 1,000 packs in with no God packs, and then in a span of 10 packs in Mythical Island, I opened 2. Is there consideration to playing Cape in this deck because your basics are all 50 and you get cleared by things like Skarmory? Yeah, I'd believe that. I could see Cape being better than maybe the Potion or the Rocky Helmet, perhaps. Since the first iteration of the trading feature a few days ago, we've received a large number of comments. The item requirements and restrictions implemented for the trading feature were designed to prevent abuse from bots and other prohibited actions using multiple accounts. Our goal was to balance the game while maintaining a fair environment for all players and preserving the fun of collecting cards. However, thanks to your feedback, we understand some of the restrictions put in place are preventing players from being able to casually enjoy the feature as intended. We are actively investigating ways to improve this feature and address these concerns. Going forward, we plan to offer multiple ways to obtain trade tokens, including through event distributions. The trading system as implemented is likely close to reasonable if players get a flow of 1,500 trade tokens or more a month incidentally without destroying any cards. I think the trading system as implemented is likely close to reasonable if players get a flow of 1,500 trade tokens or more a month incidentally without destroying any cards. Cross-post Blue Sky here. Recess, thanks for the prime. Shout out to the people who follow me on Not the Nazi platform. We're up to like 1,000 people over here. Look at that. It's so refreshing having a platform that gets organic engagement instead of one that you have to like pay Elon Musk piles of money every single month to have any amount of reach. Non-Nazi platforms are busted. I have not fully ditched Twitter. It's needed for contractual sponsored obligations until Blue Sky at least is bigger, but I'm not really posting nearly as many updates on Twitter. Like all of my personal stuff, like random anecdotes and stuff of my kids, is all on Blue Sky now. For what it's worth, past Elon Musk being Elon Musk, my Twitter account is 18 years old, and it's hard to fully articulate how much functionally worse Twitter is as a platform since that man took over making decisions for it. His personal terrible politics aside, just the platform itself, pound for pound, not being able to understand if information's from a real verified account and people paying money to promote their stuff more, that's all just like pretty gross and icky. Twitter is that old. Yeah, my Twitter account was created in 2007. When I made my Twitter account, you sent tweets by text messaging a particular cell phone number. Is it technically a cell phone number? I don't know. Whatever kind of number that was how you sent your tweets. Yeah, 40404. That's why the character limit was originally 140 characters, because you got tweets from people via text message, so the tweets could only be so long, the tweets could only be so long because you had to have the username and then the tweet after it 160 characters from text messages. That's the original, why the original character limit was what it was. Giovanni. Unlucky. Jeff, you made your Twitter account when I was 6 years old. Yep. Yeep, yeep, yeep. They have an X speed, I might be in trouble. Or a leaf. My college friends and I use Twitter exclusively as a group text app. That is exactly how my friend group in college and I use Twitter. It was send tweet where are we meeting up at. That was exactly how we used it. You tried the new trading feature. There is an entire video on the YouTube channel talking about my thoughts on the trading feature. There are a permutation of coins here that allow us to win the game. Does playing Shaman out change the breakpoints? I can think about it for a turn. It may or may not. So let's say they hit us for 100, and then we Erica, and then they hit us for 100. We could be good to go. Yeah, playing the Shaman out's bad against Sabrina for sure. My favorites from the new set so far. I have a new way to play Blastoise, and he's the best Kanto starter, so I've been enjoying that a lot. And then, who else? Blastoise is fun. Dialga was fun this morning. Rampardos has been fun. Garchomp's way better than I was expecting him to be, which is fun. I think Venusaur is on my list of things I would like to revisit at some point. I think Venusaur with both Rocky Helmet and Pokemon Communication sounds really, really possibly exciting. All right, so if we hit heads here, they can't attack us without threatening to. God bless America. We would have hit heads there. They couldn't attack us because they'd lose the game if they hit tails. It's a shame this Executor refuses to give up anything. All right, it's fine. If they attack here, they could lose another coin flip to lose the game. If they attack and don't hit heads, they're guaranteed to die because of the Rocky Helmet. You want a throwback chat where we're talking about old things on the internet? The first time I installed Magic the Gathering online was on a dial-up internet connection. It was off a CD I got out of my, I think it was 8th or 9th edition, rats, my 8th or 9th edition starter deck. How long did it take? It was like half a day of me telling my mother it was almost done downloading, please don't hang up. Like, no, Mom, I promise it's almost done. No, really, I swear it'll be done soon. We had the internet, but we did not have 2 phone lines. How old am I? I am 34. I get to be in the 25 to 34 age bracket for 1 more year. and we step up one. I think the best analog I ever heard for Musk's takeover of Twitter was Elon Musk taking over Twitter is like all those angry nerds you see on platforms like Reddit who always think they can run the company better than the people currently running it. He just like happened to have the money to actually buy it and prove that he really couldn't. All of those, you ever been on a Reddit message board or most message boards? There's just like a bunch of people are like, Nick, nobody at this company knows anything that they're doing. I'd make such better choices, blah, 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 blah. Like, sure you would, bud. Sure you would. All right. I mean, if they don't have anything, the Leaf wins the game next turn, yeah? Yeah, Megan just gets a little aggro. Alright, so Mewtwo means they're not directly strictly cooked. Oh, that's actually really good for them. Okay, so now I need an Executor, yeah? I suppose if they don't have a way to heal here, Geo plus Yan Mega clears the Mewtwo next turn. Good gamer. Yeah, I think that's it. If we would have had an Executor, we would have been able to punch through this, but unfortunately them finding the Gardevoir ASAP means we're just done. So let's make a link to the trading update. Can use it as a stealth way to promote my blue sky at that too. Sneaky, sneaky. No, I'm not posting my deck list in like deck list form anywhere, just in YouTube videos, which we'll have a bunch of coming up. What's going on, Tient? Yeah, I wouldn't be here if I wasn't having a good time. Alright, I definitely wouldn't be here for this long. I will need to sign off at some point, though. I gotta double check all my tech stuff for the morning, since we're gonna be running the tournament tomorrow. I'm supposed to meet my buddy to lift tonight, too. Alright. Well, we might be flopping to our death here. We got slaughtered in the top cut. The Blastoise deck definitely should have 2 copies of Misty. And the Blastoise deck should definitely have 2 copies of Misty instead of 2 copies of Dawn, and our opponent also drew very well. Feeling the Dialga, Mew, Tauros, and Mega deck is really strong. Yeah, we played that one first thing this morning. I liked it a lot. Yeah, we're playing Manaphy with Blastoise, Tumos. The Blastoise deck list I'm talking to is also up on my Blue Sky. If you check there. And it'll be the highlight. The tournament games, we went 5-2 in the tournament to make the top cut, top 16. Those will be up on the YouTube channel site after we're done live streaming. I've got it already formatted. I've got it already uploaded and processed. So I'm gonna put a title on it and hit publish when we're done. You're thinking of trying paper Pokemon again? I think if my boys feel like they would want to compete in paper Pokemon as teenagers, I would wholly and excitedly go and compete with them. But I don't think it's something I'd do on my own, but if the kids were into it and wanted to do some of that, I think I would happily do it with them. It's just playing a card game competitively in person is just such a huge commitment, both in like terms of time and money. So this cracks them for 40. And then if they don't have Weavile, the Rocky Helmet clears them back. We kind of get scuffed if they have the 4-card combo. If they have like Darkrai, Dawn, and Weavile, they would have gotten us. Oh my goodness. Are they doing it? They just wanted to put the healthy one in? That would be so cracked. They have the Dawn too. Oh, this deck is so strong when it all comes together. Holy. Ooh, doggy. All right. I think that's just GG, yeah? Yeah, because they get to go energy and clear this next turn. I guess I can draw Yan Mega next turn, and then Yan Mega can take a hit, and then it clears back. Yeah, there's technically permutations here. All right, now we're done to the Sabrina. One of the many instances where Sabrina is better than Cyrus. GG opponent. I'd also like to point out that that was an example of a game where going first was beneficial. If I had gone first, we'd have had a chance to evolve into Executor, and we did not because they went first, which I think is another. I feel so smart having talked so much about how there isn't a balance issue with going first versus going second. We just needed more cards that like going first, and this expansion came in swinging, and there are a bunch of cards that like going first. Garchomp, Togekiss, Weavile, like they really nailed so many things that felt like we're missing in the design sphere. There's also a bunch of old stage 2s that like going first that just so you get more play with cobs. Yeah, there's a lot of that I need to revisit, for sure. Any idea on eggs tangle growth? I don't remember what tangle growth does, so I'm gonna go on a limb and say it's probably not very good. But Executor EX is also good enough that you could probably play any grass Pokemon you want behind it and it's fine. I think there's a chance Shaman is better as Mew EX in that slot, but I just want to play some games with Shaman and see if it's good. And I think that's one of the things that helps set me apart from other folks when it comes to, it makes me better at optimizing decks. I think too many people just like decide a card is not good without playing games with it. And I try to make a point to be like, I think this is probably not great, but let's play some games and see if my opinion changes, right? And the number of times where I'm like, oh, this works out in practice like a lot better than it did in theory. Happens with some consistency. How much longer are we gonna be streaming for? I don't know, I just kind of played it by ear. We've been live for a long time today, so my energy falls off, we might call it a day, but I'm still feeling pretty good. I'm enjoying the decks we're playing. Dialga with first energy advantage is scary. We played this deck that the opponent's playing earlier. I am fairly confident this deck is good. Us not having an Execute to start against their good start is scuffed. If they have a Leaf here to do the Truffle Shuffle, we're probably gonna be in a little bit of trouble. Do we Rocky Hat? I think I Rocky Hat the Shaman, so that way if they shift in, they take 20. I actually haven't had any caffeine today. I got a good night's sleep last night. So there's a Volkner Theory Crafted deck in my best new deck ideas video, but I haven't played with Volkner yet because I'm missing a second Luxray. And I'm still going to be opening booster packs for a couple more days, so I don't want to spend pack points on it. I was doing this and Marvel Snap for a little bit, but I've enjoyed the gameplay of this a lot more than Marvel Snap recently, so this has been my full-time thing for the last month or so, Griff. This game's a much more traditional TCG experience than Snap is. It's reminded me a lot of things that I missed about that. Alright, so they're charged up in the back. The Rocky Helmet here means that if we top deck a copy of Leaf, we can clear the Dialga. That's unfortunate. I'm playing Leaf and not X speed, so this can't find me a way to save the Shaman this turn. I think I'm supposed to go digging for a copy of Eggs. Potion here plus the ability means that they need a Dawn or to switch to Yanmega to clear this. And if they clear this with Yanmega, it dies to my Yanmega because of the hat. Kind of looking adorable with its hat here. If Team Fortress 2 decades ago taught us anything, chat, it's that everything is better with a hat. Oh my goodness, I just autopiloted into throwing. gosh. We were gonna be up by so much too. I have the Giovanni and everything. Oh, I'm so mad at myself. I'm so mad at myself. Just, I needed to put the energy on here and swap this, that I don't think we could lose. And it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay. Oh wait, small mistake here again. I should have put the second energy on here, because then if they put, no, they're gonna put this up, right? Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, if I put the second energy on here, I could have retreated this to this geode. Okay, so now the plan is they air slash me. Oh, we're gonna lose to a Mars. We're gonna lose to a Mars, and it's so embarrassing. Mom, the kids are making fun of me with Mars. Oh no. Oh no, Mars got me. Erica doesn't save us. We needed to redraw the leaf. Got me, gamer. That's fine. The Mars wouldn't have mattered if I would have killed the Dialga and they hadn't lost the shaman. My energy misattachment to the Mars wouldn't have mattered. That one's on me. You're home.
Look what we got from Miss Brittany.
What'd you get from Miss Brittany?
Dinosaur.
Dinosaur.
Green.
Green dinosaur. That's your favorite thing in your favorite color.
Guess what?
What?
Raven got a blue dinosaur.
Raven got a blue dinosaur?
Guess what?
What?
Raven likes all the colors, some of the colors in the rainbow, but I like all the colors.
You like all the colors? Yeah.
In the rainbow, but Raven only likes some of the colors.
Ravens only like some of the colors? That's okay.
In the rainbow.
Yeah.
But guess what?
What?
Even though I'm making green Valentine's dinosaurs, she also likes green.
Oh, good.
I don't know who else likes green, but I don't know. I think only Raven and me like green.
I bet there's some other people that like green too.
Daddy, is that your card?
That is my card. Isn't that pretty?
So cute.
It is very cute. That's Shaman.
Shaman?
That's a flower hedgehog.
Ooh. Daddy?
Yes, Haley.
Ooh, I like that card better than.
Oh, you like Dialga better? Dialga's a dragon. It's kind of like a dinosaur.
Yeah, but I actually like yours better because there's a dragon. I hate dragons.
You hate dragons? Hate's a strong word, Teller.
Just kidding.
Okay.
Ooh, the teacher's going to walk. The teacher went to work. The teacher went to walk, right, Daddy?
Yeah.
Is that the place when you cards get out?
Yep, that's where our cards go.
No, it's there. That place.
Yeah, this one's where the cards go after we use them.
Oh, and they get. And they.
It's called a discard pile.
Oh, and they be dark because.
Because they got used up.
Oh, and then. And. I need to climb this, Daddy.
You need to climb this, Daddy? Okay.
Climb.
Okay, we're going to put an energy on Executor this turn. And then next turn, hopefully we draw Leaf so we can start building up the Yanmega. But if we miss on the Leaf, we'll put an energy here and sub the Executor out as the plan.
Daddy.
Yes, Haley.
I got this one, Miss Thing. And I put a stick on its back, but someone broke it.
That's okay.
It's okay, but I still want the pink on it.
Okay.
In case I bring it to school again, because I think Raven wanted to bring it home for the night. Then when it's school, she'll bring it back.
Okay, that's a good plan.
And Raven Raven's doing the same thing as. Guess what?
What?
Raven also has a dinosaur.
What? Okay.
But they're not both green. They're different colors.
What are your plans for tonight?
So, Raven's is blue and mine is green.
Yeah.
But no one got a dinosaur except Raven and me.
All right. Well, if Shaman heal itself, do you know my flower hedgehog heals everybody? That's a good helper.
Who's heal? Is a person that says heal?
All right. First heads here is a big deal. It means that we threaten to clear the Dialga out next turn.
Look, they only have a little bit of power.
They only have a little bit of power. That's right. We're getting them.
Yeah, theirs is about to die.
We don't kill Pokemon. We knock them out.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
That's cute. I'm trying to. Daddy, did you know I like doing this game?
You like doing this game? I know you like doing this game.
I wish I had that dragon that they had.
That dragon? You could go open your dragon packs and see if you can get one. Did you open your packs today?
No.
Why don't you get your phone and go open the dragon packs?
No.
All right, I think we play.
I want my dad.
You got your dad. You can stay here for a minute. I think we play towards flipping heads here.
Can you put it upstairs because I want you to do something.
I can bring you upstairs after this game. Dad's got to take an ad break anyways. Yes! You're lucky, toddler. You say lucky?
Lucky.
Lucky! Got him.
Wait, Lucky is the name of Bingo's friend.
Lucky's the name of Bingo's friend.
Well, how do we get 2 points, but they have no?
They got no points. We got 2 points because we're lucky.
We only need one more, but they have. So
All
at
right.
the end is 1, but at the second, in the middle is 2, at the very end is 3.
All right, opponent is in the zone. The Magna zone.
We're about to win, and my dad is about to win.
Oh, we're not gonna win yet. We gotta take some more turns.
It's dead.
Yep, it is their turn.
Why are they not going?
They're going. They used the Thunder Blast. Look at how many of our points it took away.
Oh, they're stronger than us.
They are pretty strong. That's okay. They don't have any points yet, so we got a little bit of breathing room. I think we research.
But good thing they didn't die us.
They didn't get us yet. Nope. Charge up with Shaman, which insulates us against Cyrus on the bench since it's full.
Look! Have you got more energy? I'm trying to climb this daddy.
And now they're down to 110, which means they have to pivot to this Dialga.
Yes.
Because otherwise Yan Mega clears out the Magna Zone and gets our third point.
They still have more power.
Yep, they're gonna get some points this turn, but that's okay. It's gonna be close.
How do you know?
How do I know? Because your dad plays a lot of games, so he knows.
My dad is good.
Your dad's the best sometimes. We're gonna need to draw an Executor next turn to not be cleared by Sabrina. I don't think there's anything we can do to play around that angle. If we top deck our copy of Sabrina, we clean them out. I think there's a Sabrina in here.
Where's the
If we have room, maybe we don't have a Sabrina.
Daddy, where's one of the dragons? This point.
Those were their points. We both got 2 points. The game's real close.
Well, we almost won.
Almost.
I don't know if we'll win because he and you have 2 points.
How do you know they're a boy? What if they're a girl like you?
I know they're boys.
How do you know they're a boy?
Look, we have more power.
We do have more power than them. When we don't know if they're a boy or a girl, we say they might, okay? They might, exactly. You're so smart.
Yeah, Daddy.
You're so smart.
Can you hear what I'm saying?
We can hear what you're saying. All right, well, we're currently winning.
But Daddy, can you hear what I'm saying?
I can hear what you're saying, yep.
What I do?
What should you do?
What I do?
It's unfortunate that this otherwise wholesome game was ruined by my opponent BMing here at the end. He just took like 6 different game actions they needed to take before playing their lethal card.
What did they get away? Oh, I wanted us to win.
That's low roll. All right, that's okay. You don't get to win the game all the time. All right, gamers, we need to go ahead and roll some adverts. I'm gonna throw the deck list up on screen, and I'm gonna run this toddler upstairs. Would you like me to carry you upstairs? Yeah? Okay. Yes, Haley.
So, on the second batch, anytime when you win and you're not done doing this game, let me know if you have a break.
Okay.
Or if you're done.
Okay. If you need help, Mommy's upstairs. I can help you, but I'm gonna deliver you upstairs. We'll see you in 120 seconds, gamers. Thanks, drink it out. Don't go anywhere.
No, Daddy. Mommy went up to see Jacob.
Let's check our wonder picks for the Luxray we're missing. Or that full art Garchomp I still need. How do we think about Porygon Z? I think Porygon Z's got some potential. It's a little bit lower down on my list of things I want to try, but I think I'll get around to it eventually. We made a Dragonite deck yet. I mean, Dragonite's probably more consistent with Communicator, but it's probably still terrible. I'd be very surprised if Toxicroak is good. That's another one that's like further down on my list. Hey YouTubers, we're one like off of 1700. I think we can hit that. There's someone hanging out that hasn't pressed the button yet. I think we can do it. I believe. We tried a stall deck with Regirock Shaman. I haven't, but that could be fun. We played Regirock with Rampardos, which I think we're actually going to play a little bit more of after this. And it was really solid, both literally and figuratively. So I could buy Shaman Regirock being okay. Percival Wright, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Eskimo Brody, thank you for the entire year. Unorthodox Gaming, thank you for the baker's dozen. If these fighting decks don't get to cheese you by like killing you with, or clearing you with Farfetch plus Geo right away, they have a really hard time in this matchup if you hit Executor. TGI, thank you for the Prime, appreciate it. I feel like the more I play this deck, the more I want to copy a Pokemon Communicator. Getting Executor more consistently sounds good. Top deck! Four Permaheal, 210 HP Venusaurs in a row. My time, my precious time. Oof. Oof. I don't know that I want to commit another Yan Mega to a bench slot right now. I think this is a fragrant flower garden. We leave this for another egg, potentially. You cut a Yan Mega. That's interesting. I guess I could see that. You almost never want two of them. And that's an interesting dynamic from communicators. Like, you could play like 1-1 lines more frequently and more consistently. You're never building up two of them is accurate. This sucks. Even with potion, I can't keep us out of Marshadow range because they have the Lucario effect. Oh, I could just helmet. Yeah, that's funny. Just helmet and give him a dirty look. If they hit second Lucario, I get kind of embarrassed by this play. But if they don't punch me and get knocked out, Fragrant plus Potion means we live Marshadow next turn. Which head does the helmet go on for Executor? It's a good question. Lila Zappin, thank you for the prime, appreciate it. Yeah, at least a great draw. Make like a tree. Let's give Shaman time to heal it up in the back. I think Gallade has any potential. My gut says I would be surprised if Gallade is better than playing Machamp, but I haven't played any games with it yet. It's lower down on my list. I think our opponent has given up. So many flavors, they chose to be salty. I tried Gallade in the Fighting Box shell. It seemed okay overall. I have to say, the deck leveraged Cyrus very well. Yeah, the Fighting Box deck likes Cyrus for sure. I think my one takeaway on Fighting Box things is I was kind of whelmed by Lucario in them so far. Let's play a little bit more Rampardos, huh? What are your thoughts on Mars? Mars is really bad for a lot of the same reasons red card is bad. And that doesn't mean people won't play it, but there's so many actual good cards you can be playing. It's wild that people play things like red cards in Mars still. Especially after this latest patch. There's a list of all the new decks you've been running. There was a video on my YouTube channel that covered 10 of them. And then we'll have various highlights up here over the next couple of days of those and other things. If you look on Wednesday, there's a new decks video. I'm really impressed by this card so far in our games, both in its ability to stall as the lead, but also in it, like, you just build up a second one in the back. Oh, this card's about to have a real bad time against us. Stall, we'll go Regirock, and then we'll stew on this last bench slot for now. Attack does 50 damage, plus damage equal to the damage this Pokemon has on it. Okay. Clear. This is weak to fighting, right? Yeah, so Hardhead clears it in one. I just power up the lead Regirock here? I think so. I think part of the reason red card's popular is because it was good enough to be banned in the paper card game. I agree. A lot of the people I see touting red card as being good in this game are people who play paper Pokemon and haven't accounted for the fact that this game is different with its much smaller deck sizes. So the problem with Mars compared to red card, because Mars obviously makes their hand smaller than 3 cards, is that a lot of the good decks in Pokemon Pocket are about setting up an onboard engine, not about concealing extra tools in your hand late. So like, think about Gyarados or Charizard or Mewtwo, for example. Those decks, by the time they start winning the game and taking knockout points, they're ready to just keep firing every turn and getting more and more knockout points. If that makes sense. With this draw and having 2 of these, I'm going to play the other one of these out now, I think. If they have a copy of Dawn, they can crack us for 80 next turn. But I think we still end up okay, because I'm going to hit them for 100, and then this only needs 1 energy to attack. So this thing, if you haven't seen it, does 130 for 1, but it deals 50 to itself if it knocks out what it's hitting. I've been really impressed with this card. I thought it was going to be serviceable, and it's felt really strong in the games that we've played so far. This and Regirock have both felt like they punch like I underevaluated them. Like, expecting them to be serviceable have been impressive so far. Portos' drawback has barely felt like a drawback. I would agree with that assessment. So I assume they're going to do the Truffle Shuffle and put the other Dialga up here. But this only does 80 to us because of Exoskeleton. So, still doing A-okay. We're going to crack them for 100, and then this is ready to come in and clean up. It's hard to feel the impact of taking 50 damage from the victory screen. Oh man, that's such a good way to put it. Yeah, I think we just give this one up. Because all of these just go down in one to this. We played a little bit of Mamoswine earlier, and I was kind of whelmed by it, unfortunately. I think that Palkia Manaphy Shell is just better with Blastoise, which I think is quite solid. I've enjoyed it with Blastoise a lot. They're kind of like rock in a hard place. This is the rock. This is the hard place. Because they don't have energy to clear this with anything else other than this. And like, if they do this, it's weak to fighting, so this just comes up and just cleans it out. Oh, okay, that's cute. Sure. Oh, that doesn't clean it out. Holy. Wow, what a perfect combination of cards. So I gotta hit my stage 1 now? I think I gotta hit my stage 1 now, yeah? What's close? I wasn't thinking about Mars Shadow either. Ripped. Okay, this is fine though. We do this, we do energy. And then next turn we go energy, leaf retreat. Does that work? That doesn't work, does it? Trying to parse what the back and forth here is in my brain. The cape on here was just so good for them. The Dialga is just gonna be able to clean out my thing is the issue, no matter how I time this now. I think we're just checkmated with the Dialga here. So I could do this, and then they clear me next turn, and then I clear them back, but then the Dialga's ready to deal 100. I don't have anything that can live 100 and clear this. Because, oh, I forgot to evolve. I'm just talking and clicking. There's no permutations the way this plays out because they had the extra heal that works. No, evolving doesn't do anything. So the way it works out is my thing does 50 to itself, so it's still at 100. I needed something that could clear the Regigigas and not die to the Dialga dealing 100. So the mistake was if I would have if I would have put up my Rampardos, if I would have put up the Rampardos instead of the Regirock, I would have been able to hit it and then get the Mars Shadow, and then the Mars Shadow, I wouldn't have given them an extra turn to energy the Dialga. I gave them, because I put the Regirock up, I gave them an extra turn to put energy on the Dialga, which gave them breathing room to... You could have developed Mew earlier. My bench was full. By the time Mew showed up, I already had my bench full. I guess I could have discarded the Fossil. But Mew takes 3 energies to develop. It takes forever. Shaman fighting energy. Okay. Then some basics out of our deck and then research here. Get a bunch of churn going. For a fossil here. I'm gonna commit the second Mars Shadow. I wonder if they're a Regirock deck. Oh, they're just like all in Kabutops. Got it. That's probably hard for us. We don't hit that hard, right? I guess Rampardos will crack it for 130 twice. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Rampardos cracking it for 130 twice makes it fine. Giovanni is a very good and playable card. I've heard people talking about that card not being good post-cape, and they're very wrong. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Giovanni in this deck. Your primary breakpoint that you're hitting with it are like the Dark Rise and the Weaviles, because they're 140s for your deal 130s, but there aren't a ton of 140s in the format. Right, I go energy, they hit me again. I go energy, they hit me again, and then we're ready to start attacking. Maybe fine. Two fossils, bottom 5 cards. Gario's good for us. There it is. Even if they have Lucario this turn, they still need one more turn to get through here. Well, I get to avoid them taking a knockout point here now. That seems big for me, yeah? Do you think that's the most cards that Chatot's ever drawn? What do you think? Most cards that Chatot's ever drawn, gamers? I guess clearing the Chatot means their Kabutops heals for an extra 20 because it lets them develop a second Lucario. Or do they only have one Lucario? They might only have one Lucario. So they heal 70 this turn, up to 130. You think they're playing Potion? They're probably playing Potion, yeah? I think their Voltron is getting headbutted, chat. This was the long pause with them realizing they did all of this work and their Voltron's about to die. That was the long contemplated pause of my life decisions have led me here. Get head smashed. Next! they drew a lot of cards. Yeah, sure did. What energy, guys, gals, and non-binary bells. This has been Life Lessons and why Kabutops struggles. Asserting dominance as the superior fighting fossil. Rampardo's been really good today. Regirock too. Honestly, both of them have been stellar. Played a bunch of games with this deck earlier too. Had really clean time then as well. Re-extinct that Kabutops. Yep. In the trash can. I'm not playing this Mew out because there's a chance it's not very good against a dark deck. And holding it in my hand means I can trade it in with the communication down the line, potentially. Dark Rai Scolipede. Interesting. Weezing too, probably. A lot of Pokemon. Drudagon. Okay. Interesting. I think Rampardos could be meta. I don't know. Probably depends on how popular Egg Tree is. I feel like an Executor probably just runs us over most of the time. They have to have another way to poison past just Whirlipedia. Leaf to swap around this Darkrai. I assume they're on 2 Leaf with Druddigon and Darkrai. Soul? Pass the turn? Pass the turn. I think better to run with Executor now. I think Yanmega's probably real solid. Man, do I research and dig for the fossil, or do I leaf and get cracking with the rock? I'm just supposed to give up the point and try and work towards my fossil. I guess I could put the energy on and retreat is an option. I could put this other rock out and then I attack with it in 2 turns. I can also put this one up, but I don't think I want it to take a hit before it can attack. So I think we do this. And then next turn we put energy here, and then the following turn we can leaf and shuffle, and then we can start attacking with this while having Rampardos set up in the back line. This is definitely a matchup where we wish we had a copy of Giovanni. They don't have any knockout points here yet, which bodes well for us. Gonna play around a random red card or a Mars or whatever it is. So we'll swap this, and then next turn they can switch up to the other Darkrai and attack us, but then I can just crack the Darkrai for 100. And then they take the knockout, and then my Rampardos comes up and cleans this out, or my Marshadow comes up and cleans it out and gives us 2 points. In a theoretical Regirock Shaman Cell deck, what would be better, Cape or Helmet? Probably both. Helmet's probably, or Cape's probably the one I play first, but you probably make room for both. Wait, really? You're not? This seems incredible for me. Are they not realizing? Oh, they messed up. They either forgot about Exoskeleton, or they came up with their line halfway. But this one is only going to 20, and now, yeah, I think they're just torched now. They could have picked up a point by. They could have picked up a point by doing this. Maybe, I guess maybe they didn't want me to be able to attack. Maybe this was intentional, and they wanted to force me to have the other leaf. But like, only 3 cards in my deck, so I'm pretty likely to have the other leaf. And now we got 2 knockout points, and they're not threatening a kill on this Regirock next turn, because they can only do 20 plus 60, and this only evolves into dealing 70. I'm genuinely impressed at how good this card has been. It's felt really good. And again, like look how long this game has gone on. My opponent currently has 0 knockout points. Oh, do we get in trouble with Dawn? Was I supposed to, speaking of gloating about knockout points, was I supposed to, I think maybe I was supposed to retreat this and Rampardo this down to 10 was probably the line. I think we're probably still fine, but I think I flubbed this a little bit. Because now they get to clear this. They need a copy of Dawn, which a lot of these decks do play Dawn, but they have a stage 2, so maybe they don't have space. Oh, Sabrina should clear next turn anyways. Yeah, we'll be fine. There might have been merit to pulling this out, though. It probably doesn't matter. So many permutations. All right, gamers. We've been live for 11 and a half hours. I think I'm going to go ahead and call it. If you want to see more from me, I'm going to hit publish on a Blastoise Palkia highlight on the Hooglandia Pocket channel here momentarily. Just got to upload the thumbnail and format the title. One last shout out reminder before the stream actually goes live. Our Hooglandia Open is tomorrow. We got $1,500 worth in prizes from our 2 awesome sponsors, Into the AM and Advance. We're paying out some cash and a whole bunch of product to the top 8 competitors, as well as some door prizes. It's completely free to enter. I'll drop that link on the YouTube side as well. What do we got? We've got, we're up to over 1,100 signups. I bet we'll probably have somewhere between 600 and 800 people when all is said and done. My channel will be going live. If you want to watch it on Twitch at about 5 to 10 tomorrow morning, most likely. Spraggles will be broadcasting on the YouTube side, so I will not be live on the Hooglandia Pocket YouTube channel. Spraggles has the Twitch platform. He's my co-host, and I'll have, Spraggles has the YouTube platform, and I'll have Twitch. We're going to be broadcasting together all day. It's probably going to be like an 8 to 10 hour tournament when all's said and done. I'm excited to track what decks are doing and cast lots of sweet matches. I will see most of y'all around then. Play if you can, and if you can't, make sure you stop by for our broadcast. Everybody enjoy the rest of your evening. If you're going to hang out on Twitch some more, speaking of Spraggles, he is streaming. So I'm going to raid over to Spraggles on the Twitch side. YouTube kind of has raids, but I don't really know how they work, if I'm being honest. So I'm going to raid you on Spraggles on the YouTube side. If you want some more stuff, watch my video that's going to publish here soon. Peace, folks.